Hello, everyone. Welcome back to ThinkyCon for the final day. It's the last day of talks, and it's a great schedule we've got lined up for you all. Hopefully, everybody's just been checking out those questions that were just on the starting soon screen. If you didn't catch them or you didn't have enough time, they will come up again during this talk. So you'll be able to, and there'll be more time during this talk to think about them as well. So this is going to be a bit of an experimental one. This is the first time we're doing a kind of workshop-y type thing. There's actually another interactive talk later with a different kind of format. So I guess we'll see what works. Basically there's going to be some questions that come up during this talk, and there'll be time to think about those questions and try and come up with your own answer. If you would like to discuss your thoughts or share that you've successfully solved them or whatever, you can do so in Discord, but please refrain from spoiling it for others. So if you do want to share something that's a bit spoilery, just use the spoiler tags on there. We are now joined by Levente and Jean-Paul to discuss Hungarian maths education and things we can learn from it for puzzle design. So over to you two.
Hello everyone. We start with the interactive segment here. There will be thinking time here, and the Discord has the thread where you can interact with the game, with the problems. Be careful to only post solutions or ideas in spoiler tags. We are happy to answer questions. We'll do it live, test how things work. Hopefully no one will go south. And pen and paper is not necessary. Sometimes it helps to doodle or draw stuff. We will read out the questions in one go, and we'll leave some time to the questions and for thinking afterwards. So let's get right into it.
Okay, so the first question is about a robbery. There are 8 people, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, who are on a trial, and we know that 3 of them committed the robbery, and the rest are innocent. Now, 7 of these 8 people make this statement. Everyone claims that someone else is innocent, and the bottom picture shows who claims about who. And we know that innocent people always tell the truth, but the robbers may either tell the truth or lie. You need to figure out who committed the robbery. You also need to convince me about how many possibilities there are. Maybe there are multiple solutions, or maybe we can know for sure who the 3 robbers are, or maybe there are no solutions at all. So that's part of the question as well.
Question number 2, we write down the powers of 3. So these are numbers of the form 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, any number of times. The first few elements are, for example, 1, 3, 9, 27. And we mark the digits, the digit in the tens place. That is the second digit from the right. These are red in this picture. In the case of 1, 3, and 9, it's 0, then it's 2, 8, 4, and so on. We notice that it seems to be always even in the first few cases. Is it always true, or is it possible that maybe somewhere in the far away it's odd? So this is question number 2. Is this always even?
Question 3, this one has a story. It's about Romeo and Juliet. Romeo really wants to marry Juliet, but Juliet is not that interested. Romeo asks Juliet's hand every week, but she keeps saying no. After some time, Juliet finally says she'll marry him, but only if Romeo manages to win the lottery. So in this lottery, they draw 10 numbers out of 40, and to win, you have to select exactly those numbers in a lottery ticket. It will be too expensive for Romeo to buy enough tickets for all possibilities, so he goes to an oracle. He receives a prophecy that if a number x is drawn, and x is at most 39, then the next number x plus 1 is also drawn. So here, x is not just one concrete number, but this sentence has to be true for every possible x. Okay? Assuming that the prophecy is correct, how many tickets does Romeo need to buy to have a full match and to marry Juliet?
So we have a few more problems that we won't discuss. They are also in the Discord server with spoiler tags. We will show these questions for a bit. They are recorded. They can be viewed back later on, but there's really no point to think about them. The 3 main questions will be discussed. I'm not going to read out these either. They're really just for entertainment if you are quick and done with the other problems. And then after this, we will do a thinking time, probably 15 minutes. And yeah, we'll ask any questions in the chat or in the Discord. Here's a summary of the problems in short little bits, just to remind, but the full pictures are in the Discord. And yeah, any question that comes up, we are happy to answer now. We will also go back to the questions. We reread them for the late arrivals. But this should be the thinking time.
Also, feel free to work together if you want, but be careful with that. Don't just read someone else's solution by accident. But working in groups is fine.
Oh yeah, and then there's no prize for solving all these problems, so it's just your satisfaction, and you will get a little bit more from the talk if you think about these. And if you're watching it live, you're still encouraged to think about the problems, but it's also equally good to figure out later. Yeah, so I guess that should be the introduction, and yeah, we have a little discussion in the Discord. So if a question pops up or a clarification, we are happy to answer.
I see Ponky trolling in the chat, saying that He just trusts G.
I see some success in the YouTube chat. So yeah, I mean, you know, there's not a requirement to share it with us, but if you have ideas, you can type it in Discord or just feel free. So I think I'm gonna go back and reread the questions so the late arrivals also know what's going on.
I remember when I first saw the first question, I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's like a complicated knights and knaves thing," but it's actually not, because it's a very simple setup. They're all just saying one thing about the person next to them.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's go back. This is the first question. So the late arrivals, we are doing a little experimental interactive segment where we show a few questions. Invite you to think about these, and if you have an idea or a solution or anything, you're welcome to post it on Discord with spoiler tags. And yeah, we will. I mean, it's gonna help in the rest of the talk if you have some idea what's going on in these problems, but it's not necessary or anything like that. The first three questions are the main ones we will discuss. This is number 2. And yeah, we also have 5 more questions for those who are bored or already solved this. Yes, and then I'm just showing the last 5 questions quickly. I mean, these are really just like additional sweet bits you can try after the talk, or like when you're viewing back the YouTube video. But these won't be discussed in the talk. One will be referenced, but yeah, they are fairly they're very optional. That's the point. Yes, and then so for the late arrivals, this is just a slide with all the information about the problems, but the full text is available on Discord. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there are no clarifying questions. At least I can't see any, which is a good sign. We also prepared a little hint. Probably wait another minute to show those. So But these are also optional. So if you don't want to hear the hint or something, you can pause now. Okay, so we prepared this slide about the hints. This is just like little nudges if you are stuck. Oops. I also appreciate the jokes in the YouTube chat.
Can I ask a clarifying question here for question 3? So I think I misunderstood it because I took it as like a kind of procedure that would happen, like 10 numbers would get drawn, and then if any of those is less than 39, which they will be, then the ones after it will get drawn, and so you'll end up with more than 10 numbers. But that's not what you mean, right? I think you mean that there will still only be 10 numbers drawn in total.
Yeah, I see. So so the prophecy is very clear. Yeah. If a number is drawn, then the next one is also drawn. The prophecy doesn't say anything about the number of winning.
But there'll never be more than 10 numbers drawn, or am I?
And then the lottery tells you that they only draw 10 numbers.
Okay. Now I need to go away and think about that.
Should we wait a little bit more time, or what's the? I mean, we can also check the YouTube and Discord.
Yes, exactly. As Thinky says, there is no clause that says x plus 1 is drawn, if and only if less than 10 numbers are drawn. So the prophecy is true, independent of how many numbers are drawn. Yeah, I think we will start the talk soon. We won't discuss the solutions for a few more minutes.
Yeah, there's a little filler bit before the discussion of the solution, so you can think about it in the back. But we have lots of slides, so yeah. So welcome everyone. Now that we are done with the interactive bit, you can still think about it in the back. These are not super heavy slides. Let's get the proper introduction. So we are two mathematicians from Hungary, currently living in Oxford, the UK. And we loved puzzle games and started working together to make Trifolium, The Adventures of Gary Pretzelneck. My name is Levente. I did my PhD in theoretical computer science here in Oxford, and I work as a researcher in combinatorics.
And my name is Zsombor. I did my PhD in topology, also here in Oxford, and I occasionally teach mathematics with something called the Pósa method.
So we used to participate in these Pósa camps in secondary school. The way we learn mathematics there influenced how we think about puzzle design. And we would like to show you that way of learning mathematics, because it's probably not what you learned or how you learn maths.
So being both mathematicians and puzzle players, we noticed an interesting connection. The way we were taught mathematics is using essentially the same discovery-based method as some puzzle games do. Moreover, math teachers have used that way before it became a design philosophy in puzzle games. So there's a clear parallel between them. And there's a lot of research on education, but much less on puzzle games. So if a lot of smart people spend time figuring that out in math, then we should probably look at their methods to see what we can use in puzzle games. Now, there were at least 2 talks at this ThinkyCon that are somewhat connected to our talk. Glenn talked about a more general theory of guided inquiry curriculum. The Pósa method that we are going to talk about is a small sub-area of that, if I understand it correctly. And Nick also talked about why there is joy in thinking about difficult problems, which is another important point that we also have. So I encourage you to watch both of these talks if you want to get some more context. They were excellent talks.
Yeah, so Hungary has a very long maths problem-solving tradition. For over 100 years, people spend time thinking about and improving maths education. The outstanding figures are included in this picture. Probably there's not enough time to talk about them, but they all did excellent stuff. I just wanted to make a note that we wouldn't be here without their ideas and contributions. Kemal here is a monthly magazine for secondary school students. It contains fun maths problems to think about. And George Goya wrote a famous book called How to Solve It, about general problem-solving ideas. It wasn't just about mathematics or restricted to mathematics.
Okay, chapter 2, the Pósa method. So to understand the Pósa method, let's first look at the usual way of teaching maths. The usual way is that the teacher gives a piece of theory, a sort of lecture. For example, whenever you see an equation like this, ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, then you can solve it using this formula. Then the students practice using this formula in several problems in the class and in homework. Now, unfortunately, this is what most people think of when hearing the word mathematics. Solving equations, plugging numbers into formulas, the solution is 7 and everyone claps. But this is not at all what real mathematics is. No mathematician is clapping because we got that the solution is 7. The students didn't really learn anything interesting. The main problem with this method is that if the teacher tells the students how to think, then they won't be able to learn how to think. The teacher deprives students of the joy of thinking. Here's a quote from Pósa that I think captures well what the problem is with this mode of teaching. There are children who grow up without ever experiencing what it's like to feel, here's a problem and I can think about it however I want. So here's a better way of teaching this topic. Again, mathematics is not about solving equations, and so this is not even a topic in the Pósa camps, but I want to show you that even this mundane topic can be taught in a way that focuses more on ideas. because there actually is a quite clever idea behind the quadratic formula. So in this method, I don't say anything, I don't tell you the quadratic formula. Instead, I give you a sequence of problems that guide you into certain ideas. The first problem is solving x squared equals 5, that is finding all real numbers whose square is 5. You can probably solve that. The answer is the square root of 5, because that's the definition of the square root, or minus square root of 5. If you haven't seen before that this type of equation has two solutions, one positive and one negative, then this is already a new idea. So this first problem just focuses on fully understanding that. Then the second question is x minus 3 squared is 5. How can you solve that without knowing the quadratic formula? I'll wait a few seconds. So the trick is that you use the previous problem. We know that if the square of something is 5, then that something is square root of 5 or minus square root of 5. So in this case, x minus 3 is plus or minus square root of 5. And we have solved the equation because that means that x is 3 plus or minus square root of 5. Okay, I won't go through the whole sequence, but I'll just say that every question is just a tiny bit harder than the previous question. Contains just one extra small idea or small step. The problems build on each other, so in the third question we use our understanding of the first two questions. And by the end of question 7, you will essentially come up with the quadratic formula yourself. Here's another quote from Pósa. In traditional teaching, things that aren't properly understood just fade away. But when students discover many things on their own, those stay with them much longer.
So the main goal of the Pósa method is that we want the students to enjoy doing mathematics, to be happy while thinking about interesting problems, and to experience the joy of thinking. We want them to discover mathematical concepts and ideas themselves. We let students think about the problems for a really long time, so that as many people can figure them out as possible. And we want to teach them how to think more efficiently. And it's not just about mathematics. Thinking is something that is universally useful.
Okay, time is up. We need to discuss the solutions to the first three problems. If you wish to think about them some more, feel free to pause the video and continue watching later. Question 1, robbers. We asked in the hint, what happens if A is innocent? Well, if A is innocent, then A is telling the truth, which means that B is innocent. But if B is innocent, then B is telling the truth, and so C is innocent. And then D is innocent. There is a chain reaction. Everyone is innocent, which cannot happen. This means that A cannot be innocent. What if, for example, C is innocent? Then again, there is a chain reaction starting from C, and we again see that there are too many innocent people. So C cannot be innocent either. Similarly, B cannot be innocent, which means that we found the three robbers, A, B, and C. The rest must be innocent, and you can check that this configuration works. Innocent people indeed tell the truth, robbers either lie or tell the truth. And we also showed that this is the only possibility. Okay.
So question 2, powers of 3. As an example, let's see what happens when we multiply 243 by 3. So the 10th digit is 4, it's even, and if we multiply it by 3, an even digit times 3 is still even. Let's see the carry. So we have the unit digit is 3, and if we multiply it by 3, we get 9. So there is no carry. It doesn't affect the 10th digit, so it remains even. The situation is slightly different at 729. Here, 9 times 3 is 27, so we have a carry, which is 2. but luckily 2 is even. In fact, you can check that the powers of 3 can only end in 1, 3, 7, or 9. It would cause trouble if it ended in 5, but this never happens because powers of 3 are not divisible by 5. So because of this, whenever a carry occurs, it is always 0 or 2 coming from the 1, 3, 7, and 9 ending, and they are both even. Therefore, if the 10th digit is even for one power of 3, then it remains even for the next, and for the next, and for the next, and so on, which means that the 10th digit is even for all powers of 3.
Okay, question 3, lottery. Let's see, for example, what happens if 28 is a drawn number. Using the prophecy for x equals 28, we then know that 29 is also drawn. But then using the prophecy for x equals 29, we know that 30 is drawn too. And then 31 and 32 and so on. It goes up until 40. It doesn't stop at 37, that's when we would have 10 drawn numbers, but the prophecy still must be true for x equals 37, so 38 must be drawn too. So the structure of the thing is that the drawn numbers are the numbers between something and 40. Since we know that there are 10 numbers drawn, it means the only possibility is from 31 to 40. So Romeo buys just one ticket. Okay.
An important concept in the Potion method is a problem thread. So the connections between the problems are much more important than the individual problems themselves. The connection can be any separable element of thinking, for example, an idea, a method, or a type of mental representation. And the collection of several connected problems is called a thread. This is a collection, so the problems might not have a completely fixed order, though there usually is at least an approximate ordering that makes sense. These threads are what trigger the discovery learning process. This talk is titled Designing for Discovery. So to understand how to design for discovery, we need to understand the threads. These definitions are a bit abstract, perhaps, so let's look at some examples.
So we've already seen an example of a thread, the sequence about quadratic equations. These problems build on each other. Problem 7 would have been too hard on its own, so we separated all the little ideas into separate problems. So that will be our definition for the first type of a thread. An idea thread is when an observation, subproblem, or lemma is separated into its own problem that can be used in later problems. If the thread is long enough, it can build up an entire area of mathematics. And for those of you who looked at some of the extra problems, you might find more examples of an idea connection there. So,
so question 3 and question 4 is an example. Now, what about these problems? The 3 main problems whose solutions we just discussed. What's the connection? Feel free to answer in the YouTube chat. I think I saw someone actually mentioning it. So they might look like they have nothing in common. The first problem is a logic puzzle about true or false statements. The second is some kind of number theory problem. And the third is about minimizing the number of lottery tickets. They look very distant, but there is a connection. So someone mentioned induction, but we just call it chain reaction. The solutions are all about chain reaction. In question 1, someone is innocent, triggers a reaction, and everyone after it is innocent. In question 2, if it's true for one power of 3, then the chain reaction starts and everything after is true. And the same in question 3. So if a number is drawn, then everything after it is drawn, up to 40, of course. So the method of solving all these were the same, but in different contexts.
So this is what we call thread type 2 method. teaching a general method or tool to solve problems or a way to think about problems. So an important difference to the previous thread type is that the method can be used in different contexts, and the thread of problems shows that. For example, proof by chain reaction was used in 3 very different problems. And by the way, mathematicians like to call it proof by induction, which is one of the main ways of proving statements. So chain reaction is a very important idea. I've put some more examples on these slides just to show you that these are not the usual types of mathematical techniques that you might think of. We are not talking about integration by parts, which is a method for computing certain integrals. We are talking about general methods and ways of thinking. For example, movement is a certain method that can be used in a geometry problem or an algebra problem or a combinatorics problem. It can also be a mindset or just a way to start thinking about a problem. As puzzle players, we are probably used to experimentation. What if A is innocent in question 1? Most of you probably start experimenting with it. But since I can't be sure that you know this method of experimentation, I gave you that hint in question 1. Can A be innocent? So this guides you towards experimenting. We are teaching not only, and not even primarily, the fields of mathematics, but the art of thinking itself. And in this, developing an awareness of the possible ways of thinking is of great importance. So we are using the different mathematical areas only as a tool to teach you about the ways of thinking that can be used across these different areas.
So the thread type number 3 is abstraction. This is about building familiarity with an abstract concept. We do this by giving more and more abstract representations in problems that help to build a more abstract mental model. For example, if we look at these problems again, you might notice that they are getting more and more abstract. To see some more examples, it can be any mathematical object. Building familiarity means learning to think in terms of the new mathematical object. For example, when teaching graphs, the first problem might be about cities, roads. The second problem might be about a group of people and friendships between pairs of people. The third problem is about islands and bridges between them in the picture. After a few problems, you might realize that the common structure in these problems are graphs, which is the picture on the right. It has some vertices, some edges between them, and you might find it easier to think about these problems in terms of graphs. So when you see this picture about bridges, you're first turning to the image on the right. You replace the island with small points. You replace the bridges with edges between the points. In other words, you're doing abstraction. Another example is understanding space geometry. So developing a mental image for 3 dimension. If you imagine a sphere and a slanted plane intersecting, what's the intersection? Do you see it in your mind that it's a circle? Can you rotate a 3D object in your head and visualize how it's rotating? People who play 3D video games usually develop a mental image for that, but that's something that you didn't always have. Or the concept of proof comes up in mathematics. What does it mean to prove something precisely? What's the difference between a convincing argument and the proof? That is something that we need to learn in mathematics. Or the concept of impossibility. What does it mean to be impossible? You check the first 1,000 cases, for example, the first 1,000 powers of 3, and they all happen to be even in the 10th digit. Does that mean that it's impossible for all cases? How do I prove that something is impossible?
Okay, so we talked about threads. We've seen different types of threads, but we haven't explicitly said a very important thing about threads. In this picture, every line represents a thread, with the dots being the individual problems. And mathematics is not like this. The threads are not separated. Mathematics looks much more like this.
Threads regularly cross each other at problems. Problems belonging to these crossing threads, forming this thing called a web of problem threads. yeah, we can go.
Yeah. So there are hidden connections. There are moments of surprise that arises when two threads connect, for example. And it also teaches the pick from toolbox skill.
So yeah, in both mathematics and the real world, problems don't come with tutorials or thematic regions. So running multiple program threads in parallel helps discourage the unproductive habit of thinking, we are learning technique X, so how can I apply technique X in this problem? This mindset has little value outside these artificial testing environments.
This quote is from Zoltán János, a former student of Pósa, now a teacher. We are building in the children's head. It's a nice way to phrase it, but we are not building up the theory on the blackboard, but in the children's head.
So what is the teacher's role in the Pósa method? With Pósa's words, the goal of the method is to have as many students as possible to discover as many things as possible. Some discoveries could be hidden behind hard ideas, advanced methods, or abstract concepts. Recall the thread types we mentioned. The goal is to advance these skills in these threads through a carefully curated problem sequence. So the teacher should build up a foundation in the student's head, and then when they encounter the next challenge, they have all the tools needed to solve it, and the success feels self-made, more memorable, and stays with them longer.
They experience it as there were interesting problems and I was able to solve them. They don't necessarily see it, and they don't need to see that the reason they could do it was that their teacher had, through earlier problems, quietly taught them certain things.
So we have a few details about the camp. Yeah, like included here pictures as well.
We will skip them.
We will skip because of the time, but this is how it looks like usually.
Okay, now that we understand the core principles of the Pósa method and have seen some examples, we can finally talk about why it's relevant to puzzle design and what puzzle designers can learn from the Pósa method. Because it seems to me that two entirely different groups of people, mathematicians and puzzle designers, invented essentially the same thing independently from each other. So understanding the Pósa method gives a nice framework for thinking about puzzle design.
So there is an obvious parallel. Thinky games and the Pósa method share the same goal to make thinking enjoyable. There's also this Cheeks and Mihai's flow theory. So you ideally want to maintain the flow, always the right level of challenge. Yeah, so the discovery method is useful in both contexts. You want to maximize the discovery both in puzzle games so that the ideas stay there longer. For the teacher, in the discovery method and the puzzle game designer, they play similar roles. They create a sequence of challenges in order to advance the players' or the students' understanding and skill. There's a non-verbal problem and sequence-based communication of these really, really complex ideas and problem-solving skills. And it's also very important why we compare it with mathematics is because it's accessible. Unlike researching the DNA or an ant colony, it is really easy to just think about Romeo and Juliet's lottery tickets. We don't need anything. There's also on this slide the differences. We briefly you can see. I added these little stickers to indicate different types of thinking activities and the teaching, but I just quickly skip through how they are placed on this scale. It's very subjective. I just placed them how I felt at the moment, so shouldn't be any significance attributed to this.
Okay, now let's look at threads. Thread type 1 idea is when a certain idea or lemma is separated into its own problem that can be used later. This seems to be by far the most used thread type in puzzle games. A tutorial puzzle teaches you something, a mechanic, a rule, an interaction, an idea, and then later puzzles use that. You can teach lemmas, you can prepare the player for a hard puzzle by teaching a useful trick in a simpler puzzle first. or the next puzzle looks similar to the previous one, but has a twist, a slight modification makes it so that the easy solution doesn't work anymore. So the question is, why is it most often this type that's present in puzzle games? Can we make games with the other threat types?
So threat type number 2, the method, is when the collection of problems teaches you a method of solving or a way of thinking. This is very rare in puzzle games, but Islands of Insight has a very interesting example. In that game, there are logic grids where you have to color every cell black or white based on certain rules. Now, experienced puzzle players know the method of deduction. You know something for sure, you mark that cell, and if you don't know for sure, you don't mark that cell. However, beginner players won't necessarily use this method. They might just quickly color over the squares, then try to fiddle with the colors until all the rules are satisfied. Just trying random stuff until it works. People who play this way will eventually hit a ceiling and won't understand how to get any better. So Islands of Insight has a brilliant way to teach the method of deduction. One of the possible rules is underclued grid. This means that the puzzle has multiple solutions, and your task is to color only those cells that you know for sure. So the player can't really guess the solution. They must make a series of deductions instead. After solving some puzzles of this type, players will start to get a feel for it and understand the method of deduction. Moreover, they might realize that this method can also be used in puzzles which are not underclued grids, where you have to fill out every empty cell.
Threat type 3, abstraction. This is when problems build familiarity with an abstract concept or mental representation. This type is again less used in puzzle games. Most games are not that abstract. You see things on the screen, you manipulate them, you see the result, and you don't have to develop a mental representation. But knowing about this type can be helpful too. Sometimes you don't just have to build on ideas, you also have to build familiarity with something. So here's an example from our demo for Trifolium. It's a 3-dimensional game, and so we have to be careful about building familiarity with 3-dimensional space. Someone complained about not understanding why this is not a solution to this puzzle, and it's not their fault. I think the problem here was that we ran too quickly from mostly 2D puzzles to this very 3-dimensional puzzle in the demo. As any abstract mental model, 3-dimensional understanding should be built gradually in small steps. We can do that in the full game, but since it was a demo, we skipped a few puzzles to showcase something really 3-dimensional. So that's a useful way for me to think about puzzle design and understanding why some players have certain issues. You don't just build on ideas, you also build familiarity with the game.
So let's talk about hints. Can of Wormholes is probably the closest to the potion method in terms of how it gives hints. In that game, you are stuck on a level, you can click Gain Insight, which will give you another puzzle, for example, the image on the right. A simple puzzle that guides you to the same idea that you need in the original puzzle, but with much less complexity. And this is great. Can of Wormholes revolutionized hint systems in puzzle games. Many other games follow this method. Now, this is very similar to the potion method, where hints can take the form of a helpful question or a helper problem. Instead of giving away the idea of the original maths problem, we can ask, can you solve this easier problem? Remember, we want to give the smallest possible hint that gets you over the hurdle. Of course, it's much easier in teaching, where you can talk to the student and you can figure out what the best hint is interactively. In puzzle games, the feedback to the designer is much smaller, and so it's hard to prepare for every possible scenario. But it's not just about helping when you can't figure it out. It's about helping through building. The point of this building is that by the time a student encounters a problem, what they need to solve it is already present in their mind. And if that's still not enough, then of course we can help further. But that's not where it starts. It starts with building up the material. So these are two important concepts to keep in mind if you want to copy this kind of hint system in your game. Also, this kind of Wormholes example, I'm not sure if it's the smallest possible hint. It's very forcing. You literally can't avoid doing the trick. And maybe that's fine. Maybe people who clicked on the hint already gave up and just wanted to be told the solution. This often happens in the Porsche camps too. In the beginning, students want to get to the solution quickly. After thinking for a while, if it didn't work, they would want to help. However, after a few camps, the situation changes and they start to understand the joy of figuring things out on their own.
Eventually, and this even becomes typical, they no longer want me to help. They don't want to discuss the problem. Again and again they ask, not yet, I still want to think. So, okay.
An often heard puzzle design advice is that areas should have a clear theme, for example, exploring a certain mechanic. But there is value in being able to select the correct tool from your mental toolbox too. In maths, realizing an unexpected connection between two problems is exciting. Both ways of structuring puzzle games are valid, and anything on the spectrum can work. However, in the Porsche camps, there are always at least two different threads going on at the same time. You can choose which problems to think about, and you need to make the connection that this problem is related to the other problem, and you can use the same idea.
So you don't necessarily have to lay everything out ready-made in front of the students. Part of the adventure of thinking is realizing along the way what you need and then working it out. That too is a valid way of building. I think we need to skip a few slides because time is running out.
Okay, so yeah, this was mentioned in another talk. So
I think I want to close with this quote because I really like it. We want children to think, to wrestle with problems, to experience what it's like to think freely, to get lost, to be in the dark, to find the path, to reach the goal. Oops.
Yeah, so we had an exercise, but we ran out of time. So probably we just end here. The links on this page should provide more detailed information about the camps, the problem threads, and the Porsche method. We hope you enjoyed, learned something new.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And let me know if you have any questions, if we have time.
Thank you both. Yeah, we absolutely have time for questions. That was a great talk. Thank you so much. And we did get some questions in the chat as well. And I've asked in case there's any more questions to come through. In fact, one just came through, which is great. I might prioritize it over the joke questions that came up as well, but we'll see. Actually, the first thing that I noted down as a question wasn't a question, but I thought it's actually an interesting one, which is that Plush Lawless made a comment saying, in my experience, it is teachers that have a lot to learn from puzzle games. Whereas like part of the message of this is the puzzle games have a lot to learn from how maths can be taught. What are your thoughts on that and teachers learning from puzzle games? Because I guess that ties into what Nick Chen is doing with playmath.org, as he talked about in yesterday's talk.
Yeah, so I think so the Porsche method was designed for above average students, and even he mentioned that it doesn't really work in every context, because there are kids who never experience thinking. You can give them a problem and they don't know what to do with this. They never had this feeling of, and there's also this problem of failing. I had a slide about it, but it's skipped. So in the classroom, what you see is that there's a problem, like in a typical way of teaching, there's a problem, and then the teacher immediately, after 5 seconds, writes out the solution. And it doesn't really, encourage you to think, to spend time about these things. So what, for example, people do is, in puzzle games, it's perfectly fine to think about one puzzle for 5, 10, 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. I mean, for example, I think about one problem for months. That's my job. It's really there's a massive gap, and I guess teachers they have to cater to a lot of people, but with Porsche he could choose what he works with.
I suppose that's why you gave us 3 problems to think about at once, right? Just in case we got stuck on one, we could think about another one at the same time.
Yeah, and then the point with the problems is we wanted to, like provide the same experience that if you interact with something, then it becomes more memorable.
Yeah, and as we noticed, like people in the chat were identifying the connection between them, even though you hadn't explicitly stated that in advance.
Yeah.
So next question, I'll vary the people who are asking. So Feverish asked this question, which is, when is there too much of a gap where you wouldn't? Sorry, when is there too much of a gap where you shouldn't expect someone to be able to make that next intuitive step? How do you know what is too hard to figure out?
I mean, that's probably the biggest challenge in education.
I guess they were probably talking about the point where you had like problem 1, problem 2 down to problem 7, and it was to do with the quadratic equations. Like, how do you know whether your steps between the problems are too big, or maybe even too small in some cases?
Yeah. So I think this is one of the advantages of education, that you can just ask, like, what do you think? Where are you stuck?
Yeah.
And then it's a hard challenge to like figure out that what's going on in their heads, and then like adding the proper minimal nudge. So in this example, you want to keep them in the flow state. You don't want to frustrate them, or so you ideally want to give a hint at the moment.
Just as they're about to leave that zone. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then the one thing I wanted to mention in this is that so this challenge is not just one direction. So we mentioned a few thread types. For every thread, you could have a challenge. So a problem might be too difficult because it's too abstract. It might be too difficult because it's some idea is missing. So it's very hard to. It's also a challenge to figure out what's missing.
Great, thank you. So then a question here from Patrick Trainer, which is, how can we balance wanting players to search for the correct tool in the toolbox versus providing structure so sequencing and game progression / narrative doesn't feel random and chaotic? Interesting. So I think, yes, you talked about how you can mix things up a bit more, so players have to try and find the right tool in the toolbox, but balancing that against structuring a game.
I mean, I have something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe what often happens in the push attempts is that there are 2 threads in parallel, for example. So it's not like there is no like absolute freedom of what connects to what, but there's just 2 different threads that might make it easier. Maybe.
I guess that's interesting, because that reminds me of like a common structure I've seen in puzzle games is I've literally just seen it in Spooky Express. The game branches. You have one area that's about one kind of thing, and one area that's about another thing, and then they come back together, and then you're expected to use those 2 things that you've learned. I guess that's one way of having like 2 threads running alongside each other. Although I guess usually in that situation, that both of those threads are going to come up in every single puzzle in the join place, but maybe it's worth exploring, like what if they don't both come up and you're expected to find.
Yeah, and then if I add something to that, so I think it's also like it's a type of skill to know that you have you encounter a problem, and then you think like you like intuitively figure out what sort of tool you need. So this is a very specific skill that you can actually improve and build a thread on. So in the Porsche camp, there are sometimes just two threads, but it builds up gradually, and then maybe at the end of it's like a 6-year process. Maybe at the end of the 6 years, you might have 4 threads. Maybe something comes up from 2 years ago. Like it's also something to build up gradually.
Absolutely. All right, we will leave that there. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, you two, for presenting that. It was excellent. We will head over to the next talk. And thank you both again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm very delighted to be joined by Thomas Brunet now, the composer for Chants of Sennaar, which is a game that I loved and so many people in the Thinky Games community loved. It's great to have a talk about music at ThinkyCon. We've not had that before. I'm not sure how often we'll get to have that, and from such a great composer as well. So yeah, over to you, Thomas.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I am Thomas Brunet. I'm a composer for video games. And thanks, Joseph, for having me. I will start with saying a few things about this talk. So I've had kind of a pompous title, like these things often go, the soundtrack of storytelling puzzles. Let me just tell you, I don't have the absolute truth about how to do this. Like, there's a million ways of doing puzzle games, and there's a million ways of writing music for them. But I will try to talk about my experience writing for Chants of Sennaar specifically, and maybe a bit more broadly about puzzle games, or like the little corner of them that I personally know. I try to keep this talk as spoiler-free as possible, but be aware that there will be mild spoilers. So if you haven't finished the game, go do that now. So yeah, I wanted to talk to you about how we started working together with Randisk, the developer, and how we kind of designed the very straightforward music system for this game, and how we worked around the very traditional constraints of Thinky puzzle games, because I guess there's also more active, more interactive puzzle games than this. So before I start reading from this, maybe it's a good idea to remind everyone that Chants of Sennaar is a translating puzzle game. Most of the time, players will be confronted with little glyphs, and they'll have to guess their meaning. And the mechanics are very few. You'll have the translating side with hypothesis and notebook, and then you'll have stealth, a few sequences of stealth, and exploring. And that's basically the whole game is like this. So it's very slow paced. And yeah, one of the big constraints of these type of puzzle games is obviously you don't want to disturb the players while they're thinking, which is most of the time in Chants of Sennaar. And on the other side of this equation, we needed music that sounded ancient. Like, if you have played this game, you will know it's set in this huge, very ancient tower where several peoples are residing, and we wanted to make it seem like they're here. They've been here for a long time. So the music needed to convey that, at least at first, and then it also needed to sound traditional, or I want to say pull different influences from musical traditions from all over the world, potentially. Which means it had to be rhythmically and melodically pretty rich, as traditional music tends to be. It usually has a social role in society, and it often accompanies dances. So it can happen that traditional music will be drony, atmospheric, but most of the time it's highly rhythmic and heavily thematic music, which means a lot of melody. So how do you reconcile the need to let the player think, and also the need to be melodic and develop themes and have some kind of engaging rhythm, even if it's not highly energetic, very punchy. So that were I think that was the first obstacle I had when confronted with this, and there are several ways that we dealt with this issue. So mostly it was down to two things I say are very important to look after for developers. If there are some among you who develop puzzle games or any kind of games and want to communicate with musicians sometimes, or anyone really, is scoping and documentation. And I will show you some example of documents that I had to work with, or I got to work with. So scoping means whenever you have an idea, you have to decide if it's worth the effort, and if it's not, you have to be able to cut the idea, even if it's the coolest idea ever. And when we talk about music, it's also deciding where music should be and where it shouldn't be. So one of the ways to just let players think is obviously silence. So that's something that we considered when building our music system. There were literally just blank spaces. Like when you have a looping track of music when the player is exploring, and if nothing major happens, if no major narrative events happen, the music would loop a certain number of time before stopping, and then you would have X minutes of silence, like 10 minutes of silence or something. And this kind of helped the hearing fatigue that you can get from staying in the same area for a long time, maybe thinking about what you read or what you've seen, and the music keeps looping over and over. So we wanted to avoid that, because there's nothing more vexing than a player having to go into the menu and set the volume of the music to 0. And one of the ways we also tried to divide our efforts is through scoping and documentation, try to see where the density of puzzles was the highest. So maybe it's a pretty enclosed area where there are a lot of symbols to decipher, and a lot of activities, a lot of more traditional puzzles. You need to get objects, you need to sneak in past guards and everything. If there is an area like that, the music needs to kind of resort to maybe not being such a big melodic development, and maybe we'll have textures, maybe we'll have droney atmospheric stuff, and maybe just a little twinkle of rhythmic elements. But whenever the game opened, around level 3, for example, there's this huge area where you can go anywhere you like, and there are a lot of stuff to do, and there are a lot of new words to discover, but the area is so large that you can spend a lot of time just exploring it, and maybe not solving puzzles or having to think so in such a focused manner. So then the music can develop a bit longer, and that's what gave you the track that ended up being named Gardens of Plenty on the soundtrack album. That's 7 minutes long, and I don't think this one loops at all. I think if I remember correctly, it just plays once, and if you haven't done anything major, it will die out naturally, and then you'll have 10 minutes of silence. Another way of just dealing with this, leaving audio space for the players, would be to just decrease volume when they're in a menu, or when they're in the notebook. So in Chants of Sennaar, you have this notebook where you have to kind of slide symbols and make them correspond to drawings your character has made in his notebook. And so whenever you spend time in this, the music will automatically decrease in volume, just because we know that's where you'll need all of your brain power. So, it's a combination of musical and technical means, and this was all kind of a group discussion, and that's what we call music design, which is sometimes done by the composer himself, but in small teams we all kind of do several things at once. And obviously, like in any video game, the composition is influenced by a reflection on gameplay mechanics. But one of the things that I immediately thought when seeing this game and playing the first early build was interactivity is probably not the end goal here in terms of music, because there's not a lot of action going on. You're not gonna push a lot of buttons. You don't have QTEs. You don't have or you don't have action scenes, or maybe one. So maybe it could just be a little bit more linear than in other games. Just again, for the sake of scoping, like, do we need to build a very complex interactive system for the music, or can we do without? And we decided to go with a simpler system. And who knows, like, someone else might have had great success with highly interactive music in Chants of Sennaar. But if it was a game like Cocoon or some other puzzle games that are a bit more active for the players, maybe it would have been more desirable. So I wanted to show you how the documentation that I worked with was structured. Rundisk gave me a lot when I came in, because I basically joined the team halfway through development. So the game was 50% done. And I had an early build to play. I had a lot of visual assets, and I had a huge document that you can see a highly redacted excerpt here. So basically what they did is they had a huge list of all the different possible interactions in game, all the different events, all the different puzzles, all the different objects, all the observations you can make, all the symbols and the languages, obviously. And they took this huge database and made this table with what happens, what music track should play, and what this track should feel like, or like a short description. And as you can see here, it's all in French, but you will get the gist pretty quickly. So the first column is about like how this track will be triggered, how this music track will triggered. If it's a special event, depending on context, if it's just an exploration loop, and so on. The second column is called déclencheur, and it means like what is going to trigger the track. So what exactly happens? Like, what is the event, or what is the area that you're walking in? Third column is the name, and the last column is the most interesting, and it describes with emotional vocabulary and as simply as possible what the music should be like. So that's a good way to communicate with a composer or musician, is to use this emotional vocabulary instead of maybe musical words, because then I can do my job and just translate this into music that hopefully fits in the game. So you can see it's a pretty long list of things. You can see on the bottom all the different tabs are just every music track in the game was already conceived before they called me. Like they knew how many tracks they needed, approximately how long they should be, and so on. So that's incredibly comfortable for me to just join the team, and all this groundwork is laid out. Obviously, we discussed things and we modified this document heavily. I think we had like 8 or 9 versions by the end. Sorry about my voice. I've had a cold for the past few days. Now, this page is interesting because of the last column. So we still had a few parameters to think about despite the simplicity of our music system. Like how many variations, how many repetitions of the same loop, um, is the loop infinite or not, and does it come back if the player leaves the area where the music plays? Usually music plays in a certain area, unless specified. If the player leaves the area and comes back immediately, what happens musically? Does the track just go on from the same bar? Does it start at bar 0 again? Does it not start at all? And all these things were also laid out and refined and tweaked until we were satisfied. Obviously, there's no way to predict what the player's going to do, so some of them might have heard very weird things, but we haven't had any complaints. So it's I think we struck a nice balance between silence in music and the leaving space for the players to think. So I wanted to remind you of the aesthetic of the first level. So this is it right here with the symbols and everything. Lots of yellow and red and a bit of blue. Just because this is the notebook, I wanted to deep dive into the second level, which is interesting to talk about regarding music. And I haven't talked about this in other conferences, so that was the nice occasion to do so. And here we are. So a very big aesthetic shock with the color scheme switching entirely, the architecture very different, mood. You can even see the character here sneaking in. So what happens in lots of video games is obviously you have to tailor your work to gameplay mechanics. Oftentimes we think about story, narrative, and emotional language to help us write music, but in video games, it's also probably even more important sometimes to understand the mechanics and what it implies for the players. And so at this point, when you arrive in the second level, everything changes. Like there's a combination of camera work, of color scheme changing, of the architecture suddenly being towering over you. There's a huge a long moment of silence. We have to walk up flights of stairs, and the camera just goes further and further away, and you can see this tower is a lot bigger than you expected. You feel even more alone than you did, and even more lost. And then you arrive in front of this huge door guarded by soldiers, and the music has been absent for this whole sequence, and it suddenly starts, and it goes like this.
Thomas, I apologize. I'm afraid I don't think that's coming through, even though we just tested this beforehand.
We tested it and it did work.
Yeah, so...
My dramatic.
I mean, because somebody in the chat confirmed that that's true. I'm not getting that wrong. And don't worry, we'll edit this out of the final edit of this talk. Somebody in the chat, would you mind confirming that there was no audio there? And then we can also try and fix it. We literally just tested this beforehand.
Crazy.
Do you want to try? Yeah, okay, so the chat is saying they didn't hear anything. Do you want to try? Okay, hold on. So, folks, we'll go to the screen that says next talk starting soon, and we'll just try and fix things, and then we'll come back. So we'll just be a couple of minutes, hopefully.
Don't leave.
Don't leave. Stay there. Okay. All right, I think we've got it fixed. So I'm going to disappear again, and then fingers crossed.
Yeah.
It continues playing. All right, give it a go.
Bye. So, as I was saying, the player needs to go up these huge flights of stairs and then come up to this huge door guarded by soldiers, and this plays in their ears. Nasty stuff. And that's one of the only moments you'll hear brass in this score. So everything comes together to create this moment where you've been, talking to people, translating looking at wonderful panoramas, and then you come up here and it's desolate and it's very, very freaky. And the first contact with the second people is this. If you go up to them, they'll arrest you and you'll have to start the screen again. So that's one of the moments where gameplay and aesthetic and music and sound design, everything has to combine and literally just do a 180 to create this particular moment. And the introduction to the stealth mechanic was done in the first level with a pretty light encounter with a child character, but here is the real thing. So you'll have to switch from a translator into a thief or something for a bit, and obviously the music's going to be unsettling in this area. But the thing that's so interesting about this level to me is when we encounter these peoples and we can't really talk to them, we can't really approach them. They appear very brutish, very authoritarian. They all walk like this, in a group. They're very martial. so your first impression is just like, okay, these people are not nice, and they seem immediately just defined by these traits. And the contrast is not only in their architecture and their behavior, it's also in what appears to be their culture. When we met the first people, that we call the devotees, so highly spiritual people in the first level of the tower, they had art, they had music, they had pottery, they remember their history. None of this here. We don't see anything that resembles these elements at first. So the first minutes exploring this level is just, okay, this is very sad people, very sad society, very sad life. But then as you progress and as you get some equipment to kind of look like them, and you can more or less go about your business, you'll hear the music get a bit softer, a bit gentler, because, and it'll be the same for all the peoples in the tower, your first impression is not really the good one. Despite these guys being very authoritative, very martial, they also have their own culture, their own worldview, their own way of like, they believe in something. And you'll go outside the tower for the first time and you'll see an observatory in this area. So they're looking at the stars. So they're not as brutish as you first thought. And this is one of the cases where the music, even before you make all these discoveries, the music can already kind of tell you this, even if it's pretty abstract and pretty unconscious. Like, you won't say, "Oh, the music is this, so these guys are nice." No, but at least from my perspective, it's important to always make it so that the music knows more than the player, and it also knows more in advance. It knows everything if it's extra diegetic, which is the case here. So the subtlety of non-infiltration music in this second level is kind of a little wink towards player to tell him, maybe progress a little bit more, try to understand these people. Maybe they're not as bad as you thought. Like, they're bad, but maybe not that much. So yeah, I've already said that. Yeah. So what I wanted to talk about next is all the things that you can do in this level are also linked to the lore. Like, all the puzzles, and pretty much in all the game, all the puzzles are linked to the narrative and are linked to these people's culture. And it's kind of the main objective to kind of get to know them all. So every puzzle has a reason to be there in the lore. Like, these people didn't build like weird contraption out of nothing just because you need a puzzle here in the game. They build engines, they build doors this way, they build their tools this way because they have a certain way of seeing things, a certain belief system, or because they need XYZ objects, they like XYZ. If you remember the fourth level, the scientists have these machines that help them with calculus. They have this alchemy lab. They know math, so they're gonna scribble on the walls or on the blackboards, more like. So almost every puzzle has a role to play, not only mechanically but also narratively. And I think the music kind of works in its own very abstract plane, kind of in the same way. It has to say something that you might not know yet, but you're gonna know in the future if you learn enough of their language and their culture. So that was very interesting to do. I want to play for you some of the music you can hear in the second level, and I hope this works. If no words come from Joseph, I'm gonna assume you can hear this. So very stark contrast between this and what you've heard previously, like the violent outburst of brass. Let me see if I have this. This is in comparison, the music that plays during stealth sequences. Lovely bass clarinet and cello. One last one. This is when you see the observatory. Yeah, I could listen to this all day. Sylvain Millepied, our flute player. Amazing. I wanted to also give a shout out to Roman Capzo, who is the sound designer of the team and let's say my main companion, working on this music system. And then obviously, as I told you, here is Sylvain, the little man behind the desk. If you're lucky, like I was, and you have a budget and you have some time, you can go to a professional studio and live record instruments. You can see Isabelle Debat here on oboe, principal English horn of the Bordeaux Symphonic Orchestra, National Orchestra, sorry, and our mixing engineer here. So I don't think I need to tell you a lot more about how the live recording went. But if you do want to know, and if you have any questions, I think we have ample time to answer them. I haven't seen your question on the chat, but
Absolutely, there are some questions, and we can absolutely
Nice.
get to them. Thank you so much for
Shoot.
that talk. Actually, I had a quick one first,
Yeah.
based on that, because you showed that photo of you working with live musicians.
Mhm.
Had you done that before, or is this the first time working with live
No.
musicians? And what are the challenges you've had when working with live musicians?
Well, obviously, there's a lot of prep work going into it, and unless you're a superhuman, you can't really do it alone.
Mhm.
Like, especially being kind of a beginner at this point and not having done this before, it's pretty difficult unless you know the right people. It's not as easy. But I met with Stefan, who's not in the picture, but is the owner of the studio, composer in his own right. And from there, he presented me with a few people like engineers and musicians, and I got to record in his place. The I think because we had Rundisk contacted me in March 2022, and the game released in September 23.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean that we had like a year and a half, right? We had to sign the contracts, we had to negotiate, we had to write the music, we had to validate everything and build the music system to know exactly that the files that we will deliver after the studio sessions would be directly implementable in the game. So that's a long haul. I got 6 months of writing, and then another 6 months was all of this recording, mixing, mastering, and then a whole lot of negotiations again about, do we want a soundtrack album and can we pay for it? Who is going to pay for it? Do we want physical media? Do we want vinyl? And we
Mhm.
did want vinyl, and we could. How and where do you do the mastering sessions for these? Because it's a different mastering session. And all of this has to take place in a pretty narrow window.
Mhm.
We had 3 days of recording and then 2 weeks for mixing mastering, which is not impossible, but kind of like it's a strong pace considering we had 82 minutes of music with 6 musicians to record, and some of them, like Sylvain, you can see Isabelle had 2 oboe and English horn to record. Sorry,
Mhm.
2 instruments to record, but Sylvain had 4 because he played all the flutes in the orchestra, and then so you had to consider all this logistics, very
Sounds
basic,
complicated.
mundane stuff. What are you going to feed them if they come for the whole day and
Right.
record? And in what condition? What's their transportation? Do you have to pay for it?
Mhm.
What is their salary? Who pays the salary and in what form? And in France, it's a bit more complicated maybe than in other places, but it's due to the way that we want our musicians to have a secure structure
Mhm.
for their life of intermittent working.
Mhm.
So it's a good thing, but it's also, you have to know all this stuff. And I did know some of it because I've been working and playing on stage for more than 2 decades now.
Mhm.
But some of it is was clearly new to me. surrounding like music law pertaining to how who is the owner of the masters and who is the producer and who pays for everything. And it's very important to know who pays for this because it determines where the rights go. And it's obviously we sign contracts to determine these things, but French law also determines quite a bit and is kind of very protective of musicians and composers, which again is a good thing. But you have to navigate this, and it's not easy. So yeah, that are some of the obstacles, some of the issues, but it was lovely.
Great.
I would do this my whole life. Like these recording sessions are always you're in soldier mode, but it's worth it.
Right. I wanted to follow up a question there, maybe just a very brief one.
Yeah.
It's my own question, so sorry, folks. I'll get to the questions from the chat.
Okay.
So, which is just so presumably the musicians receive their sheet music in advance, and do they get time to practice and prepare, or are they just doing it live on the day, just like sight reading?
It's a bit of both. I mean, we sent them sheets in advance, but some of them we were very lucky to get some musicians that are like incredible session musicians on world level. They worked with Hans Zimmer and team and stuff on some movies, and you're like, I won't have time to look at your music, so you can send it to me, but I won't read it. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just like they come in the studio, they take one look at your sheet music, and they know what you want.
Does it make you panic when they say that, or do you just trust them?
I mean, with this, let me say this: these people are better musicians than I am. That's out of the question. They are used. Some of them are used to film music sessions. Others are, principal soloists in orchestras. So you're like, if I don't trust them, like, who can I trust? And they come into your studio. They look at your sheet music again. They know what you want, and they don't even need to play it. They just instinctively know what to do. And if they don't, they will ask you. And they will say, like, bar 69, do you want this or that? And it's a immense comfort, and it goes very fast because they can just do one take, and it's like black magic at this level. The level of sight reading these people have, it's their entire it's their job.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's mind-blowing when you see it.
They've been training for decades, and it shows. Like you just cannot beat a regular daily training with this stuff. And yeah, they have this expressiveness and sensitivity that you're looking for when going live musicians, especially in a score in a game like Chants of Sennaar, where we had a lot of solo parts, and we needed this intimate, expressive, very human performance, and they gave it to us lovingly.
So you did also use some like synthesized instruments, right? Or at least samples.
Yeah. Oh, yes? Yeah. Most of the score is samples.
Right.
Like we couldn't have paid for
it's more
all
of
the instruments that you hear.
More of the like the melodies that stand out on top of the music.
The solo parts are mostly live instruments.
Great.
So I do have an anecdote about that, but maybe you have other questions.
I should probably get to the other questions because I've been a bit greedy. Okay, so
hijacking me like that. How dare you?
Waika asked, which is most important when composing for a desired mood? The music or the instruments? And I guess by the music they mean the chords and the melody.
That's a very interesting question. I I don't know. I mean, it's a bit of both,
Yeah.
I guess. Like, very unhelpful answer, but I usually go to an instrument when I start composing, because I don't start with a blank sheet, and I don't like to start with the DAW unless it's just synth, for example.
Yeah.
But if I can play an instrument that sounds kind of like what I imagine, if it's a plucked string instrument, I'll try to do something on the guitar. And if it's a flute, I have flutes. I can just very badly try to perform something, and it helps. So the instrument kind of comes to life in my head ahead of time of music being written. But other times it's just I have it in my mind, and it doesn't really matter what instrument ends up playing it, and you just lay it on the piano, which is the easiest for harmonic writing for me, at least. It's just going to the piano, and then after I nibble for a few hours, just write it down and then decide the instrumentation. But when you come in halfway through development of a game, the developers have a very strong artistic vision, a very strong identity visually. And that can also help you determine what instruments. Like, for example, the reason why there almost isn't any brass in this score isn't only because I use them like most, a trailer composer would, like blasting them. They can do very sensitive stuff. They can do very expressive, very quiet stuff as well. I could have done that, but they're not a very ancient instrument. Like, not in their modern form. Like, they could play harmonic series and stuff in ancient times, but that was kind of it. And so when Randisk came to me and said, we need something that evokes ancient times, and I was like, on Earth, on our reality, on our timeline, this kind of means if you want brass, you're going to have very limited scales. You're going to have sounds that are maybe a little bit too rough. And that was my thinking. But that doesn't really mean anything. Like, you could have used brass if you wanted, and no one would have complained about, oh, this is not realistic. It's just me in my head being, you have to take arbitrary decisions. Sometimes it's just constraints mean more freedom. So you just build your own and say, okay, this first people in the tower, they're the devotees, they're spiritual, they like prayer, they like quiet. They also have an artistic life, and they are ancient, so they're going to play lots of string instruments, very few percussions, and maybe a few wind instruments like flutes, wooden flutes, and stuff that developed in kind of every corner of the world. Like, every society has flutes, wooden flutes, or percussions. Maybe not string instruments, but I think they did. And anyway, that was the reasoning. I hope I answered the question.
That was a great answer, and that's just reminded me. In the first area of the game, there is in fact a shop that sells instruments, if I remember correctly. I wonder if the instruments in the shop match up with the instruments you've used for the music, at least roughly.
There is actually the instruments are, if I remember correctly, like resemble ouds and mandolins and bouzoukis and like guitar types instruments. And there's also a lone lute player in this level.
Oh yes, there is. Yes, yeah.
Or a lyre player. This is the lyre player, and then the lute player is in the third level, I think. So we had already thought about these animated characters playing string instruments. So that also kind of helped me. Oh yeah, they're playing strings quite literally in the game. So
that's great. That's helpful. So another question here, although I need to remember who asked this next question. Here we go. So Soul Melee in the chat asks, "What's your favorite instrument in the soundtrack?"
I want to say cello,
Cello.
or oboe. I can't decide.
And
They
does that match
both-
up with your favorite instrument anyway, or
Not really. I mean, cello is high up on the list, and oboe too, obviously.
Yeah.
I picked them because I wanted them to be at the forefront and to have a lot of solo parts. Flutes also have solo parts, but they're my favorite in the score. No, my favorite instrument in real life, apart from drums, which I started with, would be the Bulgarian kaval, which is a flute-like instrument that has a pretty strange embouchure. If I can show you this, this is a Romanian flute. I don't know if you'll see anything, but it has.
Yeah.
This is the hole you are supposed to blow in, and this is gonna go harmonic series too. I'm not just. I'm. My hand isn't doing anything.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
And this is not what the Bulgarian kaval has. It has nothing. It's like this, and you're supposed to, break the airflow on the edge of the hole, which I wouldn't be able to do if my life depended on it. And there are variations of this, like all traditional instruments. It exists in various forms in different cultures. I think the Persian ney is kind of the same principle, at least as the sound production goes. And then if you take the Bulgarian one, it has this very airy sound, very breathy sound. Is it the right word?
Yeah.
And I just love it to bits. It gives me goosebumps. You can do also a very breathy sound with this, because the I don't know the name of this in English, but this part, the lateral part, you can. It's actually directed towards you, so you can put your lips on it to obstruct it a little bit, and instead of going like this, you can go. This is the sound that I love, but I'm very bad at playing even this one, so I wouldn't try playing the.
Did you manage to get these instruments into the soundtrack for Chants Sennaar, or are you saving that for a future game? Maybe.
No. They went into mockups.
Okay.
This specific flute went into the cemetery music in the first level. So that's how I know that it is going to be playable a lot better by a real flutist. Is just trying to play it myself, even though it doesn't sound as good. But I'm not performing on stage or anything, so I just do 1,000 takes, and
sure.
That's how the mock-ups get done. Obviously, I have instruments which I know how to play a bit better.
So the mock-ups are similar to a demo recording.
Oh yeah, sorry. The mock-ups is a demo, absolutely. So you would do virtual instruments and recordings done in your studio, maybe not perfectly, but it's a way to get out music quickly and to validate musical ideas rather than sound quality. Of course, it has to be a certain quality, but it helps iterate with developers and get the music in their game faster, to tell you, oh, this is what we wanted, but maybe do this differently, maybe it's too long, maybe blah 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 blah. So it's just a demo that you can produce quickly to a certain standard, obviously, but it doesn't have to be perfect. It's a working tool.
Sure, absolutely. So, okay, I want to try and get to one more question since we're going to a break in just a moment. So, Ampersand in the chat asked, were there any tracks that started off very different than they ended up?
Yes. The one with, if you remember the scene in the boat on the third level.
Okay.
I don't think I have images of that.
Aren't there a couple of boats? There's like one right at the beginning, and then later on you have to bring some tools into a room, and there's another boat.
Yeah, no, the one that is at the very beginning of
Yep.
the third level.
Yep.
Like you exit the second level through an elevator,
Hmm.
and then you have this huge lake to cross, and there's this boat that's tied to a cable.
Sure. Yeah.
And the first track that I made actually had piano in it, and we ended up scrapping it entirely. It's actually one of the only tracks that got rejected. I think out of 40 tracks,
Hmm.
like 3 were kind of this is not what we want, which is a nice ratio. But
Yeah.
again, when you have such documents at your disposal, it's very hard to miss the target.
Hmm.
Like right now, I'm working with them on another project, and it's very early, and so it's a lot more experimentation is involved.
Hmm.
But it's also very cool.
You heard it here, folks.
Yeah, the Chants of Sennaar was very particular because I arrived kind of late and I had a lot more elements to work with. But yeah, this track started out very differently. And then it ended up being violin and flutes, I want to say.
Was it a complete rewrite or was it
Yeah.
just a reinstrumentation? Complete
Yeah.
rewrite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. I think that's all we have time for. We're going to go for a half-an-hour break now. So if there are any more questions, I can't remember, Thomas, if I shared the Discord with you.
I should have the link in the email. Yeah.
Great. So we have a thread in the ThinkyCon Talks channel in our Discord, which is for this talk. So if anybody has any further questions, they can ask them there. I'll tag you in that thread so you know how to find it. So yeah, thanks everyone. We're going to go to a 30-minute break, and thank you once again to Thomas.
Bye-bye.
All right, hello everybody, welcome back. Hope nobody disappeared throughout the break. Very excited for this next talk from Ethan Clark. However, we're navigating a very interesting challenge, technical challenge here, which is that Ethan can't hear me. And we couldn't figure out why. And so we're going to do it entirely. I'm going to communicate with Ethan via Discord, and Ethan, we can hear Ethan, so that's going to be fine. So we'll just figure out as we go. We love a challenge here, so why not do it like that? Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to Ethan. It might take a second for Ethan to start because I'm going to send a message.
Hello, everyone. I am Ethan Clark, and I apologize for the delay. We had a bit of technical difficulties, so hopefully you all can hear me. In fact, Joe, can you just message me really quick if we can hear me just to make sure? But other than that, we should be, yep, we're good to go. So I'm here today to talk to you about multi-purpose puzzles and what that all means. But before we start, minor spoilers, or maybe major, depending on how you view things, for all these games, including several games that I made. So now that we've all been spoiler warned, let's get started. And first, let's start with, what does multi-purpose even mean? Well, I was going to start by saying that this was just an adjective I made up, but it turns out other people had made it up before me. And we thankfully landed on the same definition, which is having multiple purposes. And as you might expect today, we're here to talk about multi-purpose puzzles. And so the question we will answer is, how can we make a multi-purpose puzzle, and what does that mean to even be multi-purpose? Well, let's start off by examining a very multi-purpose game, in my opinion, which is Stefan's Sausage Roll. In that game, your main verb is pushing around sausages with this character that controls a fork. And usually, as you can see in the top GIF, you slide sausages, but if sausage is up against a wall, your fork instead will stab into the sausage. So in that sense, the fork has multiple purposes. It can either push or stab sausages, and without getting too detailed, this does have effect on puzzles, and deciding when to push or stab is actually an interesting challenge to solve throughout all the puzzles in SSR. And similarly, in a Monsters Expedition, that game has logs, and by default, the logs just form a bridge whenever you push it into the water. However, if you push a log into another log in the water, you can form a raft, thereby making the log a similar multi-purpose mechanic. And I think the thing that unifies both of these mechanics and many more is this idea of context, which is that you have one object that reacts very differently depending on the context of the situation. For example, the fork in Stefan's Sausage Roll usually roll sausages, but will instead stab in the context of a sausage up against a wall. Similarly, logs react to the context of other logs by becoming rafts if there's log already in the water. And you'll note also that I put these little etc. blocks in here to sort of emphasize the idea that really these are complex systems that are extremely intricate and multi-purpose. And if I were to talk about them like in depth, we would be here for hours. So instead, I will just leave it at that and ask another question. What if instead of context, we had player choice? For example, here I mocked up a screenshot where, say you had an SSR game, but instead of having a fork that pushes or stabs, you could choose when the fork stabs or rolls on a push of a button. Similarly, what if you had a Monsters Expedition where instead of having the raft become a thing when you push 2 logs in, you could choose at the push of a button to turn a log into a raft? So, would the mechanics still be multi-purpose? Well, first of all, the obvious consequence is that the puzzles would become much easier, but we could adjust the system to compensate. The much more concerning thing for us, I think, is that the mechanics would no longer feel as multi-purpose, because instead of one object reacting to things on context, you would instead be dealing with 2 different things with their own purposes. It would no longer feel like one elegant, unified mechanic. And this is not to say that you should never give players choices instead of context, because that can be a fun and interesting thing in its own right. But if your goal is multi-purpose, I think you should aim for singular entities that respond to context. All right, so that covers mechanics. So the next question we might ask is, what about the puzzles themselves? So let's zoom out a little and look at puzzles as a whole and how we can make them multi-purpose. So first of all, I want to start with a simple-ish thing, which is optional rewards inside puzzles. So for example, I've shown Cut the Rope here, which the goal of the game is to get the candy to the little green monster, shown here on the bottom right. But every level also has 3 stars, which are not required to pick up, but add an additional challenge if you want to get all of them. And there's 2 different ways you could think of them, I think. They either augment the original level by rewarding skilled players, or they embed another puzzle inside the existing puzzle. And while both of these are fine ways to think about this, I would encourage you today to think about these as embedding additional puzzles, because it provides a convenient segue into my next point, which is taking the idea of embedding puzzles to the extreme. Now, fair warning, I am going to be talking about my own games quite a bit in this section, because this is a rather involved and complicated topic, and it's easiest to talk about my own experience here. So, for example, I can point out in Instep Steve how this one puzzle has like 4 different layers of puzzles going on. There's the regular puzzle layer, there's the layer where you can get the star, and then there's this meta puzzle where if you go down this bottom exit, you can complete this chain of puzzles. And there's also, you can do a sneaky thing to get the cryptid here. And most puzzles in the game don't have 4 layers, but they're not quite as extreme for the most part, but there's still a lot of it. And in B Magic, this is another game I made, there's lots of different ways to complete a single giant level, so it's like 12 puzzles in one. We'll talk about more about B Magic later though. But to wrap up this example of multi-purpose puzzles, we'll start with this game I've been working on called The Words in Your Mouth, where your main mechanic is to draw a line through a grid of words to form a sentence. For example, you can draw "Who are you?" to make that sentence, right? And as you can imagine, if you have a big puzzle with a lot of words in it, there's like dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds, of different sentences you can make with the puzzle. And people always are like, wow, that sounds like a headache. That sounds like a lot. And they're right. It's not quite as hard as you might expect, but it's still hard. So the question you might ask me then is, how do you do it? What are strategies you can make to make these complicated interconnected puzzles? And one thing I think that makes it easier is to give yourself levers. And to show what I mean, here I've cooked up a little 5-step Steve level, and here all the flags are 5 steps. This is how the 5-step Steve was. Every single step counter flag gave you 5 steps and only 5 steps, which was my attempt at enforcing minimalism in a way. And that game worked, but at the same time, it's a lot easier and more expressive to design levels if you have flags of variable step counts. And here I think that made InStep Steve be able to have a lot more puzzles of greater depth and complexity, including the nested multi-level puzzles I was talking about earlier. This is what I would call a lever because it gives you control. And having more control means you have more chances and more opportunities to design a complex puzzle that works. And speaking of complex puzzles, let's talk about a puzzle in B-Magic that's relatively simple. Here we've got this little obstacle where there's 2 rocks and a bush. So how might you get past this to move upwards to here? Well, that depends on what spells you have available. If you have Fire and Flip, and here I've shown a GIF, you can first destroy the bush using Fire, then flip using the Flip spell, walk past, and flip again. And it's pretty simple, I think. But if you have Fire and Flower and not Flip, well, you can still get past that. If you use the flower on the bush, then walk past the stones, and then use Fire on the flowers, and then walk back. And then here I've put a note that here, with this solution path, the stones only drop 1 space instead of 2, but I designed it so that it works that way. And giving yourself a bit of slack often helps with these sort of embedded puzzles. And the key takeaway here is that multi-purpose mechanics lead to multi-purpose puzzles, which is kind of obvious when I frame it like that, but arguably a good framing makes things like this obvious. So, and I've noticed, like in particular, you can break bushes in multiple ways and fire can burn multiple things, and that is what allows this setup to work. But now that I've talked about all that, let's take a quick breather before I get into the most important tool when designing these complex multi-purpose puzzles, which is trial and error, or iteration if you want to be fancy and academic sounding. Specifically, it's this idea that you start out with like a rough first draft of your project, then you do a second version where you refine things, and another where you refine things further until you're eventually satisfied with this. And this applies to a lot of things, like in general, but with multi-purpose puzzles specifically, it can help you to sort of form them up, because what I did often when designing these sorts of puzzles was to start with a simple puzzle that had one purpose, one solution, so to speak. And then I embedded a second solution into that in the second version. And then I would often add even more in subsequent versions and so on. And so iteration often gives you a nice way to make these sorts of multi-purpose puzzles in a way that's manageable, because odds are you're not going to get this right the first time, because it's hard enough to make a puzzle that does one thing, and it's even harder to make a puzzle that does a lot of things. So yeah, iteration is really the only way, in my opinion, you can do this. I don't know. So yes, that's the end of part 1. Buckle up, because we've got a lot more talk ahead of us. All right. Yeah, and then they put a bunch of words here about us generalizing the framework. So what does that mean? So in 2003, Katie Salen and Eric Zinnemann made what is, in my opinion, one of the best books about game design ever written, called Rules of Play. This book is almost as old as me, actually. And one of the key unifying features of this book is this idea that games can be broken down into 3 general aspects, which are the rules, i.e. the underlying mechanics and logic and gameplay of the system, the play, which is the experience that you, the player, have when playing it, and the culture, which is the wider context in which games contribute to and reference. And this applies to puzzles in particular because it gives us a nice framework to talk about video game design in general and puzzle design specifically, and even more specifically, multi-purpose puzzle design. Now, you might have heard the term ludonarrative consonance or ludonarrative dissonance, which I could frame using the ideas we developed as vertical multi-purpose, so to speak, where you make sure all 3 aspects work in tandem. But you could also think about horizontal multi-purpose, which is where you hone in on one aspect and ask how you can make that aspect multiple purposes. For example, So far, we focused on the logical gameplay aspect of multipurpose puzzles, which is the rules. So the next logical question you might ask is, what about multipurpose play? What about multipurpose culture? And to do that, let's take a look. So the first question I want to ask with play is, what do puzzle games make you feel? And for many people, a common answer is they should make you feel smart. And this is fine, I guess. I personally don't vibe with it. So in the spirit of multipurpose, let's ask ourselves, what else can a puzzle game make you feel? And here I've outlined 3 related emotions that have to do with challenge and the player's skill. And this relies on an idea known as flow state, where if the game's challenges match your current skill level, then the game feels like it flows naturally and you can just sort of get a good rhythm through it, right? Patrick's Parabox, I think is a very good game at this, and it's basically nothing but flow state, which is fine, but I think sometimes games need a little frustration. Here I pointed out Stefan's Sausage Roll, which is an infamously challenging game because it often gives you puzzles that are far above your current skill level and asks you to solve them, which can be frustrating, which I think can be a good emotion sometimes to have. Similarly, boredom. Now, boredom gets a bad rap, I think, and it's often used as an insult because oftentimes people think about making games fun and engaging. But in my opinion, I think a little bit of boredom can be good sometimes. And in fact, I would argue that all 3 of these emotions can be good, and that a good game often has a mixture of all 3, although the exact degree to which they have them depends on the kind of game you want to make. All right. Before we get into culture, let's take a breather. All right. So the final stop in our onion model of games is, and I must say, I forgot to mention this, but the onion model is just a term I came up with for this model that Katie and Eric made. I'm not sure if they call it something different, but regardless, let's talk about the final stop, which is culture, the wider context which we all inhabit. How can games tap into this? Well, surprise, we're actually going back to play to discuss one final emotion, which is the emotion of surprise. I bet you didn't expect that, just like you might not expect what happens when you press the up arrow in this little situation I've lined up here, right? Something that you might not expect happens, or something that you do expect happens if you've played this game before, I suppose. Anyways, besides just being a result of surprising mechanics, you can also generate surprise by having a shake-up in the narrative or the overall experience of the game itself. For example, Portal 2 has this one moment where it has a launch pad specifically launch you sideways, which it's not supposed to do, in order to fling you into a trap. And that's not a surprise baked into a rules layer, but it is a play surprise layer 1, which I think is just as valid, in my opinion. Speaking of layers, let's finally, for real this time, no more surprises, talk about culture, the wider context in which we all inhabit. So you might ask yourselves, how can puzzle games tap into culture? Well, this is not a hugely explored area in my opinion, which I'll talk about later, but one way you can incorporate culture into puzzle games is to have shared cultural touchstones. For example, David Skinner made this popular series of puzzles called Microbon, and the first level, dubbed Microbon 1, has become sort of a popular meme in the puzzle game community. Here you can see Patrick's Parabox has a level that references it, and also last year's ThinkyCon had a talk by Nexeter, sorry if I mispronounced that, about the state space of that, which is worth checking out if you're interested in Microbon. And speaking of memes and cultural touchstones, recently a pair of numbers got popular, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, my game has numbers in it. So I opened up this level that uses 6, 7 and shared it with the world. Why did I do this? To be honest, even I don't know. Memes just have that effect. Now, some of you might be rolling your eyes at that a little and asking, are vapid memes and references all there is to this culture layer? If so, I want out. And that I would say, it doesn't have to be just that. In fact, I would argue that puzzles and systems can be very profound and have something to say. For example, this game I've been working on for the past 7 years and counting is The Words in Your Mouth. And even though, okay, well, first, you have to solve puzzles to say things, right? We've talked about this before. And as we all know, puzzles can be difficult sometimes. And so I've used this inherent difficulty in puzzles, which you have to use to talk in this game, to make a statement about the difficulty of communication. You know, where most games have you just select the option from a list of dialogue choices to easily breeze through conversations. Here, you have to work for your conversations in order to say something even remotely close to what you want to say. And I think that's a metaphor for the difficulty of communication, both in general and also for autistic people specifically. And this is the fun part about working on years-long projects. Even though my game hasn't changed in the past 7 years, the tech industry sure has changed a lot during that time. And one day I realized that my game had inadvertently become a metaphor for a certain emerging technology. And dealing with that has been, well, I would say fun, but really it's just been exhausting. So yeah. And also, just real quick, I feel like I sort of was at the risk of putting myself on too big of a pedestal during that last slide, so I've sort of just put the slide up again as a refresher that you shouldn't think too highly of me, you know? Just saying. And now, one final message before we wrap up this talk. Having something to say is hard. I've certainly found it very hard to be vulnerable and talk on sensitive topics and working on the words in your mouth. And I've spoken to people who have said that they found it hard to have these sort of overarching messages too. But that said, I believe in you. The biggest obstacle to overcome is simply having the courage to try, which I think applies to every layer of the onion and every puzzle, multi-purpose or not. And so, in conclusion, this talk started out as a relatively straightforward and academic exploration of how multi-purpose game mechanics and gameplay can be done, but it sort of went off the rails and became a holistic study of all the things a puzzle can be. And so, in other words, this talk was multi-purpose. In fact, you could even say it had 6 or 7 different purposes. I'm sorry, it was an honor and privilege to be here, and thank you all for coming. The end.
Now, so as I explained, Ethan can't hear me, so I'm going to try and communicate questions via Discord. Questions will be here. I should say thank you, Ethan, but Ethan can't hear me. So, all right. So I'm going to post some questions over here. Could you?
How important is it? Okay, so this is the fun part about the tech difficulties. I can't hear Joseph telling me these questions, so I have to hear him relay me them through Discord. JaGriff asks, how important is it that the game acknowledges all these solutions to embedded puzzles? Well, I was actually talking about this, or thinking about this recently. See, with a system like Words, oftentimes you have solutions that are a little different, but practically the same, right? So, for example, you could say, like, how are you, or how are you doing, which I don't think is a real puzzle in the game, but you could imagine that, and it would be practically the same thing. And so I think it's important to acknowledge meaningfully distinct responses. So, for example, hey, my house is on fire, should get a different response than how are you, but if you'd say how are you and how are you doing, that's practically the same solution, right? And I think this applies to puzzle games more generally, like if you have just a Sokomon or whatever. So the key solution here is respond differently to meaningfully distinct solutions, right? Yeah. Okay, Victorian asks, an issue I've had with embedded optional puzzles is when players are not ready to do the optional puzzle but still insist on them and get stuck. Any hints on how to avert that? I am trying to think. I actually would like to pull from a game that's not a puzzle game, actually, Tariel Teaches Typing, in which the setup I had was that there were these 2 areas, right? Sort of like how The Witness lets you tackle multiple areas at once. And so the problem I had was that players would beeline straight to area 2, which I thought was harder. And I was like, how can I encourage players to do the second area first? And then I thought, and eventually I came up with the solution, wait, this second area should come after the first area. And so I rearranged the level layout so that the first area was before the second one. So then 99% of players would do the first area first, even though you could technically beeline to the second area of puzzles. So yeah, my advice is that if players truly insist on doing the optional puzzle first, then maybe you should change the structure to compensate, to make it clear that the optional puzzle should be done later, right? Jagriff, how often do you find happy accidents where multi-purpose mechanics give multi-purpose puzzles that you didn't expect? Quite often, and in fact, I think in Step Steve's cryptid layer, where you do a certain funny move to trigger a teleport to a cryptid, if I'm not mistaken, that was just came up like an idea of, oh, well, the system allows you to do this one thing. That's sort of a can of worms. And I thought, well, maybe I could reward that in like one place or maybe like 2 or 3. And then I looked up and I was like, wait a minute. Basically, the entire map has areas where you can do this, or like I could encourage it, right? So I would say that entire layer was sort of a happy accident of what I thought was a small thing being a big thing. So yeah, fairly often. Last question. Soul Molly, how do games handle boredom well? Good question. I think it is often a matter of pacing. Where like, if you're constantly inundated with like puzzles and content, it can be rather exhausting. So just giving players the space to just breathe and be calm, even be a little bored sometimes, is not necessarily a bad thing. So yeah, I would say one way they can handle boredom well is to use boring sections as pacing. So yeah. Is it all?
Great, thank you. Thanks, Ethan. I'm trying to communicate with Ethan via Discord and also talk to everybody in chat at the same time. If there's any, I mean, I know there are further questions. Please take them to Discord. I haven't made the thread yet, but I'll make the thread in just a moment. But yeah, so once again, thank you to Ethan.
Bye, everyone.
All right, hello everybody. That was a very quick switch over. We are now joined by Daria here, who's making a wonderful looking game based on, it's a language deciphering game and it's based on real languages and is here to talk about that. So over to you, Daria.
Thank you so much. And hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to the talk. My name is Daria. I work in AAA games during the day. And outside of my day job, I'm developing a puzzle game called The Land Forgotten, where puzzles are based on real languages. Now, I've always liked puzzle games and felt that games can have a great educational value. But when we hear educational game, something like this probably comes to mind. Just to note, these are just some images that showed up in search when I entered educational games. I didn't actually play any of them. And the reason why none of them feel like something I would want to play is that they largely follow the same formula. They take subjects like math or biology and gamify them. And I'm using gamify in quotes here because all those games mostly add things like points and power-ups to largely textbook type problems. And then there are games like these. I'm using Zach Barth's games here as probably the most famous example of programming games. But there are many more interesting ones in this genre. In this game, TS100, you find an old corrupted machine and you solve programming-inspired puzzles that reveal more of the story. And in Exapunks, you play as a hacker who breaks into various computer systems. Neither of these games are using real programming languages, but they're showing concepts of assembly programming, which can actually help you understand how low-level programming works. You don't really call them educational games, but they do teach some important skills. And I would argue they do it better than the games that just give you points for solving a math equation. So is it possible to do something like that, but with linguistics instead of programming? And the answer is yes. Here are a few examples of excellent language games, which have constructed languages that you decode as you solve puzzles. I would highly recommend all three of the games I'm showing here. I also hope you had a chance to listen to the talk about the music in the Chants of Sennaar that happened like almost right before this talk. So amazing games, but the languages in them have been constructed specifically for them. Is it possible to make an interesting linguistic game that uses real languages? When I posed that question once to a friend of mine, he said no, because real languages are too complex. And that's true. Languages are very complex and have many exceptions from the grammar rules. But there is an example of language-based puzzles outside of video games that use real languages. And here I'm talking about the concept of a linguistic problem. There is a competition held every year called International Linguistics Olympiad, where students compete in solving linguistics-based problems. And those problems are based on real languages. This is an example of a typical linguistic puzzle from one of those competitions. You are given words or sentences in a language you haven't seen before, translated into the language you know, and by figuring out the rules by which the language is structured, you can then translate new sentences to and from that language. These problems can have different variations, and I personally find them quite engaging to solve. You can spend a couple hours looking over a problem, and finding a solution feels very satisfying. Now, how do we take this amazing concept and make it work within a video game? That's something I've been trying to do with my game, The Land Forgotten. Let me tell you a bit about the game first. The story is set in a high fantasy world, and you play as an apprentice of a wizard who can't do magic. She has to go on a quest where she's expected to get through obstacles and resolve conflicts through magical means. But since she has no magical abilities, she solves those issues by talking to people and generally using her logical thinking. The puzzles in The Land Forgotten are based in different languages, so it's not necessarily a game that teaches a language, more of a game that shows interesting things about them. And the game doesn't explicitly tell you that it uses languages from the real world. In fact, I do my best to disguise them as something else entirely. Here you see a puzzle where the player needs to put together keys to unlock different doors, and those keys are based on Mongolian words. Some of the puzzles in The Land Forgotten are designed from scratch with the help of linguists who specialize in specific languages, like this Old Irish puzzle. And for others, I use existing problems from past linguistic competitions. Here's one such problem. At this point, I would like to warn you that the puzzles I made based on this linguistic problem are used in the demo for The Land Forgotten. And the rest of this talk is quite a large spoiler as to their solution. So if you want to try solving the puzzle first, feel free to leave the stream now, try playing the demo, which will be linked in this video later on, and then watch the rest of the talk in the recording. So for those of you who stayed, or those of you who are watching this in the future, this is a linguistic problem designed by Vladimir Ivanovich Belikov, and it was used at the Moscow Linguistics Olympiad in the 70s. I'm using it in my game with the author's permission. In it, you're given the transcription of these Malayan words in one of the Malay alphabets. And based on that knowledge, you need to then transcribe the new words. This writing system was used in the Malay Peninsula until the early 1900s. So it's a real language. And through solving this puzzle, one can learn some new things about it. Solving this problem on paper can take some time, sometimes up to an hour. And the reason it does take so long is that we go through a lot of conclusions when solving a linguistic puzzle like this one. So let's look at what would go through one's head when solving this problem. We know that in front of us, we have these words in Malay alphabet and their phonetic transcription to a Latin-based alphabet. But the amount of letters and the amount of glyphs doesn't match. However, if we were to count the number of syllables in the transcription, then suddenly it matches perfectly. From that, we conclude that each glyph of the Malay word corresponds to each syllable of the transcription. Next thing we can do is to look for repeating symbols. Here I'm showing them with different colors. And if we look at how those correspond to the transcription, oh, sorry, I mixed up my slides. This is the separation into the syllables, and these are the repeating symbols. So we can see that those repeating symbols match the consonants in the transcription. So now we have a map of how each of the symbols matches each of the consonants. Note that there's one symbol here that doesn't have a corresponding sound, and that's the symbol that shows the absence of a consonant in a syllable. So if, say, we have a word that consists only of vowels, like IE here, we would show that it has two syllables with two vertical lines. From mapping these consonants, we can denote that the notation above or below the symbol has to correspond to the vowels in the word. So we can map those as well. The one interesting difference from when we looked at the mapped consonants is that the vowels can have variations, and the same symbol can correspond to a different vowel sound. For example, the circle on the top can be either I or an E. The arrow sign at the bottom can be either a U or an O, and so on. This all probably feels like a heavy theory dump, but I promise it's actually quite enjoyable to come to these conclusions on your own when solving the puzzle. And it overall gives a great feeling when you first look at it having no clue how you would even begin transcribing the words, and in the end, finding that you understand the logic perfectly and can decipher any writing in the script. The problem is that it doesn't translate very well to video games. For one, some rules are just too complex. Like in the case of the vowel pairs, when playtesting, I found that there was a lot of confusion in regards to it. So I simplified it by removing those variations altogether. Each notation symbol now corresponds to a single sound. Another problem we have is that people are generally okay spending significant amount of time on solving a puzzle on paper, but in case of a video game, no one enjoys staring at the same screen for an hour trying to find different patterns. But video game medium also has a unique advantage. We can provide an immediate feedback to a player on whether the solution failed or succeeded. As such, we can separate a linguistic problem into multiple smaller ones, and each one would give player an idea of whether they're on the right track. Now, The Land Forgotten is a 2D adventure game where character interacts with different items. So each of the puzzles we find can be a separate interaction. I decided to separate all the puzzles into two parts. In the first one, player would need to open different boxes, and the code for the boxes would be the Malay syllables. In the second part, player needs to transcribe the words by inputting the solution. The information that player gets is also separated into different parts, and I start with just showing a single word. Based on that one word, the player needs to solve the first puzzle, which mostly gets them accustomed to the mechanics of how to use the box. In the second puzzle, the player needs to figure out the rule about different syllables corresponding to different glyphs. I'm doing that by having them put together the same word as they had in the first puzzle, but with the syllables reversed. In the next puzzle, player needs to understand the separation between consonants and vowels. From solving previous puzzles, they now have enough information to come to that conclusion by looking at the repeating symbols. But I'm still keeping the information limited to a small number of consonants and only 2 vowels. Next, player gets a word where some of the glyphs don't have notations and needs to understand that those syllables would have an A sound. Then they solve a puzzle with a syllable that has a dot showing the absence of a vowel, and the next puzzle teaches that it can be the case with the first syllable, not just the last one. The last puzzle in the series shows an example with a vertical line glyph that shows an absence of a vowel. In the second part, where player needs to enter in the transcription, the same rules are mostly shown again, but the complexity is increased by having information about more symbols and with the player having to transcribe longer words. So to conclude this talk, I believe it's possible to have an engaging educational game, but we have to play to the strengths of the medium. I would love to thank you all and leave you with some links. Here, the game isn't out yet, but I post some in-progress art and puzzles on our Instagram and Discord. Discord is also a good place to go to find the latest demo or just talk about the game. And if you're interested in seeing some development videos, there is our YouTube channel with some devlogs. And every Saturday, I do development streams on Twitch. In addition, here's a link to the International Linguistic Olympiad, where you can find various interesting problems from past competitions. And that's it. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to take them.
Great, thank you, Daria. It was a very snappy talk. I loved it, and I'm super excited for this game. Anytime a language deciphering game comes out, it goes immediately to the top of my list. So I'm very excited to play it. We've got some questions, and I've got some questions as well. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to pronounce your name. Guillaume, something like that. Question. So far, it seems like we're deciphering the pronunciation. What about the meaning?
Yeah, so it's different puzzles kind of play around with different things. So some puzzles are about specifically transcriptions of words. Other puzzles are about what the different words mean. So this slide I showed briefly in the beginning for the Old Irish-based language. So it looks quite heavy here because it's just lots of info. Like in the game, you collect that info little by little. But here you have translations for different sentences. And from them, like the player, so similar to Chants of Sennaar, a player can enter the translation of different words based on what they think they are. And then from that, they have to translate new sentences.
I guess, so in Chants of Sennaar, the reason you have to care about meaning is because you're communicating with other characters, right? And I guess, is that how you found, is that the best way to explore the meaning of these languages, is through other characters? Or in this case, because you're providing a translation, presumably, is that translation for another character? Or how have you,
Yeah, so some of these are related to communication between different people. Some of these are based, you get messages and you don't know what the message means and you have to translate it. So I'm doing it through that as
great.
well.
Excellent, thank you. Question from Patrick Trainer here. How do you determine how big or small to make the logical steps in between each puzzle?
So I personally mostly do it through testing. So oftentimes in the beginning, I start with very large logical steps because I think for us as developers, puzzles will always feel simpler than for the player. And then through testing, I oftentimes realize, oh, this part is unclear. So I need to separate it into more steps. So with that specific puzzle based on the Malay alphabet, actually at first, I thought, why don't I just use the puzzle like it was presented at the competition, just out of the box? And then kind of little by little, I started separating it more and more. And now it ended up with like this long series of puzzles that it is.
Do you think that's likely to happen in all cases? Like, do you eventually gravitate towards splitting something up into its like smallest components and building puzzles like that, or do you think there is still room for puzzles that are kind of larger and require you to make a bigger jump?
Yeah, I think the further the game progresses and the more the player starts getting accustomed to the puzzles, I think it's okay to make larger leaps. But I still think it always feels better when the leaps are smaller.
Sure, absolutely. I guess it makes the puzzles feel snappier as well.
Yeah, exactly. Feels more engaging.
Yeah, exactly. So another question here from Eris. Do you have any in-game tracking of what players have learned about the languages, or are players expected to keep that for themselves?
Yeah, there is an in-game tracking system. So you carry around a journal with yourself, with you, and there you can write notes about like your ideas of translation of different words. And then when the puzzle opens up, you always have them on the side with you. So in this case, so these are all your guesses that you entered at some point, but they're always shown to you when you're solving a puzzle dependent on the language that it's about.
Right. And so you're always the one writing those notes. It's not the game doesn't like give you those notes itself.
Yeah. So the game shows you. So if through solving the puzzle, the solution is clear, then the game shows you that yes, this was a correct solution of your idea, and it shows you the final translation. But if the puzzle, even if after solving the puzzle it's not clear, then it stays as your input.
Great, thank you. Okay, another question here. Actually, sorry, I skipped that one. Just because I misread something in chat. So, question from me here is because you mentioned that the game never explicitly says that these are real languages. Do you think there are people who play the game and come away from it never realizing that there's a connection to real languages, and is that okay with you, or do you want people to have that realization at some point?
So it says that at the very end. At the very end,
see.
you finish the game, and then ta-da!
Okay, that's the twist.
Exactly. I mean, it won't be like a huge twist for
Sure.
someone who's seen any of the marketing material for the game, but that's actually my ideal player who doesn't know anything about the game.
Sure.
They try solving the puzzles, they enjoy them,
Yeah.
and then in the end they have this revelation, and then
Yeah.
they realize, oh, maybe I actually like linguistics.
Well, unfortunately, it happens to be great marketing for the game to say it's based on real languages. So, yeah, I guess you have to use that in your marketing. So, another question here. So, in the process of developing this game, I assume you were encountering many of these languages for the first time. Are there any that particularly stand out to you as being particularly suitable for designing puzzles for, and what kind of reasons? What are the reasons for that? Why are they particularly suitable for puzzle design?
Yeah, so basically the way I was kind of choosing both languages and specific puzzles is by just looking at a lot of different examples and thinking what would be suited. So one thing I was looking at is for the language to be not very well known. First of all, it would give an advantage for people who speak that language. So I'm mostly using kind of either very rare languages or dead languages. I'm also using languages that have like something interesting about them. So for instance, there's one puzzle in the game that is based on the Kikuyu language, which is spoken in some parts of Africa. And in that in that language, there's an interesting way in which they have the names for their plants, their fruit, and the kind of like the juice of or like the sap or the juice of the fruit, where they all have like the same root, but like the different ending or prefix. So things like that, I see and I'm like, well, that's just such a cool thing about that language. Like you would never think that in a language there would be such commonality. So I use that puzzle for the game, and you have to like collect different plants and translate them.
I love that.
I also always think about how it will fit the story of the game. Some languages like are just really interesting, but they wouldn't fit in with the story, or like I can't find words that I need for the story to work. But some fit very well, like that plant idea that I just described. I mean, video games always have like collecting plants and making potions and things like that.
Sure.
So it just fits so perfectly. So,
Nice.
Yeah, those are.
Here we go. Another question from Gwen. Any thoughts about using these techniques in language learning programs? Interesting. So I guess
I
like
don't
outside
know,
of the
because
game, yeah.
yeah, exactly, because I don't know much about language learning programs. I think a lot of the things that I've tried, like things like Duolingo, I think suffer from similar problem that I showed in like the educational games, where you're kind of just collecting points, but it's mostly just like memorization and such. I would love it if someone could make a language learning app, but that has like more puzzly mechanics. I would enjoy that kind of thing a lot, but that's not something I'm doing, at least at the moment.
Sure. You probably have to do like a similar kind of style of game, but go really in depth on one language and like to be able to
Yes.
teach a language to somebody. Because I assume in your game, you're not expecting by the end of it that somebody can actually speak those languages or write in those languages, right? You'd have to go a lot further.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, they would be able to recognize certain, like if they do see that language again somewhere, they would recognize, oh, I recognize like either this word or I recognize this system. So yeah, it's more that. Like
I
like you
remember
mentioned.
in Heaven's Vault, which you pointed out earlier, having a feeling like towards the end of the game of like, oh, I actually can kind of like read this language and speak, not speak because it's never vocalized, but
Right.
yeah, I can suddenly like read this thing, and that was quite an interesting thing over the course of what is it, a 20 to 30 hour game? Like suddenly I'm able to read this language, and that's kind of a fascinating thing.
Yes, I like that a lot about that game too. It's like little by little, it teaches you all the different rules, and by the end, you do have like this nice feeling of.
And I guess
kinda
because it's
engagement
quite a systemic language, like it's structured in such a
Yeah.
way that you can like really break down a sentence and understand it quite easily without, like in English, you need to know millions of like words, all the different vocabulary, and they're not necessarily related to each other in any way. Whereas it's interesting to have a language where it's a bit more structured, so you can understand it regardless.
Yeah, I think it's possible to do it, and that's actually something that I've been like playing around, at least like in my head and on paper for like the next game, like the Land Forgotten 2 maybe, or maybe it'll be something else. But I am quite interested in having a game that's based all around one real language, probably like either a dead language or some very rare language. But I'll see how it goes.
That'd be fascinating. We've got some more questions coming through. So here's a question. Does the game also feature written numbers?
Yes. So some puzzles, which I actually quite enjoyed both designing and seeing people interact with, use both written numbers from some languages in the words, but also like numeric systems that are not used anymore. So for instance, there are some puzzles that are based on the old Babylonian numbering system. And then you have to translate those numbers, or like say what those numbers would be like in Basque language, and like go back and forth between different numbering systems. And I think those are coming through really nicely. Nice. You can see here, by the way, on the screen, there are numbers of pages, like 1 of 6, and these are based on Roman numerals. So there are lots of Roman numeral based puzzles. And so at the point when this puzzle shows up, player already understands them really well. So they can see like the numbers of the pages in that system.
And then there was one final question from Ariane that says, not directly related to the talk, but I have a question about marketing. Is there a particular reason? Oh, basically is when are you planning to launch your Steam page? Because I don't think there is a Steam page yet.
No, not yet. There will be at some point. So since I'm one person kind of overseeing this project, and I'm doing it on the side of my day job, part of it is just like the time. I really like when I do put together a Steam page, I want to make sure it works really well.
Mhm.
Then another slight reason is that there's like a little bit of uncertainty of how will it fall with like the competition clause with my day job. So
Okay.
I'm trying to be a little bit cautious in that regard, at least
Fair
for
enough.
now.
Yep.
But yes, in general, I'm planning to make a Steam page. I just really want to.
I think
prepare
that the reason that
everything.
question is being asked is because people want to wish list the game. So
Oh,
it's
thank you,
a good
thank you.
sign.
Yeah, no, I wish I had a good way to send people there. But if you want to follow development, Instagram and Discord are
Yeah.
best places.
And you post great videos on YouTube as well, don't you?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, those have been taking a lot of time to make, so I kind of stopped.
It's almost like a
making
separate
them.
job in and of itself. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I have to choose like whether I'm making a game or
Yeah.
I'm making YouTube videos, I feel.
Absolutely. Okay, we will leave that there. Thank you so much for the talk and for answering those questions. If there are any other questions, I've already made the thread on Discord. So head over to there. It's thinkygames.com/Discord. I will say that a million times during this event. Head over there, and I'm sure Daria can answer some of those questions. So yeah, thank you once again, and we'll get set up for the next talk. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am now delighted to be joined by Dennis and Charlie here, who, as soon as I saw their submission, I was like, oh, they've worked for PBS. That sounds like it's going to be interesting. So I'm very interested to hear about what's in this talk. And so, yeah, over to you two.
Thank you for the warm intro. Yeah. So today we're going to be talking about how adults can't count. And that's okay. We have some tricks about how to address that. So we are Video Game Workshop, and thank you for joining us today on ThinkyCon, especially on the last day. It's been a great con. So many great talks. So let's jump into it and see what we can do about this. So
yeah,
I'm Dennis Ramirez. I have been working on video games for the past 16 years, and I've been doing research on basically how we learn with them, whether we learn through failure, how they can be applied to education. And I also think that any game is a turn-based game as long as you slow it down enough.
And I'm Charlie Mackin. I'm a game designer who loves Thinky games and systems. You might know my board game Decorum, and I believe that all games need a grid. Before we were Video Game Workshop, we worked for PBS for about 7 years. For those who don't know, PBS is the American Public Broadcast System, known for things like Sesame Street and Arthur. But then something happened. It didn't just happen to us, it happened to all of PBS. And we decided to make the most of it and make Video Game Workshop. And now we are working on our own games and making things for other people and consulting and having a lot of fun doing that. But while we were working for PBS, we made a lot of games. We made like 30 games. And 6 of those games featured on the PBS Games app. Last time we checked had over 20 million plays. And so we have a lot of experience designing for kids. We learned how to work around certain design constraints because of that. And we also learned that there's just a lot of things that our players cannot do. For example, our players cannot count, they cannot read, and they cannot listen. The thing is, though, neither can yours. We aren't telling you that your players are dumb or to treat your players like children, but we are saying that no matter how old your player is, these seemingly really simple things are getting in the way. The problems that our players have affect everybody, and the goal is to spend less time and energy on these problems so that they have more time and energy to spend on the thinky part of your game. So let's talk about each of these problems and what design tricks we used at PBS that'll work. And to get started, Dennis, do you want to go ahead and take the first one?
Yes. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about why your players can't count. Let's bring in the experts. Pop quiz. This is going to be interactive. So for those of you joining us today, follow along with these. We have a couple of these. And for anybody watching it afterwards, go ahead and play through the video too. It should work the same way. So on this very first interactive example that we're going to do, it's very simple. We're going to ask you which one's bigger, and we're going to try and do it as quickly as possible. So we're going to flash quantities on the screen, and you're going to try and pick which one's bigger. So let's go ahead and get started with the first one. Good. Now let's try the second. Excellent. Now let's make it a little harder. Good. Now let's try this one. Okay. Now let's finish it with an easier one. All right, thank you. So you probably saw that the first ones were pretty easy to go through. You were able to select the ones rather quickly, but some of the ones in the middle were a little bit harder to differentiate. And what's interesting is that when it has to do with how we perceive quantities. So when we ask kids before they're taught like formal number theory, what's a number halfway between 1 and 9? A lot of them report 3, which is interesting. And populations that are not formally taught math also report 3. And this is odd until you start thinking about the fact that follow-up studies on perception and reaction time showed that people had a harder time determining groups that had more that came after 3, unless the two groups were about double. And what's interesting is that this might have a biological root in how we perceive things, which is more on a logarithmic sort of scale. So in other words, if you think about, say, like a Fibonacci sequence or like a golden ratio sequence or something like that, where you start at 1, 2, 4, 8. 3 actually roughly lines up in the middle of that sequence. And that's interesting because that mirrors kind of the way that we make snap judgments. And all that we're going to be talking about today is about how we make these quick judgments based off of a small amount of time and input and what we can do about it. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here are some things you guys can check out yourselves. You can go ahead and pause this if you're watching it later, or we can go ahead and share them after the talk as well. But what do you do about it? So for Thinky games especially, you want to reduce the cognitive load, especially if the point of the game or the point of your game isn't counting. So you want to communicate to the player things that are quick and get them to the gameplay faster. You want them to focus more on what they're doing in your game rather than being hung up on these numbers. So we want to be quick and not precise. So here's an example. Now you kind of know why The Legend of Zelda starts with 3 hearts. And it might not be intuitively, it might not have been what Miyamoto originally set out to do in the first place, but there is a biological root. It's easy for us to perceive, it's easy for us to parse quickly. And you might also notice that as you get more hearts and say something like The Legend of Zelda, etc., you don't actually count all the hearts that you have and all the containers at every given time. You're mostly going to be focusing on major shifts in your health. So you're not counting 3 hearts, you're counting like, oh, I lost half my life until it gets to 3. And then you start really thinking about it in terms of those quantities. And that's not unique to The Legend of Zelda. You can see this in other games like RPGs that have health bars, etc. You'll notice that they are tuned to convey quick information, and mostly it's looking at full, half, quarter, and the very last hit point or the very last of a quantity. So even though you have hit points over here, you actually are not paying attention to the very specifics unless you're on Smogon and it's the last battle. But mostly you're looking at the generic quantities of it. During your games, you also kind of want to use this to support comparisons. And you kind of see this with collectibles on overworlds. So mostly collectibles are going to be represented as 1 or many. It doesn't really matter how many are in that, say, banana bunch. You just know that there's more than 1. And that's kind of the way that you want to go. You want to make those quick comparisons, reduce cognitive load. So, takeaways. Well, we can convey important amounts quickly. So let's go ahead and convey like major shifts, like halves, quarters, the very last one. For collectibles, try and use 1 or many. If you do visually represent quantities, aim for groups that are roughly double. Remember how we perceive things and try and play off of that. So now let's get to the next point. Your players can't read. Another quiz, interactive. All right, so this one's pretty simple. We're just going to have a very easy reading test. So let's just go ahead and read the words. Did you notice something? Look at that. So something happened there in terms of how we perceive the words, and we didn't actually read them all in sequence. But here's another example of something weird that's going on here. So if I asked you to read this and you didn't immediately, if you said it doesn't matter in what order, you're not technically reading it. You should have probably said it according to the classical example of it doesn't matter. I can't do it, but you get the point. So arguably you're not reading. Your brain is making fast, strong inferences, and your brain uses context clues and structure to make quick decisions. So if, for example, for the very last one, if the first and last letters are present and there's not really any weird letters in the middle, your brain's like, it must be a word, it has these things, and it makes a quick inference of what word it could be. And this is also part of the reason why like the SpongeBob meme of the alternate cases is harder to read, because your brain isn't used to the shifting cases rather than recognizing the word shape that you're used to, which is interesting. This is also important if English is not your first language. It can trip you up on that. So you don't have to take my word for it as well. We have some references. And again, like you can check this out after the talk, or you can pause it here. So what do you do about it? Well, for Thinky games especially, you want to try and reduce the cognitive load by conveying clear meanings. So not too much text, clear fonts, decrease ambiguity. Use the strong associations to your advantage, and you can do that not just with reading and text, but you can do it in other things too, and I'll give you an example of that. And then don't try and fight strong associations unless you have a good reason to do that. So here is an example of increasing readability if you want to be strict about helping people read, and that is a part of understanding your game in most cases. But you might want to consider where you can to use all caps. So we have a really strong association with capitals. Just look down at your keyboard right now. Unless you're using some types of Chromebooks, they're probably going to be capital letters. And in a lot of places where you need to grab people's attention and avoid ambiguity, you'll see it in all caps as well. And here is, of course, the classic example of why that might help. There's less ambiguity. You can see in lowercase P, B, Q, D kind of get mixed up, where in uppercase, that's not the issue. In terms of increasing readability too, you might want to consider using a dyslexic-friendly font. So there's a cool one, Dyslexie font. It's open and usable as well. So I recommend doing something like that. Anything that you can do, again, to get like users to parse your information quickly. Again, with strong associations, build on top of tropes unless you have a functional reason to change it. So generally, if you have green, it should mean go, red should mean stop, etc. Like those kinds of things. Of course, be mindful of color blindness and all that. But try to use those to your advantage instead of fighting against it unless you have a very strong reason. And here's an example of how you can use some structure and strong associations to your benefit. So if anybody here has played the game Balatro, you'll notice that the tutorialization of it is missing one big thing. They don't tell you about playing cards, and they don't tell you really how that works. They don't really tell you the basis of poker, etc. They give you some of that information, but a lot of that information you're bringing in with your own outside schemas and patterns. And then you're building on top of that to get to really what the heart of the game is. So similarly, you can use that to your advantage so that people spend more time on the core of your game rather than the other parts of it. So again, takeaways here. Focus on conveying a clear message. Reading really is about conveying clear messages and interpreting clear messages. So that's really where you should be looking at it from here. And remember to use structure and patterns to support your message. But you don't have to take my word for it either. Let's go ahead and shift it over to Charlie so that Charlie can follow up on the last bit here.
Yeah, thank you. And our last one is that your players definitely can't listen. So let's see here. Last pop quiz, I promise. I'm going to show a word, and you are going to say the color of that word, not the word that's written, the color of the font. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Red, pretty easy, right? Green, hopefully you got that one. Oh,
Blue.
that one
No.
get anybody? Not blue, red. Okay, here's another one. That one should have been blue. And that one should have been green. Did anybody get all of those? Did it take a little bit longer on that one? Were you listening to the instructions? Why is that so hard for so many people? And why is that so hard when it seems so easy? Well, even when you want to follow instructions, it can be really difficult to keep those instructions in your memory and also shut out distractions at the same time. For example, in ours, the thing that you needed to keep in the memory was that you needed to do the color of the word. and the distractions you needed to keep out was the word that was actually written on the screen. You didn't want to read that instead. And you need to do both of those items the entire time you're doing the task until the task is complete. This is hard because your short-term memory lasts 20 to 30 seconds, and it doesn't hold a lot. Most people can remember about 6 or 7 things in there at a time, and you can rehearse those things in your mind to make it last longer by basically resetting that timer and over, like remembering a 7-digit phone number, but it will eventually fade. And your working memory is a lot more variable. This is where you hold information like processing and manipulating, like if you were solving a math problem or doing a puzzle, but it's going to also have a capacity, and it's going to depend on how actively you're using it in that moment. So when you get instructions in a game, like you're going to need to be using both of those, and you're going to have a very limited capacity. So anytime that there's any sort of distractions that pop up, your memory will fade faster. Anytime there's extra information, it'll take up capacity, and your attention is going to get pulled off to a different task pretty quickly. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at any of these references after the talk. So it's not really that you're not listening, it's just that other things are getting in the way. And this is really important to address, especially in Thinky games, because you don't want any of your players' attention going towards things that aren't the main game. You want them to be using their limited capacity for the puzzle. So here's a few options of things that you could do to help with this. You can reduce distractions, remind them of the instructions, and reroute them back onto the task. So reducing distractions, it seems pretty straightforward. You try not to overwhelm your players with information that they don't need at that time. For example, this World of Warcraft HUD is really overwhelming. Maybe for this player, it's totally fine because they're super used to the game and they are honestly using all of that information. But to a newer player, this is going to be a huge cognitive overload, and it's really going to get in the way of the gameplay. The Zelda example below has a lot of information on the screen, but it's kind of pushed away and smaller, and it can be toggled on and off. Toggling or having a menu that a player chooses to pop up when they need that information can be a really good way to avoid information overload. You can also reduce distractions by locking players out of options entirely. You can gray out a button that they don't need at that time so that it doesn't distract them, wondering if they should push it, or you can literally lock a door to keep them out of a section of a game if it's going to be too distracting. Reminding players of the instructions may seem very annoying at times, but it can be very helpful. Nobody wants a nagging help system, but if you keep in mind that short-term memory, you can ask a player to do something, and then if they don't execute that task until 30 seconds later, there's a pretty good chance that at least some of those players forgot or don't have it top of mind at least anymore. So either give them a reminder seconds before they're actually supposed to do the task, or at least have a dedicated place for them to go seek out that reminder, like in a help menu. And rerouting. This is an example from Into the Breach, which is a great game, great puzzly game. And they do a really good job of rerouting players that are a little bit off to the side. So in this example, this is the tutorial. They're telling me to tap or drag my mech to that specific square. And I don't want to, I'm going to put it over here. And so I move it all the way over there. And then right when I do that, it says, oh, hey, did you know that there's this great undo button right here in the corner? How about you try that? And we're going to teach you how the undo button hits. And then you say, okay, and you click the undo button, and you're right back where you started, where they want you to go and put that mech right in the spot where they wanted. So they did a great job of rerouting you without locking you out of other options or without reminding you over and over again what to do. They just kind of got you back to the start where you needed to be. Sometimes, though, it isn't really that your players can't listen. It's that, or there's nothing that's getting in their way. It's just that they don't want to listen. Thinky gamers, like kids, want to click stuff. Everybody wants to click stuff. There's always going to be some players who want to try to break your game or find the secrets. So what do you do in that case? sometimes you just kind of got to go with it. You need to let your player be chaotic and get it out of their system. A great way to do this is with Easter eggs. Your player is obviously looking for something when they're doing this, so try to give it to them. It kind of lets you be in on the joke, and then they know that you know that they were going to go do this silly thing, and they get a little laugh out of it. Plus, most of the time when they see an Easter egg like this in a game, it gives them a sense that they kind of found whatever it is that they were looking for, and then reroutes them back to the main task anyway. So takeaways, since your players can't listen, try reducing your distractions, remind them of the instructions, or reroute them to the task. And when everything else fails, you can just kind of go with it. And to wrap up, just remember that your players can't count, so make the comparisons easier if you can at a glance. And your players can't read, so try to have really clear structure and familiar associations to help them. And your players can't listen, so try reducing all distractions, reminding them, and rerouting them when you can. Thanks so much for watching our ThinkyCon talk. We our video game workshop across all social media. If you ever want to follow us, you can also email us directly. And Dennis and I are both on Blue Sky.
Thank you.
Thank you both. We have a bit of time for questions, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, wonderful talk. I was going to say, you give me a great resource. Anytime I have commenters on my videos saying, how did you not notice that? Like, how did you not realize this? I'll send them this video and be like, well, maybe it wasn't repeated enough, or maybe there were too many distractions, or maybe it was too long ago. So I'm going to send them this talk so they so they understand why I didn't figure something out. I know some of those commenters are in the chat right now. So first question here from Aspion in the chat. So you had your reminders there of players can't count, players don't listen. Sorry, players don't count, can't count, don't listen, etc. And Aspion was referring to a common kind of meme, which is that players don't look up in video games as well. Do you see that as a related kind of concept to what you're talking about today?
Yeah, I think so. I certainly think so. I think there's definitely, it's that whole thing that we were talking about in terms of like patterns and in terms of tropes, right? I would say it's similar to like the waterfall sort of thing, right? So if you see a waterfall, what are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to try and go behind it or something, or at least if you know the sort of like the trope, the meme there, right? And there's usually going to be two outcomes. One, you're going to be like, oh yeah, of course they put something back here, or you're going to be like, why didn't they put something back here? Because you expected it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's definitely stuff like that. Or like I used to do some work with some VR games, and that's the same thing. Like they usually don't look down either. So it's that band of what they're used to, say like in a first-person shooter or something like that, of where they kind of track. And I know when Miyamoto was doing stuff for The Legend of Zelda for the Ocarina of Time, right? Like it really messed with them too, because they were trying to do a lot of spatial puzzles, and so they solved it with Z tracking, right? Because then you could go ahead and hit that shoulder button, and then it would pan the camera up because you literally wouldn't look up.
Anything to add there, Charlie? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think it just kind of comes down to like, where do you want to spend your priorities with things, right? Because maybe players don't look up and maybe that doesn't bother you. And if you do want them to look up, instead of trying to get them to look up in all of these very like tricky ways, is there some way that you can do it where they'll use as little brain power as possible to get them to do it? Because you want that attention span to be spent on the really cool part of your game, not on figuring out controls.
It's also interesting that there's often with these things, there's very subtle ways to achieve what you're trying to get the player to be able to do. And then there's more direct ways of just like, I'm going to tell them they need to look up right now. Or they need to really pay attention to this and not forget it. Like, I wonder how that works if you have something that's like a rule that is expressed by the game or some clue or something, and rather than repeating it, what what if you just like wrap it in like, this is really important, never forget it? Have you ever explored that?
Yeah, I can share some personal trauma that I've had from that. Like ever since I played Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue, I've been looking at every waste paper basket ever in every single game I played, just because the cut HM was in there and it was a key item, right? So ever since then, I've been checking that stuff out. And I think that wraps nicely into something that we were going to add into this talk too, in terms of positive and negative reinforcement. So like the positive reinforcement does a lot for telling your players what you want them to do, like making it a really big deal about like, hey, look at this thing. Great. You did a fantastic job for looking at that thing, and really making it important and punctuating that, right? And it's important too that it's mostly like the positive reinforcement, not the negative reinforcement, because I know we've dealt with a lot of clients and other people who want to say like, no, you want to stop the person from going there. You want to tell them, no, bad job or whatever. And you can do that. But the thing with that is there's so many unexpected things that your player can do that you're never going to address all of those things. It's so much more economical to reward positively and make a big deal for the things that you want them to do. And there's a good example of that too with the classic World of Warcraft rest XP buff, right? Where they were like, we don't want you to play for 4 hours, so we're going to decrease your XP as time goes on. And people hated that. And they kept the same system, but instead they were like, actually, you're going to get a buff if you rest, and then you're going to get a bunch of XP. And everybody loved it. Same system, but, so positive reinforcement like that, making it a big deal.
Love it. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Charlie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I totally acknowledge that a lot of things can be really annoying, right? Like a lot of instructional or reminder or, any of that things, those can be really annoying. Depending on your game, you'll have to find what works for you and your audience. It's just important to remember that you want to prioritize when they're getting that instruction or like when they're getting that reminder being close by. Even for kids, it can be really annoying. I have a story of a kid where we had, like a little pointer clicker pointing where they're supposed to go and pulsing. And this like 5-year-old who was so angry and said, "Get out of here, Mr. Hands. I do not need help." So it's annoying for everybody. You don't want it to be overbearing. I think finding ways to kind of reroute or lock out other areas, depending on who your players are, especially Thinky players, they're going to appreciate taking that extra time to allow them a little bit of wiggle room while still routing them.
And I suppose there was the example you gave in the slides with Navi, or however you say the fairy's name from Ocarina of Time, saying like, "Hey, listen." It's like, well, maybe that's more annoying because it's exactly the same sound over and over again.
Yeah.
And like, I suppose you can approach it with like, maybe there's ways of reminding people of something or clearly indicating something without doing it exactly the same way every time, and maybe that'll be less annoying.
Yeah, we love a jiggle, we love like a little pulse, something subtle. Every time you pick up a thing, it's going to go in this little thing right here for just a half a second, just a little reminder. Yeah,
I love that. Great, thank you. I think we'll leave that there. I wanted to dig more into, Charlie, your thing about every game should have a grid, but maybe we should save that for another talk next year. But it sounds like something I'm fully on board with. But so yeah, thank you both for joining us. If there's any more questions, please take them over to the Discord. I think I've made a thread already. I have, so you can ask those questions there. I'm sure Dennis and Charlie will be around to answer them, or if not, they can join the Discord and make sure they're there. So as a reminder, that's thinkygames.com/Discord. So yeah, thank you both for joining us, and we'll head over to the next talk.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We are back. This time we're joined by Terry. And so we've had talks so far this week about using a star to solve your own puzzles and using CSP models to solve your own puzzles. And I think we're exploring a similar area here as well with Terry, and I'm excited to find out more about it. So over to you, Terry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. This conference has been awesome so far. All the talks have been excellent, so I'm really happy to be able to present on this. So I'm going to be talking a bit about random number generation and specifically like randomly generated puzzles. This is like a technique that I've been using lately to design puzzle games. So I've been releasing my games online for several years now, but like lately I've been really excited about making a game that can make its own puzzles by itself. So let's get into that. First of all, I want to just like highlight some benefits of playtesting your own game. So you should be playtesting your own game that you develop, right? So first of all, it's worth noting that games are hard to create, right? Any game developer will agree. Games are hard to make and hard to finish making. So it's important that you love your own design. So you need to play your own game and make sure that you love it. Also, the more that you playtest your game, the more you can brainstorm and think of new things to try, new mechanics to add. And you can also ensure different metrics in your game, consistency and progression and whatnot. Also, you're often your own harshest critic, for better or for worse. So if you have someone that's playtesting your game live, someone else, they might like withhold some feedback because they want to be kind to your feelings. But if you're playtesting your own game, you can tell yourself however harsh critique you want to. And then, of course, another benefit of playtesting is finding bugs and edge cases and unexpected solutions. That last one kind of goes for having other people playtest your game too. Other people will find bugs that you probably will not. So puzzle games have an interesting problem here, though, which is metagaming, right? Metagame knowledge. So if you've designed your own puzzle, how can you like accurately playtest it, right? Playtesting your own game might make more sense if your game depends more on like dexterity. So maybe like a platform game or an action game, self playtesting would make more sense. You can at least like feel out how levels are more difficult than other levels. You can feel out the progression. But if you designed the puzzle, how do you like know if it's a good puzzle or not? You already know how to solve it, right? So, of course, you will find someone else to playtest it, right? And you should always be finding other people to playtest your game. But some of the same issues crop up, which is that if someone else playtests your game and then they give you feedback and you make changes, they already have this metagame knowledge, right? They're able to metagame if they play the puzzle again. So you'll have to find a new playtester and so on and so forth. And also, we're still not tapping into some of those benefits of playtesting your own game that I mentioned in the previous slide. So the way I've been like tackling this issue lately has been with random number generation and specifically randomly generated puzzles. So let's talk about RNG a little bit, random number generation. There's kind of two main methods for this, which are PRNG and TRNG. PRNG being pseudo-random number generation, where it's actually more algorithmic and based off of a random seed. This is like what computers are usually doing when generating random numbers. This is opposed to TRNG, which is like using actual analog randomness, right? So, you know, if you're rolling a die or whatever, computers can actually take in TRNG if they have special hardware. So this is pretty rare to see utilized in a video game, but like computers can do this. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter how you're generating this random number as long as it's like seemingly random, right? As long as it feels random to the developer or the player, it will work just fine. So if we define our game's variables, we take these parameters out of our game, then we can use random number generation to design puzzles for us. So I want to start this, I want to start going into some of the benefits of randomly generated puzzles, but first I kind of want to talk about how I discovered that. And it starts with the game Wordle. So I did not make Wordle. I just am a player of Wordle. I think it's a great game. It's a little game that does a lot with how little mechanics it has. So if you don't know how to play Wordle, you are basically trying to guess a secret word within 6 tries. The word will always be 5 letters, so every guess must be 5 letters, and also each guess must be part of the game's dictionary. And then every guess will get some feedback, and it will tell you if your letters are correct or in the correct position, and it will get you closer and closer to the actual solution. So when I was first playing Wordle, back when it was first popping off in 2021 or 2022, I was playing it and I was like, this is a great game, but why do I have to wait another 24 hours to play the next puzzle, right? Wordle is released daily, so I would have to wait until tomorrow to play Wordle, right? And it was like, why do I have to do that? What if I just made my own copy of Wordle and took a dictionary that has every single possible 5-letter word that could be the solution to a Wordle puzzle? And then I could have the computer just give me a Wordle puzzle, and then I would be able to play it infinitely and not have to wait at all. And so that's what I did. I made this little prototype, this tiny little Wordle game that I could just replay indefinitely. So this is basically my clone of Wordle, with the main difference being that it's not a daily game. Instead, I guess to just press that refresh button, have the computer pick a random word for me, and then I get to solve it. So if you want to play this, you cannot. You can. I never released this. This is a complete ripoff of another game. I never released this. This is Terry's Wordle, or as I call it, Tortle. So when I made this, I was really obsessed with it because I could just play this infinitely and get all my Wordle satisfaction out. And then I was thinking, what if I made an original game with this? I love this idea that I can make the parameters of a game and then have my computer give me a random puzzle. So I was trying all these different word games that would give me a random puzzle to solve. And so I started making all of these prototypes. And all of these games, these prototypes that you see on this screen, they were never finished or released. They're all very early stage, were made in probably a day or two. But they were all really fun because I was able to test out what was feeling good and what wasn't in these different prototypes. The one on the right there, I felt like I was really getting on, really getting close to something that it was good. And through some more prototyping, through just playing these kind of puzzles over and over and having the computer giving me the random puzzles, I eventually settled on this design, which I developed in full, a game called Scramble. I released this in 2024 as a mobile game. It's also a daily game in the spirit of Wordle or the other New York Times or Puzzmo games. And so this game is totally the result of just prototyping and having the computer give me these random puzzles that fit within these different prototypes until I found a design that really worked. So yeah, this is a 5x5 word game where you are sliding the letters around and trying to spell words using the white and yellow tiles. So let's look at some other examples of RNG puzzles. I want to highlight some here that are not just video games, but kind of classic games that everyone will know. So a lot of card games, like Solitaire we see here. You just shuffle the deck and you put the cards in a certain order, and suddenly you have a new puzzle. And if you want a new puzzle, you just shuffle the deck again and do it again. Same with the Rubik's Cube, right? You just start with a solved state and then scramble it up, and then you have a new puzzle. Sudokus can also be randomly generated. And then on the right there, that is a chess variant called Chess 960, where the pieces are shuffled up, so that the initial state is not a standard initial chessboard. So yeah, there's a lot of different classic games that are already using randomly generated numbers to produce new puzzles. So let's highlight some benefits of RNG puzzles for the player, and then we'll get to the ones for the developer. So for the player, each puzzle is going to be likely entirely new to them. And also the game will be very replayable. As I mentioned before with my Wordle clone, I could just replay infinitely. In fact, all those prototypes, I just replayed hundreds of those puzzles until I found one that I really liked. So that was fun for me as a player of those games. And then also the raised difficulty ceiling. So basically, with a randomly generated puzzle, the player cannot like innately know the solution to the puzzle. They need to solve the puzzle, right? They need to approach it with actually solving it instead of just doing the exact steps that they have already memorized. This will be like the first time of maybe a couple times in this talk that I'll mention Jonas Agree's talk from last year on procedurally generated puzzles. So I highly recommend checking that out. I'm going to borrow some terminology from that talk, like the raised difficulty ceiling. So for the benefits to the developer, the first one is that it's just easier to add content to your game, right? So I mentioned that my game Scwamble is a daily word game. And so it's really easy for me to make it a daily game because every month I just have my generator make a bunch of puzzles for me randomly. And then I go through and I pick which ones I want to be the live daily puzzles. So this actually kind of shows there's two main ways to do this adding content with RNG puzzles. And that's with procedurally generated versus hand-selected. So procedurally generated would be like the puzzle is basically made at runtime, where it's like made entirely new and unique to that session. However, I do think it's a bit riskier because like the developer is not seeing the puzzle before it goes to the player, right? The player is seeing this puzzle for the first time. So it basically relies on that generation algorithm to be like perfect and airtight and make sure that it doesn't make a bad puzzle. So I prefer the hand selected. That's what I use for my game Scwamble, is that like I will step in as the developer, look at the puzzles that were generated by my generator and pick out which ones I want to go live. Of course, that involves time on my part, but it also is a bit safer. The second benefit, this kind of circles back to the playtesting we were talking about earlier, is getting distance from your own design. So if you design a puzzle, you're going to have an inherent bias, right? So if you have someone else playtest your puzzle for you and they are having trouble solving that puzzle, you might be thinking in your brain, well, maybe they couldn't solve it because they're not familiar with the genre enough, or maybe it's a skill issue, or whatever it is. You can make up some excuse for why they can't solve the puzzle, right? However, if you designed the game and your generation algorithm made a puzzle for you and you can't solve that puzzle, that teaches you something really strong about your design, right? So like with my prototyping, some of the puzzles that it was generating for some of those early prototypes were just way too hard. And I was like, I can't guess this 7-letter word that's spelled out in a circle or something. I just can't do it. So that taught me something like really like necessary for that prototype, right? The third benefit for the developer is that it's a great tool for iteration and experimentation. So you get to play with what numbers and parameters like fit right with your game. So we talked about a Rubik's Cube earlier. So the standard size of a Rubik's Cube is 3 by 3 by 3. But of course, we know that there is like 4 by 4 by 4 cubes, and there's ones that get crazier. There's all different kinds of designs. But the reason that the 3 by 3 by 3 is the standard size is because that's a good, solid challenge for the general public, right? So that's something that the makers of the Rubik's Cube can play with and see, like, on average, how long it takes themselves to solve a 3 by 3 by 3 cube or a 4 by 4 by 4. So for my word games, I was able to play with this, right? With my Wordle clone, I could see, like, what happens if I make it a 6-letter word or a 4-letter word, and how does that impact it, right? Why are we, like, settling Wordle on a 5-letter word game? Well, that's probably because 5 letters works best. So that can be a great tool for iteration. Also, it's fun to use combinatorial math and count the possibilities because these numbers get enormous very fast, like uncountably, unfathomably enormous. So a classic example is the 52 deck of cards, standard deck of cards. There are 52 factorial ways to shuffle that deck of cards. And 52 factorial is equal to this insane number at the bottom of the screen. It's like 80 unvigitillion. It's kind of ridiculous that it even has a name, because it's just like unimaginably large. It's insanely big. There are so many ways that like so many things that can come out of just a small sample set of the 52 deck of cards, right? The final benefit I want to go over for RNG puzzles for the developer is guaranteeing a solution. So this is like sort of a benefit, but it also can be something that you need to be careful about. So with randomly generated puzzles, you want to make sure that your puzzle has a solution, right? So I'm also going to borrow some of Jonas Agree's terminology here from last year, which is the puzzle up approach and the solution down approach. So the puzzle up approach involves having a puzzle solver look for a solution, perhaps look for all solutions, until it finds one, and then it can guarantee that that puzzle has a solution. This is opposed to the solution down approach, where you start with the solution and you use RNG to unsolve the puzzle. So of these two methods, I really prefer the latter, solution down. That's what I use for Scramble. That's what I used for all of those word game prototypes that I showed earlier. It's also what a Rubik's Cube uses, right? Think about starting with a solved Rubik's Cube. It's perfectly solved. And then you unsolve it. You scramble it up. That guarantees that there's a solution to the puzzle because you started with the solution and you backtracked from there, right? So there's guaranteed to be a way back to the solution. So yeah, it's worth noting that you should be careful about computation if you're doing something like a puzzle up approach, especially if it's a procedurally generated puzzle. And also, it's worth noting that not all puzzle games do guarantee a solution. So we looked at Solitaire earlier. If you're playing Solitaire with just a regular deck of cards, like a physical deck of cards, then not every shuffle will guarantee a solution. Personally, I think that's kind of a flaw with Solitaire's design. Like, I kind of want to know as a player that my puzzle will be solvable, but I don't know, maybe other players disagree. Maybe other players want the risk of having a puzzle that's unsolvable. So it's something to keep in mind. If you're playing Solitaire on a computer, then maybe the computer will guarantee a solution. But if you're playing with just a regular deck of cards, then not so much. So if you're inspired to start experimenting with randomly generated puzzles, I think a great place to start is word games. So I showed all my word games earlier. There was actually like more prototypes. I think there was like 10 different prototypes that I went to before settling on my design that I liked the most. And I think word games are a great genre for this space because language is large, well-established, and challenging, right? So English, by its most restrictive measures, has like 150,000 words. Some experts will say that it has 1 million words or more, but like even if it just has 150,000, that's still a lot, right? Also, their languages are well established, so people use words a lot, right? So that makes your game very approachable, right? Word games have a very large audience that spans generations, right? And that's so cool to be able to have your game be approachable by such a wide audience. But also language is tricky and challenging because spelling can be inconsistent and weird. I think that's actually what makes English a really great language for word games, is that English is like super inconsistent with its spelling. Not everything is phonetic. In fact, like quite the opposite. English is like all over the place. That makes it like a really great thing to have like tricky puzzles. Word games are also great for rapid prototyping, right? All of those prototypes that you saw, like they look pretty simple, right? They're just like choose a cool font and make some shapes, right? Actually, I think there was a talk yesterday on newspaper games talking about how this is like a new, or not a new, but like actually a pretty old like style of games that is like being sort of having the second wind of popularity. And also, word games are not the only place to like be to be like using these techniques with. I also encourage you to look at like other pre-established spaces like card games, chess games. Sokobans could be randomly generated. Sudoku, we said. I think it's really great to like think about games in this like established sense, and then think about how you can play and experiment with those to like make those puzzles randomly generated, or to see what like you can tweak about those designs to make a new game entirely. So thank you all for listening. That's my talk. If you want to reach out to me, I have my website here, and it has links to my social media and whatnot. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Terry. Wonderful talk. You happy to take some questions?
I would be happy
time for
to.
questions?
Yeah.
Awesome. So first question here, a bit of a. Oh, actually, I wanted to quickly mention as well. The whole thing about Rubik's cubes being equivalent to the solution down approach, I had never thought of. It's such a simple observation. I had never thought of when you said that. I was like, oh yeah, it is just that.
Yeah, like finding out that you can just have your like computer or a physical object make a random puzzle and like start at the solution and just work backwards from there. That was like a revelation for me for prototyping.
It's quite a common approach for, I've seen implementations of, the 15 puzzle sliding puzzles, like where you have to slide the image around to make an image.
Yeah, right.
Like start with the image and then slide them around, because if you do it completely randomly, there are configurations that are not solvable. But it's also possible. Right. I think the rule is if you have an unsolvable configuration, you can just swap two tiles and it becomes solvable. I think that's how it works. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, I thought that was a very cool point. So first, slightly silly question. So you mentioned that you were playing Wordle and you were annoyed that you couldn't play it more than once per day.
Yeah, sure.
Then you made your own daily puzzle game.
Yeah.
Do you know if anybody has been annoyed at your game and decided to make a version of it where they can play it more than once per day?
That's a great question. I love that question. I'm not going to say please clone my game, but that's awesome, right? Because that's totally what I did, right? Is it's maybe it's sort of like the necessity breeds innovation, right? Or like constraint breeds creativity or whatever, right? Where if you like this game enough to where you want to make it yourself and get over and basically like do my generator algorithm for me, I can't stop you. By all means.
It would also feel like passing the torch, and then that person is going through the same process you've gone through, and then they'll do a talk at ThinkyCon next year.
It's a never-ending cycle.
Exactly. All right. So we also got a question here from Jack Griff in the chat. Does the elegance of solution down approach make you avoid designing games that might require the puzzle up approach?
That's a good question. Like I really haven't made a game that uses that approach yet. I remember Jagrif gave the talk in the first day, I think, right? About the having a puzzle solver.
Yep.
I have not made a game that like uses that yet. All these prototypes have been starting with the solution and working backwards from there.
Sure.
Just because I think that's like a lot. That was a lot easier for my brain to work with, and I think it really lends itself to word games, which I was like really trying to focus on.
So it's interesting that a lot of your prototypes are about kind of re-piecing together words, and so it's easy to see how those are better suited to starting with a word and scrambling it in some way.
That's right. Yeah. I would love to start making a game that uses a puzzle solver, like the puzzle up approach. I think that is a really interesting space. I think I'm maybe like getting a little tired of like, now that I've made my word game, I've done all the prototypes, I want to like try using these techniques with other kinds of games. So I think I'll be looking into that soon.
Cool. That might be next. Awesome. So here's another question for you.
Sure.
So I think this is generally true in the kind of puzzle world in general, but particularly I'm thinking about in the paper puzzle space, like the Sudokus and all the other amazing like Akari and Nurikabe, which we had to talk about the other day, etc. All these logic puzzles. Is there's like a kind of sense of, well, yeah, sure. In the airport, you can find these like Sudoku books that are full of Sudokus, but they're all like randomly generated, and they end up not being as interesting as
right.
a handcrafted Sudoku, because a handcrafted Sudoku could have like a more intentional design behind it, leading the player through certain deductions. How do you think about that in relation to the games that you've made, and do you think it applies? Is there something different about word games that makes it different, or
I do think that there is room for both. I think there was also a bit of discussion on this yesterday with the newspaper games talk. Like I think there is room for both randomly generated puzzles and handcrafted ones. I mean, with Scramble, like what I did was I have the dailies be randomly generated, but there's also like puzzle packs that come with the game that are like handcrafted. Like me and my partner wrote those together, and so like there's a bit of both in the game, because it is good to have that balance. And I'm never going to say that like a randomly generated puzzle is going to be better than one crafted by a human. But I guess I think of this as specifically a good tool for prototyping, right? A good tool for playtesting your own game and seeing what works. And then it's kind of up to you to decide, is the average puzzle that's generated better or worse or just as good as that of a human, right?
Great answer, thank you. This has also reminded me, I want to make a quick shout out to, he's been in the chat on occasion, and is just well known in the Thinky puzzle space, Marcos Don in 20, who's made a bunch of great puzzle games. And there's something interesting about looking at his games, from Despontivus to A Slug's Dream, I think was the most recent one, because he started, I think Despontivus is like completely procedurally generated. And then in each one, he's taken a slightly different approach. And then the next one, there's like some more like hand-picked puzzles. And then the next one is a slightly different approach. And then I think A Slug's Dream is like fully handcrafted, if I remember correctly. So it's funny, like it's great to have this like one, you just go to Marcus's itch page and see this full like spectrum of like from fully procedurally generated to not, and that whole thing.
That's a cool progression. No, I think it's great to have both. It helps you experiment and try new things, right?
Absolutely, it's cool to see. Oh, there's another question that's come through. We'll try and squeeze that in. In fact, we've got a break next, so I can definitely squeeze this in.
Cool.
So from Sylvester, question here: did you run into any interesting edge cases using RNG for the Squamble?
I heard it pronounced both ways. Some people pronounce it Squamble, some pronounce it Scramble. I'm happy with both. It was supposed to be a portmanteau of square and scramble.
That's what I got from it.
Yeah, but like I'm happy with Squamble.
Okay, cool.
So the question was, any edge cases that came up? Let's see. I think so I had this slide where I talked about the different prototypes that led to that game, and that one on the right is like the closest to it, where basically I'm trying to have one letter that's consistent through 5 words, and then you are trying to guess the letters around it. What I found here was what was annoying about this is that there's so many letters that appear in one specific position of a word. For instance, the letter J in a 5-letter word always appears at the beginning. Not exclusively, there are words like enjoy or something where the J appears halfway through.
Sure.
But I wanted something that would really have a nice ability to showcase a bunch of different letters. Yeah. So I was happy with Scramble's design, that I was able to here's a missing position from every part of the word, right? Every index of the word.
I see.
So there wasn't so much edge cases. Oh, I guess the one thing also I will say, this kind of gets into procedurally generated versus hand selected. I do have my algorithm able to catch any things that I don't want presented to the game. So for example, if there's any offensive words, or if there's any potential for an offensive word, the solver will find that and flag that as this puzzle cannot go live, right? So it's that's one of the reasons that I'm saying that procedural generation is riskier, is because if there's something that I didn't think of, I I want to be able to like see my puzzle before it goes live.
Mm-hmm.
So I like have tried my best to make my algorithm like able to catch anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so there's always things that could come up.
So there was another comment in the chat a bit earlier that wasn't phrased as a question, but it's connected to what you were just talking about. So I think I'll ask it as a question, which is that they were mentioning that the solution down approach, working backwards from the solution, it guarantees that there is a solution, but doesn't necessarily guarantee that there is only one. How do you handle that? Do you like in Scramble? How do you ensure that there aren't other solutions there?
That is a great question. I tried to make it a feature, not a bug. That's one way to go about it.
Yeah.
So with Scramble, you can see like once you get a word, that little green square lights up in the top left. It tells you that there's 5 words to solve. But there's also those little purple squares in the top right of the screen. Those are bonus words. So those are basically words that my solver like found. Like it basically did every permutation of all of these letters and found 3 extra words that are not part of the solution, right? And so if you are able to find them, then you get a bonus point. And so basically once I discovered that, like, there are going to be words that you can make that will not be part of the solution, I'm like, maybe I just lean into that. I could make a generator that like only makes it so that there's like, one exact solution and no extra words, but I thought this was kind of fun to make the little bonus word thing. So
that's fun. You're basically doing a solution down approach to begin with, and then a what was the other type?
You're so right. Puzzle up approach. I never really thought about that, but yeah, no, you're totally right. No, I start with the solution down approach, and then I do all permutations to see if there is extra things to be found.
And have you ever had a situation? Sorry, I'm now just like digging into this completely. Have you ever had a situation where there are so many bonus words that it's like it would clutter the UI with purple dots or something? Yeah.
That's right. Actually, the generator caps it at 5.
I see.
5 bonus words.
And so,
sometimes there would be like 12 or something.
And so, are you saying it would reject that as a possible puzzle?
That's right.
Yes, I see. Okay, cool, awesome.
That's right. It would basically like throw that out. Like there's a few like things that would just throw out, right? So if it finds that it can generate an offensive word, it's going to throw that out. If it finds that it can generate more than 5 bonus words, it will throw that out. Great. And it will just go on to the next thing.
Perfect, thanks. People in the comments saying impromptu interview, go. Turned into an interview. We will leave it there though, folks. I personally need a break because it's like what we've been doing is like 2 hours in each section at least. So it's a break for me as much as it's a break for everybody else. So any further questions, please take them to the Discord as per usual, thinkygames.com/Discord. I believe the thread is already made. Let me double check that. It is. So I'm sure Terry will be around to answer those questions. So thank you once again, Terry, and we'll head over to another break right now.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break. This one's going to be a fun one. We've had very mathy talks. We've had like one other art talk, but here we're going to have an art talk that is also a workshopy interactive thing. So once again, a bit experimental. We'll see how it goes. I think Charlotte's going to manage all that, and I've got some like Google Slides to share as well. When the appropriate time comes. If there's any questions at any point and we're trying to figure it out, just let me know, and I'll jump in if anything's needed. Charlotte's joining us to talk about making speedy, cute 2D animations in Google Slides? Question mark, exclamation mark. Over to you, Charlotte.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Hello. So welcome to the Speedy Cute 2D Animations in Google Slides talk. So this is a talk that I've done a few times. I really love sharing accessible tools to people, and I think this is one of the most accessible tools that we can get, really. So Google Slides is like a free tool that you can use, and I found that it can be an okay way to make some nice, quick 2D animations in it. So here are some of my findings. So today's talk will be relatively relaxed. We're going to have like a small kind of talk section where I'll talk a bit about principles of animation and like what maybe simple character design is all about and things like that. And then we'll have like a workshop element where I'll share the slides that I've got, and like I've set up kind of like a template that you can use to get started with. But otherwise, you don't have to follow along if you don't want to, but I will live animate something just to show you how it can work. But you're very welcome to follow along, but if you don't want to, that's absolutely okay as well. So it's very low energy, relaxed talk and workshop. So please feel free to ask questions throughout. I actually don't have the like live stream open, so I won't be able to see the questions, but Joe can send me some of the questions through to me. Please let me know if you have any questions at any point as well. So just a quick introduction to who I am. Hello, I'm Charlotte, and I am a 2D animator and an artist. And I also do production as well in games. So I previously worked in TV animation, and then I pivoted to games because animation was such a mess, and games is a mess too sometimes, but that's okay. That's like the nature of creative work at the moment. So I'm absolutely loving it in games, having a great time, making lots of meaningful and wholesome games and things like that. And to like keep the food on the table and stuff, I also teach game design and animation to kids and occasionally adults as well. So that is where I'm at the moment, and it's been such a fantastic journey to get here. So we're going to start off with a few tips. So this is, we're going to deep dive now into the kind of like the talk aspect of this. So we're going to talk a bit about what animation is all about and the 12 principles of animation. So I have to preface this with, to be honest, 12 principles are so many, so overwhelming. We're going to probably focus on one thing today. We're probably going to focus on squash and stretch. And I would also advise that if you're also like a kind of starting out animator or somebody who's just kind of starting out in art in general, I would also say that, yeah, it's probably a good idea to focus on one or two of these to start with. I have controversial views about some of these. I think some of them are not very relevant, but that's okay. You can take what you want and leave what you want as well, and see what works for you. And it depends on the kind of games that you're making as well. So we'll talk a bit more about that as we go. So let's have a look at squash and stretch. So squash and stretch is literally about the physics and anatomy of a character. So great characters like Kirby have loads of squash and stretch. You'll see Kirby squishing and squashing, becoming vending machines. I know they're just such a fantastic character to animate with because they have so many different forms, and they're a fantastic example of squash and stretch. So you may not like necessarily perceive this when you see an object like a bouncing ball. You might not actually see this when you see this in daily life, but when you animate, you can always add in that little bit of squash and stretch to make things a bit more lifelike and a bit more lively, and it just seems to help the eye perceive that something is bouncing, or it's like there's like a change in mass and things like that. So squash and stretch, my favorite one to begin with, definitely. Next up, we have anticipation. So that is what we call like a roundup before you do a huge move. So in this case, in the image I've got, the anticipation is crouching down before you stretch out for a jump. And that can also look like, like pulling back before you throw a punch. Anticipation is a fantastic way to tell a viewer or whoever's like, viewing your animation, or like a player, that something's about to happen. And it can be a great way to let them know that there is a huge movement coming. Great games like Monster Hunter, I know Dark Souls, all of them use anticipation a lot to let the player know that there's something on the way. So that is another principle. Next up, we got staging. This is largely to do with movies, I have to say, but it can also apply to games too. So maybe in a puzzle setting, staging is about where you're supposed to look and guiding the player to exactly what you're supposed to do in a puzzle game. But in the case of other games, I've put Red Dead Redemption here as one of the games, which was famously known to be quite picturesque. Staging is important because it draws your eye to the right place. It draws your eye to the things that are important. So in this case, maybe I'm not sure who is this. Is it Arthur Morgan? Maybe them and their horse is like the main focus point, and then the mountains are like the next thing to look at. And another fantastic way of staging is to split your screen or your, whatever resolution you're working on, split it up into 3 parts, and wherever those 3 lines cross is a great way to start figuring out where to place things, because that tends to be where an audience or a player might look. So in this Ratatouille screenshot I've got, we've got the 4 points of where an audience member might look when viewing a screen in particular. So that is staging. Next up, we have straight ahead and pose to pose. So this kind of covers actually 2 different techniques. of animation in this like 12 principles. Oh, sometimes the 12 principles are so confusing. So straight ahead is a way of animating. It's great for doing things like effects, like fire, or it can be good for doing, I don't know, like water droplets and those kinds of things. It's just a way we basically just go from frame to frame to frame, and you don't necessarily plan it or like what the next technique is called, which is pose to pose. So pose to pose covers different stages of an animation. So in this image I've got, it covers the anticipation, which is like the wind up where you're like crouching, getting ready to jump. You've got the peak of the jump, and then you've got the landing. So you would put out those poses first, and then you would fill in the in-betweens, or like the frames in between that. So that is what the two different types of animation comes from. You can use them as you like. Straight ahead is good for some things. Some people prefer it. And pose to pose is good for other things. So it's kind of a matter of what you prefer. And sometimes it's just depending on what you're animating as well. So that is a technique. Next up, we've got follow through and overlapping action. It's one of my favorites, actually. I really like thinking about follow through and overlapping action. Follow through tends to be about, like, you know, in old cartoons when a character slightly overshoots, like if like I don't know, like the Roadrunner is like running really fast and then they break and then they kind of like teeter into the other side of the movement and then come to a stop. That is what follow through is. It kind of shows that things are slowing down or speeding up. And overlapping action is about, I know, adding an extra element. So that might be like a cat's tail that kind of follows the direction of the movement. It follows the same curves of the animation, and it just gives the whole thing a little bit more life. And it just makes things like feel aesthetically very interesting to look at. So that is follow through and overlapping action. And again, we will not be focusing on all of these for today's actual animation side of the workshop. You can have a look at, you can try them out as you go, but yeah, definitely take it easy with them. Pick and choose the ones that you want to focus on. Some of them you can, you know, they don't also apply to everything too. So next up, we have slow in and slow out. This is a little bit about where you place keyframes, so it's a little bit technical, but it is also about how your drawings will start out with the movement being more similar, and then as you go further into your movement, they will get bigger and more different, and then as you kind of ease back into the end of the movement, they'll become more similar and more similar as you get to the end. So that is what slow in and slow out is. It kind of adds like a little bit of dynamism to it. So like how this car is moving really fast and then it comes to like a gradual end. It adds that level of kind of, it feels like a bit more realistic in some ways, that things have this kind of slightly drifty movement to it. Okay, so next up we have arcs. Arcs is great. Arcs is just making sure that you follow a smooth curve with your animations. And that can be really tough sometimes. So I know when you have like perspective things, like in puzzle games, if you've got like an isometric view or something, sometimes it can be really hard to follow arcs. So, you know, take and leave this one and see what you think about it. But arcs can be, they can be used to help inform like really dynamic movement, and it'd be a great way to show off the actual action of a movement too. So when like massive monsters come and swing at you, they're going to swing at you with a huge swinging circular motion to make sure you have enough time to register it, but also because it's very dynamic and it does look pretty amazing. So arcs is a fantastic one to also take a look at. And next up we have secondary action, kind of a little bit adjacent to follow through and overlapping action. Secondary action is like when you swing an arm back before you knock on a door, which is what the image with the little red circle is all about. So if this person has to do another action before they knock on the door, that is what a secondary action is. And you can kind of build up more and more secondary actions as you go along. So it can be a really helpful way to focus in on something. So if like in this walk cycle, the main thing is the person is walking, but if you wanted to add in some extra funky things to show off how this person's walking, and this person's like maybe doing an angry walk, you can add in the secondary action with the arms swinging really angrily and the mouth being really angry as well. Those are fantastic ways to bring some character and emotion to your animations. What do we got next? We got timing. Timing. We'll cover this more a little bit also. We're going to talk about frames per second. But timing is often about, it's something that you unfortunately kind of have to practice and feel out as you animate more and more. But yes, in general, the more drawings you do, the slower your animation is going to be. And in general, the less drawings you do, the faster it's going to be. So you want to figure out how you want to time out your animations, like when the action is happening. Does it have a very slow wind up towards it? So like, is someone building up a long time before they do like a big jump or something like that? That can be really important depending on what you're animating. So that is timing. It feels a bit redundant sometimes. Is what I mean when I say the 12 principles of animation can be so confusing sometimes, because it's like, well, duh, like timing. But yeah, it's one of the principles. We have to talk about it. Next up is exaggeration. It's one of my favorites. It means you push past the boundaries of a character sometimes, and that can look like how Totoro's chest just inflates bigger than its head, or it can just look like stretching out things to be a little out of the anatomy of a person. And sometimes you can get some really funky poses, funky expressions from that. And you might have seen that, like, people love taking screenshots of like really weird poses and animations, and oftentimes that is because of exaggeration. So like in the recent film K-pop Demon Hunters, there's like a scene where the like evil boy band are dancing. You can see their legs are going all spaghetti like, and that's a part of exaggeration, is to show their dance moves, but it's also a great way to capture their movement. It can look a little strange and surreal sometimes, but maybe that is the effects that you want to achieve. So that is exaggeration. Next up, solid drawing. Oh gosh. I have to say, like, sometimes the 12 principles just gets me like, what is happening? So in the case of animation, I think what they really mean is that solid drawing is something that will help keep the form and volume of a character that you're drawing. And obviously it's like another duh, like drawing really well will really help your animation. But I'd slightly like to debunk that a bit. I think it's more important that you try out and have a go at drawing something rather than kind of making sure that this drawing is perfect. So yes, solid drawing in some ways, but also don't worry too much about it. It's better that you try it out and give it a go rather than focusing in on all of these like anatomically correct things and all of this stuff. So solid drawing, we won't focus on that today. And I think this might be the last one. Yeah, this is appeal. Similar to solid drawing, but I think a bit more relevant. Appeal is how you design your character or how you design your scene even, and making sure that you're kind of designing a character in the way that you'll focus in on the right things. So that could be like making sure that the facial features are really clear. So like all of these characters that I've chosen here, or these images, they have relatively simple designs, like this like friend on the bike here, they have like a blocky, large, like kind of blocky chest, and it just really highlights the expressions on the face and makes it really clear how they're feeling and things like that. So drawing characters with appeal, it's a little amorphous, I have to say, but also it just means like making sure things are clear and that your player, your audience, whoever's gonna view this is gonna see things clearly. So that is what appeal is about. Okay, so there are the 12 principles of animation. I have to say, there's so many, right? We'll focus mostly on squash and stretch today, but if you do have any other questions regarding like other, I don't know, like other techniques or like any more details you want me to go into on these, please let me know. They're interesting in their own way. And it's something to think about, but also don't think too hard about them. Here we go. Next up, we're going to talk a bit about frames per second. I have to say that in games recently, I do feel like that there is a slight bias towards higher frame rates. But I would like to debunk that a bit and really just say that you got to use a frame rate that suits your game. Because unfortunately, the higher frame rate goes, the more frames you're going to have to draw, or the more data you're going to have to process. So if from the start you're like, you know what, let's make a 4 frames per second game, I have the utmost respect for you, because I think that's great. Have a think about what art style your game is in. You know, will players even benefit from a higher frame rate? Maybe in a puzzle game where you kind of have to step things out, or there's like a time element, maybe you don't need a high frame rate. It could just be that, you know, you're letting things run after you press space or something. Maybe that doesn't need a high frame rate. So have a think about it. It really depends on your game. And yeah, I don't think there is shame in using lower frames. An additional thing is also to consider your scope as well. If you don't have much time, or you've got, you know, very tight timelines for things, I would definitely consider a lower frame rate, because yeah, you'll be animating and creating less images, and it will be much easier if you just start from the beginning with a low frame rate. And you can also add in as you go. So if you're like, oh, I'm going to start on 4 frames per second, and then you're like, oh, actually, maybe I could do more, you can always add more as you go. So I would start with low frames. And another great way to figure out how many frames you might need would just be to maybe consider your keyframes. So maybe if you start out with this character needs to jump, and they have just three keyframes of jumping, you could try that out, play it, and see how it feels. If it needs more, you can add in more. But yeah, see how it feels, and yeah, feel out your frames per second. I put in some of the kind of frames of Street Fighter here because it's that is a game that definitely requires high frame rate. So this is a great way to show off that there are so many frames in Street Fighter because they actually really need it. And it's a great, it's for players to get the intricacies of like hitting each other's characters. So in that case, use high frames. But if you're not doing like a Street Fighter intricate level of fighting, maybe you don't need all those frames. Okay, so I will argue some more about frame rates. This is a fantastic little video animation on, let's see if I could play it actually. Oh no, give me 1 second. Oh no, let me see if I can play it through my other screen. One moment. Here we go. Is it playing? I hope so. So this is just a demonstration of what different frame rates can look like. Obviously, 24 frames per second is the smoothest, and it looks kind of the most like true to eye. Like you'll see your regular life 24 frames per second. But I think there is still merit in 8 and 12 as well. So 8 has a slightly like choppier feeling, and 12 has also got its own feeling too. So I'd say it's like it really depends on what you're making. If you're okay with that slightly story feel, what you call it? Storybook feel. That's it. If you're okay with that storybook kind of feel, and you're wanting to give some space to the player and like let them kind of fill in the gaps themselves, that is a great thing to consider. 8 frames per second might be really good for your game. So yeah, it's always good to consider what you need for your game and maybe choose a frame rate accordingly. There we go. I hope you're able to see that video. I hope I wasn't just talking over a still image of Shin Ultraman. Okay, and I have some more examples of different frame rates in action here. Unfortunately, there's a lot that are from movies, but there is one of my favorite examples of actually frame rates working together, different frame rates working together, is in the Spider-Verse series. So Miles Morales, I think in the very first movie, I'm not sure in the other movies, or in the next one, in the first movie, he's animated at a lower frame rate than Peter Parker because he is like a more unconfident Spider-Man and he's still learning the ropes of things, whereas Peter Parker is animated at the full 24 frames per second because his movements are smooth. So it's a really interesting and also like fantastic way to apply context to frames per second as well. And in general, I've got like some Sakuga animation, like fight scenes from anime. They are notoriously animated at very low frame rates because they really want to emphasize certain things. And oftentimes there are budget constraints and things like that too in anime. But the way anime does it is by lowering the frame rate lots, showing you the information that you really need to see, but they can still create such dynamism and such action in what they do. And we've got some little game animations here too, like Cuphead. Pretty sure that is 24 frames per second. They worked really hard on that, and they drew it all by hand, right? So that is some fantastic 24 frames per second animation. But we also have the counterpart of things like Stardew Valley, where it's just kind of like, I don't know, like 3 frames per second. But it works really well too. You don't need too much information. You're just kind of running and walking and things like that. And it doesn't have to be the smoothest animation just to show exactly what you need. So yeah, that is my argument for frames per second, and take from that what you will. Here we go. And next up, we're going to talk a little bit about simple character design. So this slightly connects to the 12 principles of animation with appeal. And I wanted to start off by saying, like, everybody out there who's like, I can only draw stick figures. Oh my gosh, please, please do not worry. We all were there. Like, everybody who's an artist started off drawing stick figures, and we just took practice and time to get to drawing other things, right? So don't limit yourself, and like, don't talk down on yourself. If you're drawing stick figures, amazing. I think it's great that you're out here trying and doing what you can. So let's do it. Let's draw stick figures today. Embrace those limitations. I feel like a lot of the best designs come from best character designs come from people who are very limited in what they can do. And sometimes it's like, oh, I can only really draw like a spherical shape, and I put a little smiley face on it, and it makes a very cute, appealing character. So honestly, embrace that. I think it's a fantastic way to still be really creative and find ways around what you want to do. So additionally, in the case of animation, the simpler you make a character, the easier the animation is going to be. So if there are less elements on a character, the easier it's going to be to animate. So Kirby's only got like 2 eyes and a mouth and maybe some little blushy cheeks, right? So that's like 5 things on a face. Pretty good. This character here with the red bandana only got 2 eyes and a red bandana. That's only 3 things, and that will drastically lower things like scope, and it will be so much easier to animate, especially if you're not used to animating. It can be so hard to keep track of all the different things you need to move. So keeping it limited to like 2 or 3 things is a really, really good way to begin. So I'm a huge fan of dot eyes as well. So if you've got characters that just have dot eyes, like these little guys here, like the cat and the rabbit and the snail here, amazing. I love them. Just give me dot eye characters all the way. Amazing. So that kind of covers the little talk element of this. Please let me know if you have any questions at all. We are going to hop into now, getting into some of the workshop section and animating. So what is going to happen is I'm going to share this link that's going to have the presentation on it. And the first thing to do is to design a friend. I've called this design a cutie, but it doesn't have to be cute. You could design like, I don't know, like a horrific Halloween pumpkin or something like that as well. So you could design a friend. I'm going to switch over to the other tab I've got as well. That will be the workshop tab. Here we go. Okay. I hope that worked. Let me double check. I'm just going to really quickly make sure everything's going okay. I'm just going to check that.
I can jump back in. Everything seems to be going fine.
Is it going okay? Okay.
Yeah. I've shared the link to the slides in the YouTube chat. I've also shared them in the thread that I've made in our Discord.
Okay.
For folks that are there. I'll probably share it in another place as well. I'll share it here as well. For folks watching along with folks.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's the presentation to copy. And were you wanting to check that everything's showing correctly?
Yes. Just wanted to check that I've got the workshop slide up, and then
Yes, I see Google Slides and the little bird character. Is that a bird?
yes, that's
Yeah,
it. It's
cool.
my angry bird character. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so what we can do is, so if you have the workshop slide and you're in there already, what you can do is you can feel free to just hit the file and make a copy, and you're welcome to just use that, and we'll start animating on there basically. Well, let me just switch over my tabs again. Oh, there's so many tabs. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, feel free to make a copy of it, and we're gonna use this to animate in today. The main thing is, if you're not sure how to do that, it's file, and then you can make a copy, and it will copy into your own Google Drive, and you can have it forever. So what is in this Google Slides? So this has some of my old animations I did for previous versions of this workshop, and there's just some really quick kind of demonstrations of how things can work. This chicken is like the main base chicken. So if you want to use that to start animating with, you're very, very welcome to. And it's got some components that are already put together. So the face is grouped together, and this can be a great way to make some kind of 2.5D effects kind of things. But also there are some demonstrations of some of the small rigging things I've added to this as well. So a really quick note is that Google has a default pivot of the middle of the shape, or how it rotates is going to be in the middle of a shape. So it rotates in a kind of awkward way sometimes. So if you do want to offset that, all you need to do is you need to make an extra shape to offset it, and you group it together, and then you can roughly guess where the middle of that's going to be. So if I wanted like a wing to kind of like swing around the body of the bird, then I've just set up this kind of X shape, and you just need to make this shape clear in order for it to look like it's not there. So that is what that is. So on this bird, you have this pivot that rotates at a slightly different point. So if you were wanting to animate things in a slightly different way, like if the bird was like waving or anything like that, that is how you do it. So that is some of the quick rigging things. What we'll do is I have my my dollar store Kirby here. So just to demonstrate designing a character really quick, I will design another dollar store Kirby really fast. So what we've got is we're going to start on a circle. So literally when making a character in Google Slides, I would just use the polygon shapes that they've got, and don't go too wild with it. Make it as simple as you can, so you don't have to animate so many things. So I'm gonna add in this pink color. Let me take away some of these titles and things like that. There we go. So we've got like the round Kirby shape already. I even had like a mouth and 2 eyes in that one. Maybe I could like kind of not have those in this one. Maybe Kirby only has a mouth. Let's see. I will just have a go first. So we're gonna put in the little arms. So we're gonna keep it really simple. We're just gonna make Kirby's arms little circles, and I'm gonna copy this one over here. And for now, I wouldn't worry too much about like if things are aligned or whatever. You can make them roughly in the middle, and that's okay too. And we'll get in 2 more circles to make some feet. There we go. Whoop. Here we go. Oh, that was the fill over here. Oh, I forgot to mention actually. Sorry, this file is also set up to have a transparent background. So if you're not sure how to do that, if you've made a whole new Google Slides thing and you're not sure how to do it, this is how you can change it to be transparent. So if you go into the slide, change background, you can change it in here to have a transparent background. And I think it's in page setup where you can change the size of it as well. So this is, I think it's 500 by 500 pixels already. So you can set up like what kind of resolution you'd like your animations to be here as well. Here we go. So we've got Kirby's feet coming in. I might just send it back. So if we right click it, we can also change the order send back, and I'll put the feet behind. This is really, really jank, Kirby. It's okay. It's no problem. Here we go. Okay, and once you've made this, you might start to see, oh gosh, these pivots are not in the right place. So it can be, yeah, it can be really, really annoying when you first do this. The hands are not too bad. You can kind of just rotate them to be in the right place. But the feet, they will need to be kind of rotated first and then squashed in a different way to make the feet. So you need to rotate them into the right place first, ideally, and then you can re-squish them into the shape that you want. There we go. I know they're slightly different, two different sizes at the moment, but that's okay. I'm going to embrace the imperfections. Okay, so we've got our dollar store Kirby. Tesco's finest Kirby. Okay, so we're gonna get some eyes. Let's definitely get some eyes. I think I feel a little bad if Kirby doesn't have any eyes. And we'll get in just some dot eyes will work for me. Here we go. Cute. And maybe this time I might put in cheeks, but I will group them with the eyes. I didn't put in cheeks in my other dollar store Kirby, so maybe today is the day. We're going to go a little more complex than normal. It's going against the rules. Here we go. So we've got some little blushies. Okay. And let's just take away the line around it. Here we go. Cute. If you did want to get a little more complex, like if you wanted to add in a little shine in the eye, you can also do that, and we can group it so that will not necessarily add too much lift to it. This is maybe the best Kirby I've made. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Cute. Okay, it's happening. Kirby is here. And we're just going to bring this to the front, I think. I think the eyes should be on top of the little cheeks. Okay, and these cheeks are not really showing up. Is that too red? Kirby's really blushing. Okay, we'll go for like the color of the same color as the feet, this one. And then we'll make the feet red. Clown feet, Kirby. Here we go. All right, we've got Kirby here. It's slightly looking like eye bags. Okay, that's fine. So let's get in the winning smile. Where is Kirby's smile? Should we do like a little triangle smile today? Oh, no, that was not right. Let's find something else. What do we have? I found that. How did I find that semicircle earlier? My last one. Okay, this one looks good. I think this is the one I used previously. Okay, if you want to lock the rotation to like kind of useful angles, like 180 and 90, just hold shift. There we go. Here we go. And transparent. And there's the smile. Amazing. Kirby's kind of looking quite tired. I'm not sure how this happened. Okay, so I'm going to group the eyes, like the eye shine and the eyes together. There we go. Maybe I should group the cheeks too. I'll leave the cheeks. It could be a case where we need to separate them. Okay. Is it a little... Kirby's quite intimidating. So what we're going to do then is we're now going to animate Kirby doing a little jump. So I've already done it over here. So what you can do is to flick between the frames of your animation. You want to use the up and down arrow keys. And you can see... with a little bit of magic, you can get a cute jump. And this is mostly just utilizing squash and stretch. And there is some anticipation involved too. And if you check through the frames of like this bird, these 3 frames are actually like a running animation. So with some little bit of movement and a little bit of magic, you can actually make a fair few movements here. So let's have a go at doing another jump. So I'm going to kind of copy and paste this frame. So this is going to be my base frame. 20 will be my base. And I'm going to put Kirby on the ground here. Here we go. Okay, so Kirby's starting off just standing and chilling. We're going to copy this same frame. So the way I'm copying is just Control C and Control V, but you can also right click, copy and paste as well. And then we're going to start to bring in, I think we're going to do a little bit of anticipation. So anticipation's always great for making sure you're telling the player that something's about to happen. So if we get Kirby squishing down a bit, maybe the arms are like going up like this. I feel this is every time I do this, I feel like Kirby is so cursed. So we got Kirby squishing. Maybe the feet come out a little bit too.
Could I ask you a quick question right now, Charlotte?
Yeah.
So when you're doing this kind of animation, how do you... So you just immediately went, okay, so we're going to squash Kirby down and stretch them out, and his arms go up. How do you get a feel for what is most natural to do to signal that anticipation? Is it just through practice, or do you think about it on yourself if you were jumping?
A little bit, yeah. So for Kirby is a very forgiving character because Kirby has infinite like volume.
Right.
So, if you are doing a game that has more like close to realism kind of volume, so like if you're doing like human characters and things like that, yeah, it's probably good to take some reference and have a look at how you might crouch down and jump. But if you're doing kind of more abstract characters like Kirby or like anything else that's kind of similar, yeah, I would kind of feel it out and see what that might look like to you. So not every character is going to squash like Kirby does. It might be that your character squashes in more uneven ways or something like that. So yeah, it depends on your character and also what you're trying to achieve with your game.
And I suppose that's a bit like also applying the what was that other principle called? Exaggeration. Of like, you could think about it on yourself and then think, okay, what's like an exaggeration of me jumping? Like throwing my arms way up in the air and stretching out sideways when I squish down.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can exaggerate your own body, but then even when you go into taking it to drawing, you can exaggerate it even further. So you can like stretch out limbs, stretch out legs and things like that. And you'll be surprised because it only appears for one frame. So even if you make it look very odd, they will only be there for a frame. So yeah, go absurd with it, and you can always make it a bit less as well if you go too far.
Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, so we are plotting out. We've got the anticipation here, and we could kind of follow one of the principles as well, actually, because I was gonna just do straight ahead today, but maybe we could do a bit of pose to pose. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna just move Kirby's face down a little bit. This is very cursed indeed. This is very cursed indeed. Oh goodness. Here we go. And we're going to put the arms up here. Okie dokie. So that's the anticipation frame we've got. Let's go for a jump frame. So what I'm going to do is I might take the original frame. So I'm going to Control C, Control V that one. And we're going to go up to the top of the box here. And it may be in games occasionally you do need to animate on the spot as well. So sometimes you don't even need to kind of move within the box. Maybe you just kind of stay on the spot as well. Yeah, we can definitely do that too. Sometimes you can apply kind of like the height and like the distance of things within the game. But for today, for illustration purposes, we'll do a bit of height to it. So Kirby at the top of the jump, let's do a squash move. So maybe in this time, Kirby's arms are a bit more in, and we can drag in the shape a little more. Here we go. And yeah, maybe so depending on your character, you could have facial features kind of just sitting off of a body. Like it could be quite surreal and quite abstract sometimes, and that's totally okay. Like I wouldn't worry too much about it. If you're trying to make something fast and you're trying to make it work as well, it's okay to kind of get a bit weird. It's trying to get a bit weird with it today. So I'm going to make this one a little odd. This is going to be, let me put in Kirby's cheeks a bit, maybe over here as well. Oh gosh, it's looking mega cursed. I've never done one so cursed ever. Oh gosh, did that ungroup?
That reminds me of the thing I think in a lot of anime, like eyes will appear over people's hair.
Yeah. Exactly.
Do you know why that's a technique they use, or
I think it's for clarity.
so you can still see their expression?
Yeah, I think so. So even the edgiest anime character will sometimes have an eye appear over their hair because
Like
you just need to see what they're feeling.
the most emo character with their hair covering their face. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. I think like the emotional kind of journey of someone is more important than the aesthetics sometimes. So yeah, if your character's getting a little goofy, that's okay. That's totally fine. Okay, here we go. So we've got whoop, boop. Okay, we are getting that. This is the most absurd Kirby animation I've done yet. So I'm very excited about this. Okay, so we've got the jump here and the land. Might fudge this a little bit and just use the same frame as the anticipation as the landing, but I'm just going to slightly change it.
We've just had a question in the chat as well. Is it okay if I ask you them as they come through?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
great.
Yeah,
So Jagriff in the chat has asked, is there anything we can do to mitigate against design changes? For example, say we wanted to add more detail to Kirby, then we'd have to go through and edit all the animation frames as well. Is there anything you can do to mitigate that? Maybe not in Google Slides, but maybe in other applications?
It's a good question because I'd actually say in Google Slides it might be quite easy if you have like a design change that you're like, oh, I want to add a hat to Kirby, and then you could like very quickly kind of add one in with lots of random shapes in Google Slides. But unfortunately, I think design changes are one of the things that are very hard to mitigate. If the only way you can really mitigate it is by designing very early on and deciding that this is what I want the character to look like. And if there are changes to it, you can always think of ways that you can work around it. So if it was like, I want Kirby to be a bit more emo, maybe you could change the eye shape instead of like adding a whole new thing to the character, or changing the color of a character or something like that. There are ways that you could maybe address like the change that you need without having to change the whole thing.
I suppose you could probably also split parts of the character out into like kind of separate entities that you can animate separately. So if you want to add hats and change the hats, it could be a completely separate like animation. Although that probably gets quite complicated, right? If you've got animations that involve both of those entities together, you might need to animate.
Yeah, so if they are interacting, that's when it gets like kind of difficult. Maybe a hat is not a good example because you could potentially just have an image of a hat just kind of like floating next to a character at any point. But yeah, when things start interacting, so like, if you wanted to add loads of weapons to a character and things like that, yeah, those will exponentially increase scope.
Or even if like if after the jump the hat like does a little it like flips in the air as it lands on their head or something, like that might suddenly be really hard to do if you're trying to swap out the hat for a different hat.
Yes. So yeah, but if you were gonna do a hat in this case, I would probably animate it separately, or like you could probably quite quickly make a little shape of a hat, group it together, and then just kind of make it spin in Google Slides without too much trouble.
Great, thank you.
No problem. Please, keep the questions coming. I hope if you're having a go at this, let me know how it's going. Okay, so we've got the base kind of animation here. We've got our pose to pose. I'm going to put in the final kind of settling animation here. Oh my goodness, Kirby is so cute. Okay, so now we have basically the 3 poses of the animation ready. And then what we can do is, because we're doing pose to pose, we can start filling in some of those frames. So this is a good one to do next, as we're going to do some slight ease in and ease out here. We'll have this frame kind of be similar to the last one. So I copied it and I'm just going to start bringing Kirby in a bit as a whole and stretching them out upwards like this. Here we go. So yeah, this is taken. I animate on different softwares, and interestingly, I love the simplicity of Google Slides. So I know sometimes it's just so nice to be able to move little shapes around and rotate them, and it doesn't have to be so complex sometimes. Here we go. So we've got the little movement here. We've got the jump. At the top of the jump, it's always nice to have a little bit of settle at the top. So she's kind of settling into a new shape up here. Whoop. Oh, Kirby is so strange in this one. I'm not particularly liking the shape of these eyes, so I'm going to actually take these ones away. I'm going to bring in the more regular ones over here. Here we go. I'm just going to make this smile a bit more wide again. Here we go. This is looking a bit more normal. As normal as Kirby can get, I guess. I'll bring in the little legs as well, I think. That's good. Here we go. Okay, so we've got the whoop. Nice. And then we got the falling. So before the fall, we could always do with a little stretch before you squash. So stretch before you squash, like this. I'll bring this one down to the bottom. I'm also going at like supersonic speed at the moment. So please take your time when animating. I think as you animate more and more, you'll start to naturally incorporate more things like the 12 principles of animation into what you do. So yeah, don't worry too much about it though. I would really rather you get some frames down and have a go at it rather than worrying about like, oh, if I've really achieved enough squash and stretch in this, or is there enough exaggeration in this? It's so much better to get your frames in, have had a go at it, and like seeing what works with you and what doesn't, and like actually getting some art down is so much better than worrying about if it's perfect, especially in games. So we're almost there actually, I think. So if I just flick through, I mean, the previous Kirby I did has such soulless eyes. It's actually so scary. Here we go. Oh, let me zoom out a bit. I think it's looking quite good there. So, boop, 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 boop. Yes. Okay. I think we could do maybe a little settle at the end. Oh, I think that's needing another frame actually. So if I flick through these, I think the fall is too fast. So maybe we actually need one like here, and then another one that's closer to the ground like here. Here we go. And we can start bringing the legs back out a bit like this. Here we go. So she's touching the floor now. Kirby be jumping. Okay. I hope if you're having a go, I hope you're doing well. Let me know how you're getting on. And we're going to move the eyes. Oh, they're so far apart. Oh, God. Kirby, are you okay? Okay. Oh, no. Brilliant. Here we go. Yeah, Kirby looks so tired. Maybe I made like a really tired Kirby today. Okay, here we go. This is looking a little funky, but it's okay. Maybe that's a part of the stretch. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay, let's have a quick grind through these. Sorry, from this frame. There we go. It's looking quite good. I might do another settle. You can see we've only got like 9 minutes to go of this. So I'm gonna do another settle. Here we go. Alrighty. So once we've landed and we're back in, we can do like a teensy weensy like, whoop. The movement is still following through. Maybe move up the arms a little bit. A little movement in the feet. Here we go. So we're doing a little and a settle. Okay, let's see how that looks. Do. That's pretty good, I think. Okay, so as a whole, this is the Kirby jump animation we've got. This has some anticipation because Kirby's ducking down. We've got a lot of squash and stretch. And I guess there's some exaggeration too because we've got squash and stretch. And then we've got a little bit of follow through as well. So that is the jump animation. So unfortunately, Google Slides, exporting out of Google Slides is a bit of a pain. You can only really download things frame by frame, which is really annoying. Hopefully one day they will do like bulk exporting or whatever. But yeah, you can export PNG images out of here. So if I will for this jump, I would export like 21 to 30. So that's how many frames? Oh my gosh, that's so many frames already. That's like 9 frames. So that's 9 frames. And I would chuck that into whatever game engine you're using, and you can use that to make a little animation out of it. I used to do like a Unity section of this, but like opening Unity takes so long nowadays that I can't do it anymore. So yeah, that is how I would do it though. You can export it into your downloads and then import them back into your game engine of choice. But yeah, I hope that was helpful. That is how I would animate a little Kirby. And I'm happy to take some more questions or like any other things you want to chat about in terms of like making arts or doing animation in general.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. That was wonderful. Everybody in chat I don't think anybody was expecting to have a presentation like this. And people are blown away by like the fact that they can use Google Slides to do this.
Yeah.
And I was actually one of my questions was going to be like, okay, but can we get this out of Google Slides and into something else? And you've just shown that it is possible. I guess it's slightly clunky, but it's definitely doable.
It is clunky. It's clunky. But yeah, that's why I recommend like using don't do too many frames and like keep it really simple and it won't be too bad. So yeah, definitely don't be exporting like 30 frames out of this because it will take you a long time.
So here's a quick question for you. Have you actually used Google Slides to do animations in games you've released, or do you mostly use it as a kind of way to do like kind of prototype some ideas, or just to have some fun?
I haven't used it in any games I released, but I would really like to try it because I have to. Usually for games that I release, I have very complex like characters going on. So Google Slides is no good for complex characters. But for my own game ideas, I would really like to do it because I really stand behind this, and I think it's such a great, cute way to make things. So yeah, definitely watch this space for more Google Slide animations on the way.
It could even be a little bit of a marketing thing. This entire game was made in Google Slides.
Yeah. That'd be great.
So another question I was wanting to ask is, so we've learned about making animations in Google Slides. What would you recommend to oh gosh, this cat's gonna start climbing all over the desk. What would you recommend to a beginner animator as like other software to try out?
I would really recommend Procreate as a animation kind of beginner thing. If you can get yourself an iPad and then get Procreate, the way they handle animation on that is so lovely and simple that I highly recommend that. So anything similar to that, I think there's like Sketchbook and things like that are free on iPad. So yeah, anything that kind of really simplifies it to showing you what frames you're on, like not really giving you like a full timeline or anything like that. They're really great for feeling out what animation is and what like timing is and things like that, because they're all really important to do when you're first starting out, but it can be so hard to envision and understand.
Right.
Yeah.
I was also wondering about whether you ever, like I wouldn't say I've done any particularly fancy animations myself, but there have been times when I've done some pixel art and tried to animate it a little bit. But sometimes what I find is that you end up just making like tiny adjustments and you can never get it feeling quite right. And you're making a tiny adjustment over here and it's like, no, that looks too fast. It doesn't look like it's squashing enough or whatever. Do you ever find yourself in that kind of spiral of like never figuring out exactly how to do it? And what's your approach for dealing with that kind of situation?
That's such a good like point that like sometimes you get very trapped like in what you're animating, and you my my advice is to not hold it too dear and like just chuck that away and try again. Because like I think when you get very bogged down with looking at one piece of animation and not really understanding why it's working, it's probably best to give it another try. It might be something to do with timing. You might have layered so many things on top of that one animation that is really hard to pinpoint exactly what is wrong. So I would try again, or you could also show it to some friends and see what they feel, because often other eyes are better than yours when you're an artist. So yeah, giving it to other people for a different perspective will really help out figuring out what's wrong.
Great advice. Thank you so much. I think we'll leave that there. If there are any more questions, folks can take them to the Discord, thinkygames.com/Discord. I've said that so many times. So once again, thank you, Charlotte. That was a great talk. And it was great to have something so different to a lot of the other talks we've had. So thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoy, and let me know if you do any animating in Google Slides. Oh, yeah, that's it. Go for it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We were just sorting out some technical stuff, but we got it sorted, so that's great. We are now joined by Jackson Nagy, aka Star Maps, to talk about a very interesting sounding subject, under the hood of stumbling in puzzle games. So over to you, Jackson.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Jackson. I go by Star Maps online. That's just the name under which I publish my puzzle games. I've been making puzzle games for about like 10 years now, something like that. And one of the things I've struggled with for a long time as a developer is players accidentally solving levels and feeling dissatisfied as a result. So stumbling robs the player of feeling accomplished. It feels anticlimactic. It feels unintentional. And on a deeper level, my goal as a developer is to communicate interesting ideas to the player in such a way that they feel like they've come to those ideas on their own as an inevitable consequence of whatever mechanics I've come up with. And in the process, I would hope that they would build up a deep understanding of those mechanics. And stumbling is like pretty much the worst thing towards that goal that it can happen. So I'm going to go into, first I'm going to describe the two biggest projects I've worked on, just very, very like briefly, because I'm going to be using these as examples, and building these projects is how I learned some of these lessons. Oops. So this is by Lattice. This game is on Steam. The premise is you have like a bunch of numbers and arrows, and you turn the cells on and off. And there's like a bunch of weird rules with how they work. And I'm not going to explain like all the rules, but whatever. The point is that it's just like this. I made this game in high school, mostly. So looking back at it, there's definitely a lot of things I would change. And it's probably going to be bad advertising, actually, if this is the first you're hearing of this game, because I'm kind of going to be bashing it a little bit. But it did do some things right, so I'll give it credit for that. I'll go into this game a little more in a moment. This is Starhopper. This is very in development, very work in progress. This is the game I've been working on for 2 years. So Starhopper is basically, you have a bunch of different stars. You can arrange them in like complex formations, so they like snap to these lines and everything. And there's like a ton of different types of stars, and they all have different rules, and they all behave in all kinds of weird, complex ways. And I would like to think that this game does a much better job at preventing stumbling, and I'm going to go into a bit how I did that exactly. So let's get into the meat of things. The anatomy of a stumble. So this is the biggest thing, is this first one here. I'm going to go into both of these, and then I'm going to kind of rabbit hole on a bunch of like solutions I've come up with. But the main cause I've come across is this. So by nature of some mechanic, pattern X is common. Then players can overfit by learning to just try pattern X instead of understanding why pattern X. That is, understanding the mechanic on a deeper level, which is my goal as a developer. So I'll give an example of an area that struggled with this initially in Starhopper. So this is the time warp mechanic. It's this pink and purple spiral guy. What it does, and again, you don't have to understand like any of the mechanics really to get what I'm going to get across here. But the point is that by definition of what this mechanic is, it only has an effect if it's between some star and a blinking star, which are pulsars in the game. So this is right now changing the phase of the thing that is behind it from the perspective of the first star. So again, you don't have to understand that, but the point is it only does something if it's between a star and a blinking star. So all of these levels, that's the pattern. Now, what's also common with that is, let me go into actually this level. What's common is you have the pattern of, in a lot of these solutions, this pattern will appear where you have a star, a time warp, a blinking star of a different color, and then another star of the same color as the first one. So this like 4-star pattern is just very common in a lot of the solutions, because the nature of this mechanic, like one of the most interesting things you can do with it is build things out of this pattern. And so I'll show you what a player did to this level. They went, okay, if I put this here, it makes a triangle where they're all orange on the vertices, so that looks right. There's a nice symmetry to that. And then there's 3 stars, there's 3 lines to the triangle. Let me just try this. Oh no, this line is wrong. Okay, maybe if I move this here. Okay, that's right. All right, so they've just vibe solved it completely. And yeah, I think the reason this was possible for them, and I asked them how they did it, and they were like, it just felt right. And they couldn't even articulate exactly that what they were doing was just replicating this like 4-star pattern that appears in a lot of levels. But I'm pretty sure that's what was happening, is that this pattern is just so common in solutions, or was, I've fixed it since then, but that the players will just internalize that pattern and then just try it whenever they don't have any foothold to start with. And they'll just internalize that as a heuristic and just try it when in doubt. And that is not ideal. So I'll go into one way that I have of remedying this. Have a rough plan for what the player will think and in what order. So I'll show an example of a level that does this right. That level, by the way, that I just showed has been removed from the game. I have it here for demo purposes. So in this level, I will show you approximately what every player does and what I planned for them to do. And again, you don't have to understand any of these mechanics, just, you know. So here's what often happens. Players will go, they'll all start with this, because if you understand the mechanics as players at this point in the game they will know you have to start with this. They'll go, okay, I have to maybe block that. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't look right. Let me try blocking more like putting this here. That works, but now this one's wrong, so I have to block from this. I can't put a blue one here, so I can put a blue one below it, and it can't be this one, so it has to be the X-ray. And then I have to block from this, so that looks right. And then I have to block this, and I can't put it there, so I put it here. That's correct, right? So there's a very defined sequence of deductions that I expected the player to make. And I could, if you ask me as the developer, like, how do you expect players to approach this? I have a detailed answer that I can actually test against playtests. So when playtesters play this level, I like write down like which things do they try first, and is it the order that I predicted? Now, sometimes they'll go down dead ends that don't go anywhere, or they'll like make mistakes in their deduction process and then have to go back and like retest them. But like generally, and I've tested this like rigorously, players will generally approach it in the same way. And that's really encouraging as a designer when you have players who do pretty much exactly what you would expect, because that means that what you're doing is working, right? And that's a level that pretty much no players have stumbled on. Whereas if I go back to this other level, if you ask me like, how do you expect players to solve this level? I kind of don't have an answer. Like, I like the final solution. A lot of interesting stuff is happening in the final solution, and it looks cool, but the actual solving process, there's not really a way that I expect players to deduce their way towards solving this one. So yes. One other thing I want to show, this is a level in Bilatus, which is a similar idea here. This is a level that did not get it right. When I first made this level in high school, I thought that this solution was cool, particularly because of the reason the 5 works. And again, you don't have to understand the rules here, but the point is, I thought that the 5 was like kind of interesting here, the way it's in the same group as the 6, but like the arrows like make it work anyways and whatever. So I thought this was cool. I like this solution. However, if you do this exercise, if you force yourself to think about the solving process, you immediately see problems. So what every player does, because of the nature of the numbers, by the way, everyone will start with the 1s. That's just like the easiest way to start. So people will start with the 1, they'll click this. Oh, the 5 works, right? So immediately we see a problem here, which is that this 5 is doing nothing. No matter how interesting it is that this 5 works in this way, there's like, it might as well not even be there, because you don't even have to think about it, and it just completes itself. And then people will just fall into the rest of the puzzle, and they never really have to think about the 5. So the 5 is doing nothing here. And if at the time I had gone, okay, players consistently stumble into the 5, that's a problem, and fixed that, that would have been good. But instead I was stubborn, and I was like, no, I like the solution, I don't want to change it. So that was bad. Anyway, so okay, next point for the reframe. I will, yeah, okay. So for reframe, it's not the patterns that are problematic in and of themselves. So in this level over here, you may notice that I purposefully, here. In this level, very few people will start by trying 2 orange stars on this part of the line. Just because if you've played the game up until this point, which players have, if they got to this level, obviously, this just doesn't feel right. A lot of players can intuit that this is just like not the right place to start. And if you were to deduce it properly, you can do it. Like the way you would do it is that this orange star will make each of these 3 incorrect, and you only have 2 stars to block. So you don't have enough, so it doesn't work. Therefore, the 2 oranges don't go there. So you can deduce it, right? But a lot of players don't even try. And I think that's just because it doesn't feel right, and they have an intuition for which kinds of things to try and which things not to. So I don't think that is necessarily a problem, because whereas in the other level, it led to a stumble, in this level, it doesn't necessarily. So that begs the question, when is heuristic use a problem? So I can give you an example from chess. If you've played a bit of chess, you might know that putting your pawns in the center of the board in the early game is generally a good idea. The point is that trying to control the center of the board is a good heuristic to follow, but the game would be boring if that always worked, because then no deeper understanding would be required. Sometimes there's positional trickery that takes a long time to build up an intuition for. Sometimes there's gambit openings where controlling the center of the board is not a priority over stopping some complex, subtle attack. And oftentimes the positional trickery won't even manifest as a piece being taken for like 5 moves. And building up an intuition for how that works is really hard and complicated. But as a chess player myself, albeit not a super experienced one, the thing that makes it most interesting to me as a game is the process of deepening and challenging those heuristics over time. So you can perpetually update and deepen those heuristics until your intuition is strong enough that you can play bullet chess with decent accuracy. Bullet chess just meaning like strict time controls. So when you have a strict time control and you're playing a game of chess, you literally do not have the time to do all of the deductions. You don't have the time to consider the whole decision tree. You just basically have to vibe it. Like you have to use your intuition. But we don't say that that's like stumbling, right? So here's my theory as to why. It is that in chess, if putting your pawns in the center of the board in the early game worked every time, then you would never have to think about it, and you wouldn't even have to use your brain, and it would just like, the game would be boring. So in this level here, the reason that this doesn't work is that every time it looks like you have to do this like 4-star pattern, like it just works. Like that heuristic is not challenged enough. So what I did is I went through some of the levels leading up to this, and I changed it such that pattern is less common, right? So I just added variety. And I still ended up scrapping the level, but even still, like before I scrapped it, I tested it after making those changes, and it actually did, like, people stumbled into it less, because this 4-star pattern was not like just always the case. So you have to add variety. Going back to oh, sorry, actually, yeah, here's an example from Bilatus that actually does this well. Is this one. Usually when you have a group of 3 3s next to each other, you would expect them to be in the same group just by the nature of the way that the number mechanic works. But in this level, you have to do this. That works for, this is cool for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, there's a subversion of the expectation, which is, by the way, only works because of the heuristics established in previous levels. So this level is relying on the fact that you've built up heuristics to work at all. It's also just common sense in this level particularly. But the other nice thing about this level is that in every level after this, where there are like small clusters of the same number, without levels like this to challenge that, players just immediately assume that if you have 3 3s next to each other, they're in the same group, right? And again, you don't have to understand these mechanics, but like that's, so the levels like this that challenge those heuristics are great, because every time in future levels you won't rely on those heuristics as much, which is the same as like in chess. If you want to be a good player, If someone plays a gambit opening on you, then every game after that, you have to be looking out for signs of that opening, things like that. So this works both in isolation and because it improves every level after it. The last thing I want to talk about, I know I'm running short on time here, so I'll try to be fast here, is complexity in mechanics. So complex mechanics. If it is not immediately obvious what some atomic action will do, and I'll explain what I mean by atomic. If it's not immediately obvious what some atomic action will do, even after learning the rules, that's something to be careful of. So in chess, I like to think of it as a language, right? You can get fluent in the language of chess, and that's the act of getting better at chess is getting more fluent in the language of chess. So in chess, a word would be maybe a knight move. So it's like very simple, it's atomic. Like even a kid can understand how the pieces move. Now, like learning to spot knight forks and like rook pins, that might be more complicated. But that would be something more like a sentence or a phrase or a paragraph. In Starhopper, moving a star is an atomic action, right? So this would be an atomic action. And how that affects how everything else works is should be automatic, right? Now there's a couple levels here, particularly the satellite mechanic here, where this is a little trickier, right? Because in this mechanic, if I move this satellite like here, it's not like immediately obvious maybe to some new players what will happen. So that begs another question, right? How do you distinguish between mechanics that are just hard to get the hang of and mechanics that are like not fair? Because if mechanics are not fair, then people are going to sort of resort to guesswork. In this example, I think it works out because this is sort of a late game mechanic. And also the state space for these levels is large enough that if you don't have an automatic understanding of how each of these atomic actions will play out, it is literally just impossible to, like, you can't, it will take you forever to do these levels. So it's important to note that if you have a small state space, especially if that state space is made smaller by pruning of the decision tree via heuristics, as discussed earlier. If you have a small state space and you have mechanics whose atomic actions are very hard to internalize automatically, then that is kind of a perfect storm for stumbling. I've noticed you can get around it if your words are hard to understand, but you can eventually get there, right? So I, as the developer of this mechanic, I've played with this mechanic long enough that if I just like move this here, I just like know automatically, like I don't even have to think about it, how that affects everything else, right? So if it is doable eventually, that might be okay. It might just be a hard language to learn. So it's learning to distinguish between those two things. One test you can give yourself is if you're the developer and you can't predict the results of the atomic action automatically without thinking at all, that's probably a bad sign, and it means that your language isn't fair to learn. So that would be that. This is the last slide. There's only really 3 slides to this whole thing. So I'll just speed through this real quick. Quality art takes effort. That's just the reality of things. What I do is record literally every time a playtester stumbles on a level and then fix it or scrap it entirely. The fix might entail making some structural change like resequencing levels, or like I talked about earlier, like subverting heuristics can make players question those heuristics before relying on them in future levels. That might be one way to fix a level, right? Maybe you can fix a level by putting a level that challenges some heuristic right before it. You can do that. Or you can change the level itself. But you have to try things and you have to verify it with playtesters. And if you don't put in the effort to do that, people are going to stumble. And that is just what it is. You can also make mechanical changes. Like, for example, in Starhopper, if you move a star, then check your solution too quickly, there's this timer down here at the bottom that like just prevents you from spam checking. It's not a super long timer, but it's just long enough to discourage spam checking. So that would be one way that you can address it, but you have to put in the effort to make those kinds of changes. And honestly, this might be a little controversial, but I do think that if people are stumbling too much in your solutions, that's a symptom that you haven't put in the effort to prune down your puzzle pool to the best that it can be. And maybe you just haven't put in enough effort into it, because usually you can fix these things. But it is demoralizing because as a puzzle designer, you get attached to a lot of puzzles you make, you get attached to a lot of solutions that you find cool, and you don't want to get rid of them or change them. But you have to be willing to do that. And that's nothing revolutionary. I'm not the first person to say that by any stretch of the imagination. But it is worth mentioning here. You have to be willing to cut entire mechanics. Like I've had to cut whole mechanics because I realized I couldn't internalize the atomic actions. And as cool as the ideas were behind the mechanics, I just couldn't make it work in a way that felt like I could become fluent enough in the language to never feel like I was stumbling. Yeah, I think this is a deep topic, and there's probably a lot more you could say about it. This is just kind of my puny attempt at cracking it. But yeah, this is just what I've come up with. So hopefully that was helpful in some way. I think that's all I have. So
thanks so much, Jackson. That was actually really great. Like this is a topic that I've thought about a lot as well. Having played lots of puzzle games and encountered games where I do end up stumbling a fair bit. You do start thinking about it, like what is it that makes that happen?
Yeah.
What is it that forces me to stumble, or what is it about the puzzles that encourages it in some way? So it's great to have your presentation like dive into that in detail.
Thanks.
So don't worry about we started a bit late, so don't worry about the timing here. Some things have come up in chat, some questions. And actually the first thing I wanted to bring up was that when you started the presentation, you talked about this kind of using heuristics, vibe solving, and mostly in a negative light. And I think people's reactions in the chat was like their immediate reactions were, some people were saying, let me try and find the quote. I think it was Vida said, I don't know that vibe solving necessarily feels bad to me. It makes me feel like I've understood something subconsciously, which feels cool.
That's 100% true.
Yeah.
And I tried to sort of like strike the balance there.
Yeah.
Like the chess example, right? When you're playing chess under strict time control, it doesn't feel like you're stumbling into solutions. Like it's fun to play strict time control chess, even though you are kind of vibing your answers, right?
Yeah.
So what I was trying to, maybe I didn't perfectly explain it.
No, so you did, just to be clear, because that was like an initial reaction. And what I wanted to say is that you then elaborated on that in a way that I thought really.
Yeah, maybe I should have. I don't know. Yeah, but like using heuristics is not a bad thing, and it's like completely normal. Actually, I actually think that the way that people think about puzzle games as being purely deductive processes is kind of wrong. Because the actual experience as like a human brain solving anything is going to rely a lot on intuition and heuristic use.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. No, I love that aspect of you.
The point is when those heuristics never get challenged, so that you can just sort of like, you just learn the kinds of things that usually work in like a less fun way. It's hard to describe like the difference.
And I guess sometimes, and I think some of your examples covered this, sometimes when the player falls into using those heuristics, they end up missing what you actually wanted the puzzle to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes there's a lot of deep stuff, but they can just like use shallower heuristics. Like understanding and internalizing deep heuristics is helps the player build up a deep understanding. But if they can rely on shallow heuristics, like one thing in Starhopper is often, and I've remedied this sort of, but I used to have a lot more symmetrical levels, and players would just like do the thing that looked the most symmetrical.
Right.
Like that is a heuristic, but it's like, there's things that I would hope.
So this reminds me also, I've referenced this a few times now because it's the game I'm playing at the moment, but I've been playing Spooky Express. And in that, occasionally, there's a heuristic I use, which is just make the most spaghetti-like route through because you're drawing like railway tracks through the level. And the heuristic I use is, okay, let's just make it the most spaghetti-like, the most like winding path.
Yeah.
And So it would be probably a bad thing if that worked on every puzzle, and it doesn't work on every puzzle. Spooky Express is a great game, but occasionally it does work, and there's times when I've just drawn a path and gone, oh, that actually does happen to be the solution, which is quite funny. But like, presumably the puzzle had some other thing they wanted me to be thinking about that wasn't that.
Yeah.
It's an example of that same thing. Okay, so then Vida had another question here, which is, how do you figure out whether people are purely vibe solving or whether they understand the mechanic but just don't know how to articulate it?
That is the question, isn't it? How do you understand if they're vibe solving or just, well, I mean, as the designer, you should know the deep you should have a feel for what the level of deep understanding you want to convey is.
Mm-hmm.
You should kind of know like what the idea is that you're trying to grasp at and communicate in some puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And so like how do you know that just doing the symmetric thing isn't just intuiting the mechanics on a deep level? And it's like, because maybe I don't know how to articulate this, but you just know, like, like clearly there are deeper ideas here. And as the developer, you know what those ideas are.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could articulate them perfectly, you wouldn't need the puzzle game. But yeah, I mean, you should just kind of be able to tell if the playtesters are. That's a really hard question.
And to some degree, you did talk about this as well, because you were saying that like when they are following the kind of process you were intending for them to follow, they actually follow a different sequence of steps, right? So you can see in the sequence of steps they take.
That's I guess that'd be one way, right? Like, if they reliably solve it in the same way, that's one way to see if like you have your pulse on the mind of the of the solver. Whereas if they just kind of do a different thing every time, that's usually a bad thing.
Absolutely. I guess this is the fun thing about game design, is like trying to put yourself in the mind of another person and what they're going to do. So I love digging into this much. I think that's everything we've had time for. So I have made. Oh, actually, I just remembered somebody said they wanted to ask a question on Discord. Did it come through? I think it came through. Apologies. Somebody said they were going to ask a question on Discord, but I've not seen it. So apologies. If you want to ask that question, just take it to the thread that I've made on Discord for this talk, and Jackson can be there. So thank you so much, Jackson, and we'll head over to the next talk.
I hope this was like organized and useful.
This is great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cool.
So, hello, folks. We're a tiny bit behind schedule, but that's all right. It's just because of the technical issues earlier. You might be thinking, where's the next speaker? It's because this next one is our second pre-recorded talk of the event. Bob was not available this week. Bob has been in the YouTube chat and on the Discord as well, so I'm sure they'll show up to answer any questions or whatever. But I'll switch over to the pre-recorded video now. Hopefully it goes well. Please let me know in the chat if there's any problems, if the audio is not good or anything like that. But here we go.
Hello, I am Borb. Welcome to my ThinkyCon talk about Emurom, using a fantasy console for serious game dev. This talk consists of 3 parts. First off, an introduction. I will give some context of what am I even talking about. Second part is about fantasy consoles and TIC80, the technology behind Emurom. And third part is about the game itself. So, without further ado, let's start and jump into introduction. So, who am I? I am indeed Borb, and I am an indie dev from North Savo, Finland, and currently I'm based in Oulu, where I studied physics. And currently I'm a programming educator, but more importantly, I've been making games since the early 2000s. I've participated in 38 game jams and made 68 mostly tiny games. Yes, I have been keeping count, and you should too. And currently, I am making my first bigger game, Emurom, which you might have seen featured in the Thinky Direct event earlier this year. It has a demo on Steam and you can play it right away. But what is Emurom? So, in Emurom, you document an ancient paradise before it's lost forever. At least that's the tagline. What it is a non-violent creature scanning exploration platformer. That's a bit of a mouthful, but it will make sense in a bit. TIC80 is the engine that I've been using to create Emurom, and we will talk about that in a bit, but before we can do that, we need to understand fantasy consoles a bit better. So let's dive in. So, fantasy consoles, what are they even? They are basically tiny retro-style game engines with artificial limitations. You could think of it as an emulator for a physical hardware that never really existed. And they have editors included very often, like for code and graphics and music and etc. The most famous of the bunch is PIC08. If you know one fantasy console, you most likely know that. It was created by Zep or Lexalaffle in 2015, and it has a huge community nowadays. It pretty much started a fantasy console boom in its own right. And people also know it by being the engine used for creating the prototype of Celeste, and the prototype version is even included in the full game. So you might have already played with a PIC08 game, even if you didn't know that. But PIC08 is not the only fantasy console out there. There are actually quite many of them, and they are listed in fantasyconsoles.org. And from there we can see, for instance, another one, TIC80, which might be the second most popular of the bunch. And TIC80 is what you are seeing right now. We are inside TIC80 and inside Emurom, to be exact. TIC80 is an open source fantasy computer, so it has some kind of computer features that are not featured in the likes of PIC08. And it's completely free. There's also a paid pro version if you want to support the development and want to make bigger games, for instance. But you can also just start developing with the free version. It was originally created by Vadim Grigoruk in 2017, but because it's an open source software, there's a lot of contributor code there nowadays. And it has, of course, editors for code and pixel art sprites, creating level design with the map editor, there's sound editor, music editors. Actually, let's take a look and see how they look like. Here is the code editor, and here we have the pixel art editor, where we can change the color of the hat we are wearing currently. And here is the map editor where we can actually see the level we were in the presentation. And then we also have SFX editor for creating bleeps and bloops, and also a music editor to create actual songs with those bleeps and bloops. So the whole package. All the editors you need for creating a game already inside the engine. I like that. Let's then go forward and talk about what is TIC80 used for. People use TIC80 for many things. Of course, people create small original games with it, but also some people create remakes of existing games like Super Meat Boy or even Portal. So, and some people also create bigger games like me, but I'm not the only one. There's like Jimmy Cannot Read by Very Softwares as an example. Also Shadow Over the 12 Lands by BTCO, and Prism Indigo DX by Altrix Studios, which is actually the first full TIC80 game on Steam. But it's not only games. People also use TIC80 to participate in code challenges or create VJ visuals for music. And also there's a bubbling demo scene. People create demos or participate in byte battles with TIC80. There's a very active community for that as well. And TIC80 is very much defined by its limitations. In general, it's a bit less strict than PIC08. Like PIC08, it does have 64K characters of code for one game, but unlike PIC08, it doesn't have a token limitation. Also, TIC80 has a user-editable 16-color palette that we saw here in the sprite editor, 16 colors right there, and a resolution of 240 by 136, so it's widescreen instead of a square. And we had, like we saw in the music editor, we have 4 channels for creating chiptune music. And 512 sprites that are of 8 by 8 pixels size. But not only that, there's also the Pro version, which has additional space. It has 8 banks that you can switch between to create bigger games. And especially Emurom has benefited a lot from the Pro version, so that I have been able to create much more, especially in terms of code, because you can have just 8 times the amount of code. You don't have to do bank switching for that. Water break. Then, let's talk about the pros and cons of limitations and start first with the pros. Because game dev, we all know that it is full of tiny decisions that the developer has to make. And it helps a lot if you can just let the engine make some of them for you. No need to think about like specifications like the resolution or the color palette. You can just let the engine do them and start making the game yourself. So that helps at least me a lot. But of course, you might have experience with bigger engines, and then you just realize that, oh, I can't do something that I've been using. I've been able to do in the bigger engine. So then you have to answer that, like, what do you want to do instead? And this can actually lead to some novel game design ideas. So this limitation is also a pro. Also, because everything happens in one window, prototyping is actually super fast. The tools that you are given, they are pretty limited, but they are fast to use, and you don't have to jump between different windows, and that helps to speed up development. But then let's talk about the cons as well. We all know that limitation breeds creativity, like they say, but sometimes limitations just, well, limit you. For instance, with the code, you have to keep the variable names short to not run out of the code space right away, and that can lead to very difficult to read code. And also because text is also using that code space, you can't really have a lot of story in your game because that will take up that precious code space. And graphics is also very limited, so there's not that much room for creating animations if you would like to have fancy and cool animations in your game. And for the music, that's especially limited because in the free version you can only have 8 songs or music tracks, and that's it. Also, all the code in ThinkEighty runs on the CPU, so if you would like to have some fancy shader effects for the GPU, nope, not possible, can't do that. And then when we are talking about professional game development, we would like to have something like Steam achievements or Steam cloud saves and console ports. Send help. How do you even do that? Like literally, send help. My email is there on screen. If you know how to do it, I would really, Emuram would really benefit from that knowledge. But let's go back into advantages. ThinkEighty is an open source engine, so that means that engine issues are generally fixable by people, and it's also a lot tinier engine than something like a Godot that is also open source. And also, because it's open source, you can basically just bypass some of the limitations if you'd like to. I pretty much don't. I want to create Emuram with the standard ThinkEighty Pro. Also, it's a tiny but a supportive community that ThinkEighty has. And that is very nice, and it's nice to share your stuff with fellow ThinkEighty developers. Also, there's no compile time. That is very, very nice when prototyping stuff. You can just edit code and see the changes immediately. I like that. And I miss it very much when I'm making something in Unity. And in ThinkEighty, you can just create changes and then you see the changes immediately. Also, making builds is super fast. You can just create Windows, Linux, and Mac builds with a few commands in under 10 seconds or so. And the builds themselves, they are tiny as well. My Windows build is a mere 3 megabytes. Take that, animal, well, with your excessive 30 megabytes or so. So, anyway, the bottom line, ThinkEighty and Fantasy Console game development is, at least for me, the sweet spot between control and freedom. The API of ThinkEighty is literally 53 functions, so it's quick for one person to just learn completely. You can just learn it all, and now you know all the tools that you have at your disposal, and just start making your game. So I've been advertising it as some sort of game dev nirvana, because instead of fighting with the tools, I can just focus on actually making the game. And for me, the fantasy in the Fantasy Console is that computers are awfully complicated these days. So let's have a simple computer inside our computer instead. And that's it about Fantasy Consoles for now. Let's then talk about Emuram, what I have created. But we can't escape the Fantasy Console talk completely, because obviously having a super limited engine like this influences everything in the game. The scope in general, for instance. Let's talk about the map editor, because there's only 64 rooms that you can have in your game. Like we saw here, there's one room. When we check the whole presentation, this is it. This is the whole world map that you have at your disposal. So that has, in my case, kind of led to the situation where, like, when I'm level designing, I can't grow it organically into all the directions I would like to. which has led to pretty dense level design. Another thing is that the controls in ThinkCon, it's just A, B, X, Y, and a D-pad. That's it. Because it's a fantasy computer, you also have the whole keyboard that you could use for input, but then you couldn't have gamepad support as easily. So I prefer to just use A, B, X, Y, and a D-pad, which has led to some sort of more with less interactions. I try to take everything out of those 4 face buttons and use them to many things in the game. Also, the fantasy console environment has also, in my personal case, served as some sort of setting for the story. So in Emuram, we are kind of inside a video game, a virtual world that was very much influenced by my engine choice. Emuram. What is Emuram even? I guess I should explain the name of the game. So, Emu are ancestral mothers of, for instance, different plants or animals, some sort of spirit entities in some Finnic mythologies. And ROM, on the other hand, of course, it's read-only memory. So when you combine those two into one, you get kind of virtual ancestral creatures like these birds right here. So the creatures in my game, they are called Emuram. And the main character, a biologist, Maire, studies the creatures in the game. And let's talk about the 4 design pillars that I have had in my mind when I've been creating Emuram. First of all, the non-violent exploration. I really want to give the players a joy of discovery when they are playing the game. I don't want to handhold the player and just outright tell what they have to do. I just want to let them find stuff on their own. That's why the tutorial of the game is silent pretty much, and you just have to figure out the rules of the world on your own. And speaking of rules, the same rules apply to everyone, not only the Emuram but also the main character, Maire. Which means that they are not kind of one-off puzzles or anything. Oh, hello. Thank you. Sorry, I'm giving a presentation here. Thank you. But instead, there's a kind of a systemic interaction between the creatures and the player, inspired by the likes of Spelunky or Rain World. And this systemic interaction leads to surprising scenarios that emerge even right now during the presentation. Then, 2 more pillars left. Number 3 is to hide as many secrets as possible. Emuram is pretty much a game for people who like to A, find stuff, B, catalog said found stuff, and C, obsess over finding more stuff. So I did hide a lot of stuff to be found then. And the 4th pillar is that bugs are features. Whenever I or some playtester encounters a glitch that just doesn't outright break the game, let's leave that in. It's now a feature and we will use it for a puzzle. And that's it. Those are the 4 design pillars. Then let's see what kind of gameplay does it result in. As we have seen here, this game is room-based, so there's a static camera. I didn't really bother to program an actual good moving camera, so I just kept it room-based. The fact that map editor is also room-based, like divided into 8x8 rooms, it influenced the decision a lot as well. But all those rooms, they do contain a puzzle, or multiple overlapping puzzles. You just didn't realize it yet. And you have one tool at your disposal that you will be using throughout the game. The main mechanic, or the scanner that we have here just lying about. So let's collect it and see what it is. This is what the scanner of Emuram looks like. And you can use it to try to scan those creatures. Oh, it went go away. And with the scanner, we will be very often solving the question, how do I get from here to there? And for that, this scanner will often provide an answer. Like here, we could just influence our surroundings. This little Otukka did want to come to our way when we started scanning it. So then we can just jump on top of it and get to the next room. But that's not the only thing we can use the scanner for, because it can also be used as a navigation aid, like to check where are the walls solid. When we are in a cave like this, we can just check that, okay, these are the solid tiles, and we can find out, oh, there's some sort of drop, so we have to be a bit careful. And this kind of was influenced by thinking about Zelda 1 versus A Link to the Past, because in Zelda 1, you know that to find secrets, you pretty much have to bomb or burn different tiles to find those secrets. They are very well hidden there. Nothing implies that, except for the level design, that here might be some secret to be found. And A Link to the Past fixed it, so to speak, by just showing to the player that, okay, this is the tile that you need to bomb, and just bomb it. And I mean, yeah, it makes it easier to find them, but for me at least, it takes a bit out from the joy of discovery. So the game just outright tells you that, okay, here is a tile, just bomb it, there's a secret, yay, you're a good boy, nicely found on your own. So yeah, I wanted to find out if there are some better solutions for this problem, because in Zelda 1, bombing all the tiles is also very tedious. So I wanted to give a tool to the player that is easier to use, so that you can find faster where those secrets lie. And because it's this kind of scanner that tells right away that where do we have the solid tiles, I could also utilize it to create these kind of air bridges where this looks like that, oh, it's just thin air, but it is actually solid and we can walk on it. Oop, hello. Let's go to the next room and talk about what the scanner can also be used, because we can also use the scanner to transform our environment. For instance, here we have this kind of problem that we can't jump to the right. If only we had these bouncy flowers like here on the left. Well, we can use this scanner to scan this cloud for a bit. And oh, there's a lot happening at once, but basically when we scan the cloud, it will start raining, and that rain just made that flower, well, flower. So now that it's of this bouncy variety, we can just use it to jump to the next screen. And there you have kind of a basic Emuram puzzle in a nutshell. So, Emuram has been around for a long time, occupying my mind for a long time at least. And seeing something very integral to the game, like the scanner, surely makes you think that it must have been there from the start, like that's what the game revolves around, right? Well, not really. Emuram was originally a jam game called Mix Masks for the fantasy console Jam 3, made in February of 2018, ages ago. It was back then a mask collecting game with a time limit. Yeah, I had just been playing Majora's Mask, so that influenced those design decisions back then. And eventually I did discard both ideas. It's no more a mass collecting game, and it no more has a time limit. I did prototype new ideas for a year, and did finally end up with this scanner mechanic. And also back then I did work on my thesis, so active development started around 2019, when I started working towards my first demo that was published on itch.io in 2020. And back then, Scanner was already an integral part of the game, and there's no going back at this point. So it's been a long development process, and there are many lessons that I have learned throughout. It's been almost 8 years, and the game is almost done. Like, I am so close, but it is not yet completely done. There's still some fixes to be made, and playtesting to be done. It is still my most done project to date, and I have to thank Dick80 for that. But because there's the hard limitations that have kind of stopped me from adding all the things that I would have probably added otherwise. But even with those limitations, there has been some scope creep throughout the development. But at least I do have that hard ceiling, so I have to stop at some point. I just can't keep adding stuff forever. So the game will be finished because there won't be any more code space to be utilized. But yeah, Emurum has been kind of a stupid project in many ways. It was many firsts for me. It will be my first commercial game, and it is my first game in a planned series where I wanted to kind of develop some lore that will influence the upcoming games and so on. It is also my first puzzle Metroidvania that I have created. And the demo of Emurum was the first TIC80 demo on Steam. So I've been treading new ground here, and I wouldn't recommend you to do the same. To ship fast, I think it's a better idea to play to your strengths instead. But if you do something ridiculous like I did, you might get to give a talk about it in an event like this. So, to cap it off, wishlist Emurum. As I advertised in Thinky Direct 2025, the game will be out on Steam later this year. I at least hope. Thank you, ThinkyCon, for the opportunity to give this talk. This is a recorded talk, so if you have any questions, I will be answering them in the chat. So, thank you, and Emurum coming 2025, wishlist on Steam. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Bob, for sending that over to us for the wonderful talk, and I cannot wait to play Emurum. It looks so cool. Hopefully I just cut away at the right time, because of when I'm playing a pre-recorded video, I cannot hear it on this machine, so I have to watch the stream instead, and so the stream is behind, and I have to figure out the timing. Hopefully I cut away at the right time. And thank you, Bob, for taking questions in the chat while that was playing. Any further questions for Bob? Please head over to Discord. I think would be the best place to do it. Have I made the thread yet? It's the one thing I forget to do constantly. Is make the thread. Let's do that now. So yes, there is a thread on, well, there is now going to be a thread on Discord where you could ask Bob further questions about Emurum and about making games in fantasy consoles. There we go. Now exists. Perfect. Oh, so people are saying they can't wish this again because they've already wished this. Cool. All right. So time for our final talk of the day, folks. So I'm going to go set that up. So I'll see you in just a moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's time for the final talk of the whole event. ThinkyCon day 3 is over, and that's the last day of the entire thing. I am very excited for this one because we have Tonda Ross joining us, who is responsible. I just went and found my blueprints notes. All of these pages are Tonda's like you are responsible for causing me to write
Tiny
all. It keeps going. It keeps going. This is a long set of notes. All these like labels I've stuck on here. This is all you. So you've been driving me wild with your game. So yeah, can't wait to hear more about this about your talk right now about testing blueprints. So if it's all good, I'll hand over to you right now.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me. Hi. I'm Tonda, the architect behind Blueprints, and this is actually my first talk ever, and so we're gonna see how it goes. But this is about testing Blueprints, specifically how I did playtesting, which was kind of complicated for this game, and I came up with a system of playtesting which I really like. So I think I'm going to use it for all my games going forward. So I guess talks usually start with where they say like, "Who am I?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm Tonda." My last name actually has no canonical pronunciation. You can say Ross or Ross. I say both. I mix it up so that it can keep in a sort of flux state between them. If anyone corrects you, you can link back to ThinkyCon 2025, last talk. Okay, let's hope this goes well. If I cough, it's for dramatic effect. So who am I? I made Blueprints. That came out this year, and April 10th. It is a puzzle strategy game. And this talk is going to focus a lot on puzzle and strategy sides of the game, which are kind of like two halves of a whole. So I knew pretty early on that testing this was going to be hard. It's a completely non-linear game. It's there's a lot of sequence breaking. There's a lot of lateral progression, alternate solutions to everything. Everything is skippable. You don't actually have to solve any puzzles. It's it's got a lot of flexibility, which I guess kind of makes testing easy in a way, because if someone can't solve something, they can still progress. But I wanted to, when I did playtesting, so when I was doing playtesting, it wasn't really for any like individual small things. It was more for the whole. So this is going to be a very pragmatic breakdown. This is more going to be a developer-oriented, like step-by-step guide in how I did playtesting. I'm not going to get too much in the weeds. This is kind of more of the overview of how our playtesting workflow looked like, and kind of geared more on the technical side. I'm sure there's some like Thinky game players watching. Hopefully you find this interesting. I don't know if I'd advocate or sort of suggest people use this system sort of like wholesale. I think it's going to fit certain projects really well. I'm personally going to use it for all my games moving forward, but that's just because it worked out really well for me, and I love how it was able to refine the game. So let's start with Thinky games. What I love about the term Thinky games is the community has kind of given it a wider definition than just puzzle games. It includes some sort of more strategic sort of deck building titles like Terry Kavanagh's Dicey Dungeons, J. Ma's Into the Breach, Daniel Mullen's Inscription, and if you played Blueprints, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise that I find myself directly in the middle of this Thinky game spectrum. If it's a Venn diagram, Blueprints is right in the middle. And so when I first began thinking about playtesting, I was like, I need to find people like me who are kind of familiar with both these sides, because that's what I really want to tailor the experience for. I wasn't super interested in making it have a wide appeal. I always considered it like pretty niche, and I was like, okay, I just need to find people that are somewhat familiar. They don't have to be like diehard puzzle heads or like, you know, deck builder, board game, tabletop players, but to have some experience on that for that. And that's not to say I was ignoring everyone else, but I think it's kind of like that talk earlier in ThinkyCon 2025. we designed for a grandma, we accidentally made a game for everyone. I think it's kind of like that, where if you focus on making a game for one type of person or yourself, I think like to a larger extent, you should always be making a game for you that you'll actually love as a player if you randomly found it in the world. But I think if you do that, then you will just happen to make a game that a lot of other people will love too, because the authentic nature of the game shines through. And I think like I don't love horror movies, but like I really, really like the sort of masterpieces of the genre, right? Even though I don't love the genre as a whole, I love going in and saying like, oh, this was a really fierce or bold work. So I think it's possible to reach people outside of the bubble if you make a great game, which should be the primary goal. So for my playtesting goals, I wanted to focus on players in the middle of this, players like me. So how do you find playtesters? I'm sure many developers listening have sought playtesters in the past. There's a couple avenues that are pretty typical. You can ask your friends, you can ask your family, you can ask colleagues or coworkers, people you know. You can ask other devs. There's like some game swaps where you can like trade your games and give each other feedback. A couple cities have events where you can sort of like have playtest nights where you can go play each other's games, and that's mostly attended by devs. And so you can get feedback from them. You could go to conventions if you're into having your game played in a public, very noisy space where they don't have much time, where their attention's split. That you're going to get some great data from there, let me tell you. You can go to sort of forums, maybe like the subreddit r/playtesting. You might find a couple playtesters, random people in there who might be down to play your game. And of course, if you're really brave, you can go into like Discord communities and post about wanting playtesters and get instantly banned for self-promotion. So that's a great strategy too. I think all of these have major flaws, several of which I slipped in a mention during that. Families and friends are going to be like a little too positively biased. Other devs are going to be playing your game from a completely different access, more technical point of view. If they make games in a similar vein, they're kind of going to have a leg up on regular players. It's just a slightly different perspective. So all of these have individual flaws, but they all share one common overarching issue. And that's that if we bring back the Venn diagram, if you get playtesters in this way or through these methods, your playtesters are going to look like this. They're going to be all over the place. You're going to get a couple that really sort of jive with the game, that are in that. Maybe two people replied in the forums you crashed or the Discord server before you got banned. But in generally, you're going to get people that don't necessarily play this type of thing, and or they have some of those other problematic issues that I was talking about. And I think that as developers, we're just so grateful when we find someone willing to play our game, because they're willing to give us their time. And like, we're not going to take that for granted, and I totally get that. So I think that we're willing to accept basically anyone that we can find, but I really value the time that they're giving us. And so I think that it's going to be time better spent if they're closer to who you want to be crafting your experience around, rather than the random people, from r/playtesting that give you feedback, or on Steam, right? Steam has the new playtesting thing, like the people that had had signed up on there. So I wanted a better way to find people in the center, these people. And I wanted to craft my game only having these type of people play testing. You know, some bleed on either side is totally fine. And I sort of opened up my my metric as I went along. I broadened my sort of stipulations, but when I began, I really wanted to make sure the fundamental core was crafted for these type of players. So I began thinking about this back in 2019. I come from a commercial and film background, so I had already had kind of a lot of experience sort of recording videos of sort of an editing session for a client and sending them videos. You know, maybe you'll show you could even be sending a video to another editor showing them how this sort of project is set up. So I was kind of interested in getting playtesters to play their game, record their sessions offline, and then send me the file. So that's what I wanted. That's pretty commonly done. I don't think that's anything too crazy. But when I started thinking about how I was going to technically set this up, you know, what sort of program I was going to use, what sort of tools, I started thinking about streaming, this is a 2019. I wasn't super familiar with video game streaming. I think I had maybe seen like a Magic the Gathering like set announcement stream on their channel, but like that was about the extent of my experience. But the more I started thinking about it, the more I realized that streamers kind of made for the perfect playtesters. So I wanted to head over to Twitch, but let me tell you why streamers make the perfect playtesters. 3 big reasons that I came up with. One, they are technically savvy. I think if you've ever messed with OBS, if you've ever messed with Streamlabs or any of these sub softwares that they're using to set up, if you've ever messed with a webcam and trying to get a webcam to work correctly and to cut that, they're not going to have any trouble recording a gaming session offline and uploading a video. That's like the easiest thing in the world compared to like the technical stuff that they're having to deal with in terms of their streaming setup. So I think if you're approaching a random person asking them, oh, can you record a video of you playing and sending it to them, you'd have like a pretty maybe 50-50 could be able to do it without you having to sort of troubleshoot them and take them step by step through it. Certainly family members, older generation, are not going to be as technically savvy. Streamers are just going to be able to fulfill that criteria instantly. 2, their play history is public. This is actually one of the big reasons why I jumped on sort of the idea of using streamers for playtesting, is because unlike normal people, all their play history is public from Twitch API data pools. So you should be able to find the people that are interested in the type of game that you are making very easily. And number 3, probably the most important to me personally, is they are used to being watched. I don't know if you've ever played a game with someone staring over your shoulder, and I think that's even worse when it's the developer, and I think that's even doubly worse when it's a puzzle game. But it's just like the dynamic changes and your experience changes. So I'm like, this is kind of a conundrum. Is like, how do you watch a playtester play your game without fundamentally and dynamically changing the situation? And there's always going to be a bit of a change. It is a bit like the observer effect in quantum mechanics, where it's like you're fundamentally shifting this. Playtesters, or rather streamers, are also it is going to be different whether they're playing a game offline or online to an audience, but they have a lot more experience normalizing being watched. So That's why they're just used to being watched. They're going to be changed. Their experience is going to be changed less, and it's going to be closer to a natural experience. So when I first went to Twitch, I started watching Riven streams. Like I said, I wasn't really familiar with Twitch at all, and I didn't really get the appeal before I went there. Like, why would you want to watch someone else play a game? But basically, like within 10 minutes, I kind of like it all clicked. I was like, I've played Riven like 40 times, and I know like every, inch of the 5 islands. And watching this person who was on their first playthrough, watching them experience Riven for the first time was like the closest I had gotten to experiencing that for a very long time. That was probably the most potent playthrough since like my third playthrough of Riven. So it had been a long time since I had sort of seen it with fresh eyes. So I sort of instantly got why streaming was sort of compelling. And so I was kind of just like browsing around categories, but I knew that I had to figure out an easier way to track down players by the games they were playing. Now I did watch a lot of full playthroughs and sort of get to know people, and I would get a sense on whether they would be right for playtesting Blueprints, and a lot of them ended up playtesting Blueprints. But over a course of a couple of months, I came up with a sort of more formalized methodology. And that's why we enter sullygnome.com. And if you don't know, Sully Gnome is like a analytics site. It's like a Twitch analytics site. There's a lot of data on streamers and the games they play. I think there's like a year of data, and they have a really robust channel search tool, which you can search the past 180 days of Twitch activity. And they have a bunch of settings, like you can search for players that are live now or offline. I'd recommend unchecking this because you want to have the most in curating sort of names of channels to check out. You want to have like the most channels you could. I would recommend all these checked. You want to just find as many people as possible. And then here's the cool thing, finding channels that stream the following games. And and you can even, cross-reference this by amount of time they played. So I would recommend, like, let's search for the Taylor's Principle 2, players that have streamed that in the last 180 days. You can set like, 3, they must have played 3 hours, 5 hours. That kind of eliminates people that might have like bounced off it, didn't actually like it. So like by setting it a little higher, you're more likely to get players that are actually like enjoying the game. If you search that straight up, players that have played Taylor's Principle 2 in the last 180 days, you're going to get 135 results. And here, I think the fourth number over is the average viewers. So you can kind of get a sense of how big their channel is, and then the language too, and some other cool factors, because maybe you only want to be approaching streamers for playtesting that speak your language. The cool thing about the search, and sort of the reason this works for my game specifically, is you can then cross this by searching for a second game title. So if I'm using one puzzle title, I'll probably use a strategy title for my second one. Like, let's say like Slay the Spire. And you can you can search for players that have only played Taylor's Principle 2 and Slay the Spire in the last 180 days. And that limits it down to 4 people, 1 Japanese, 3 English. So now I have three names that I can possibly check out their channels and add to a list. Now, there's unlimited combinations, there's Firmament, Balatro, Magic and Mist. That's a go-to for me, just because of the phonetics of Magic and Mist. And it kind of sums up Blueprints. Gone Home, Hearthstone. So, there's unlimited sort of combinations that you can check to find the right type of player. that you want to be crafting your experience around. And if you run out of titles, you can always go to the Thinky Games database, which is basically how I find all the games I'm playing. I'm currently working through a massive backlog. They show right at the top of their database, they show new releases, which is cool. If you know anything about Twitch, you'll know that newly released games are disproportionately played more than older titles. So you're going to find a lot better if you're looking at releases, games that at least came out in the last year. They also have Thinky Essentials, which is kind of like the Thinky canon. And so I wasn't playing a lot of puzzle games during the 8 years of Blueprints' development. Part of my thing was just to sequester myself from what was being done by other people. And so a lot of times I would like, this is now how I'm going back through my backlog and playing some of these games. But I would still search for these, even if I hadn't played it. I would be like, well, this is, these are Thinky Essentials, so they're going to be pretty good. And they have tags on here, so I can see whether it's from the strategy side or the puzzle side. So basically, by using this method, you can just come up with a whole lot of list of channels to check out. And all these channels are going to be players that are kind of specifically geared toward your game. Now, it doesn't have to be like cross-genre. Like if your game is more like standardly positioned firmly within one genre, you can still use multiple games to search for channels, because that will just show like this wasn't a one-off. They didn't just play, Bob Is You, and left. Like they played Bob Is You and Steven's Sausage Roll, and then you're like, okay, like I think I know the type of player this is. So it just gives you a little, being able to search for multiple games just gives you like a better sense of what type of player that is without ever going to their channel or looking at their full history. And of course you can click on any of these names and you can look at all the games they've streamed in the last year, which gives you an even better idea of who they are and what type of games they like. So I just created a massive list of players, and then I just went on to Twitch, and I would just watch a VOD if they weren't live. If they were live, I would probably watch a stream of them live, just get a sense of who they were, see if they were like a good fit, like see if they were a personality type that would like maybe be open for this. Are they nice? Are they enjoying gaming? Are they focusing on the game, or is Twitch more of a social thing for them? So these are all just kind of questions I kind of looked at before I sent them a DM. I kept my DM really simple. I just said, hi, I'm an indie developer named Tonda. I'm making a puzzle strategy game, and I'm looking for playtesters for our closed beta. Mentioning closed beta, I felt was pretty important because it kind of shows that you're not just looking, this isn't a marketing, because I think streamers are approached a lot for marketing games, playing games on stream as part of a marketing beat to sort of promote the game. So I think by kind of saying up front that you're looking for offline, like offline play, that kind of just shows right off the bat that this isn't necessarily geared toward marketing. This is just like, you're just looking for playtesters. I would usually follow that up by saying, I found your channel using a search tool. Just be totally transparent with them, saying like, you played, Myst and Magic, and my game has some similarities. Hit me up if you're interested or want more details. And then I just leave it at that, So I just send this off to the channels. Sometimes, I would talk about something that happened in their stream if I was watching it, so that it didn't feel like just like this is just like bot spammy. Because like, I only approach people that, I thought were cool fits, and like this wasn't like I wasn't sending this out in bulk. I probably spent way more time curating than I should have. But of the messages I sent, about 30% got responses, and 70% went unanswered, which I think is like pretty good. Like Twitch, DMing on Twitch is like, I don't think anyone uses Twitch to like message each other. So like getting responses at all is like a win in my book. So then when they did message me back, I told them what I was looking for. And we kind of had a conversation, and I kind of answered all the questions they had. I would offer to show them the Steam page, and this is a big reason to get your game live on Steam before this process, because I think for a lot of people, Steam sort of like legitimizes a game, where, I mean, you could still do this with like an itch.io page too, but like I think that they're going to be really wary of you being a scammer because you're just a stranger that hit them out of the blue. So there has to be a lot of trust built up. So having your game listed on Steam, even if you're not planning on releasing it anytime soon, I think it did build a lot of trust early on, because it was like, oh, hey, look, this is an actual game on Steam. They're not just going to send me malware. I don't know if I think I would want it either on some platform that's not just like sending them an executable file and being like, trust me, like this is going to be fun. Because I think my success rate would have been a lot lower than that. But I would also, so I had the Steam page, but I also told them, if you can, here's the Steam page if you want to look at it. I'm really looking for players going into it as dark and as blind as possible. So don't look too hard, because I would love to get, the data from, people who are going in knowing as little as possible, because that's kind of the intended experience. And usually these type of people would like get that, because like, of course, these are Thinky game players. They kind of know exactly what type of game. I think all of us, if a friend said, don't look anything up, like you're like, okay, copy that. You're going to know exactly the type of game that they're setting you up for. So I told them I was looking for someone who can record offline play sessions and upload them. Sort of like the first thing of why I thought the streamers were a perfect fit. Just like straight off the bat, I'm looking for recording offline play sessions and uploading them. And because they're streamers, like that most of them were just like easy, I was like, I'll set up a sort of like, a cloud file system like Dropbox, send you a link. You can just like upload the video to that. And that I told them that I prefer commentary, but they don't need face cam, obviously. Commentary just so I can get a little better insight in how they're playtesting, what's going on. I told them that it can be really compressed. The quality didn't matter to me at all. I know what the game looks like. And the second thing is I was looking for someone who can play as they would normally play any other game, right? Like, I wasn't looking for like QA testing or like bug finding or like anything else. I was looking for people to have full playthroughs, but they could play it like they would any other game. So if it's something that you would stop playing in 10 minutes, I told them, feel free to quit anytime. Like if you play 10 minutes, you're like, yeah, I get it, and like not my cup of tea. It's like, cool. Just like as if you had played any other free game, just walk away whenever you want. And also just like, I'm not going to be asking for feedback. I'm not going to be, hitting you with surveys. Like I literally am just content just watching this playthrough and getting all my insights sort of passively in this experience. And that was pretty important to me, because I think when you ask for feedback, a lot of times, you're sort of inducing it in a way, in the same way that like a project manager, if you do it, give a deliverable to a project manager, they're going to give you notes, because it's just expected of that position, in the same way that, a lot of notes are that. And I think you can get all the information you can just by watching someone play. And of course, like a lot of the data that you're getting could be gotten through other data acquisition methods. But you're not going to, I can see like a parlor is picked 70% of the time it's offered, but I can't tell, are they picking it with a smile? Are they excited to draft this room? Or are they sighing loudly with more and more dread with each passing day? And you're not going to get that from data. You have to actually watch people play. The last thing I was looking for was for them to sign an NDA. This is probably like the hardest one, and probably the only thing that actually like I lost some people at this step because they didn't necessarily trust a stranger to sign like a document. Now I tried my best. I just tried to use like a sort of very standard NDA offline, so that you can see like I'm just using a standardized NDA, but it's pretty important to me that like none of blueprints leaked before launch. And so I wanted to keep things as secret as possible, because I kind of developed for the entire 8 years in secret anyway. So that was kind of important to me. Of the 30% of the original message that responded, and then we had this further conversations, and I told them what I needed. About 40% said yes. 60% not interested for one reason or another. So that was my overall success rate, just blindly DMing streamers on Twitch to sort of curate my own playtesting community. And then from there, I just set them up with a video file workflow. I'm going to walk you through this real quick. This is kind of really step-by-step technical in case you want to use specifically Dropbox for this purpose. You just create a folder, you can name it, and then just hit create. From here, you can hit the gear next to the folder, go down to add to folder, and hit request files. The reason I wanted to put this in here is it's really not sort of intuitive how to create sort of file request folders in Dropbox. Obviously, it's like down in the sub menu. From here, you can kind of just say like, oh, this is for playtesting. Please upload your playtest sessions here. And then you get a link. And then you send this link to the playtester, and they get to see a really cool sort of page when they click on that link, and then tell them to bookmark or pin that page. And then that's where they can just throw their video files in. And then those files will sync to your computer or your Dropbox folder if you're just using it offline. So that was the workflow. And then after I set them up with that, I send them the link, and then I'd send them a Steam key as soon as they signed the NDA. And then that was pretty much good to go. I did not, some people I chat with a lot. I tried not to influence their playthrough at all. So I was not giving them any information. I wasn't really answering questions if they asked. I think they got a good sense from our early conversation, like the type of creator I was, that, like this is a sort of a project cloaked in mystery. I'm not going to necessarily give anything away. And that didn't really ever change. But I did like, become friends with a lot of them over the course of the 4 years that we did playtesting. Now, they weren't playing for 4 years. We did 4 different waves. We called them seasons of playtesting. The first was in January 2021, and that went all the way up till pretty much our release. The last season was 2024. And the reason that basically I did them in seasons is I would get a whole bunch of playtesters. They would play the game. And then from all those insights, I would tweak the game. What did I tweak? I just sort of like honing the experience closer to what I had envisioned. Sometimes things would not be working out the way I had wanted. Sometimes a room would be appearing way more often. I would tweak like sort of numbers, like the number of items in a room or the number of coins that might appear. like little things like that. And so I would make all these changes, and then I would run it again in season 2 and see how it works again. And sort of rinse and repeat. I did this 4 times, and with blueprints, like there's so many moving parts that I feel like I could have done 4 more years of playtesting. I probably could have done it forever. I really, really enjoyed the process. And so I guess at the end of the day, I loved everything about it. I really loved watching people play. That probably never got old. In total, I had a little under 100 playtesters across all 4 years. Some people replayed it every season, like Dark Shocks. Some people, only played it once. Some people never ended their playthrough, like Space Beyonds. They just kept playing forever and ever. But I think in total I watched about 2,000 hours of playtest footage as part of the crafting experience. So I just want at the end here, I just want to do a big thank you to all the playtesters. They just like their contributions to the project. That was like half of the project. It was an 8-year process. 4 years of it was playtesting, balancing, crafting, refining. And sort of during that, each season, I would be adding like a lot more cool stuff to the game. So I just could never hope to repay these people for what they contributed to the game and what they offered. But there is one playtester who I would like to try to help, and his name is Iggy. He was one of our lead playtesters. I think he joined in wave 3 and put a couple hundred hours into the game. And Iggy has polycystic kidney disease and only has a few months to find a living kidney donor. So I'm going to use my talks and newfound platform to kind of spread the word, at least among the blueprints and adjacent communities. And hopefully they spread it even farther to try to find him a living kidney donor. His story, contact, and donor information can all be found at iggyland.org. And here's a QR code that takes you to the same site. Time is pretty short here, and it takes months for a donor to get cleared. So if you want to help us, feel free to spread the word among your community. And after ThinkyCon, I'm going to post some stuff up on the Blueprints social accounts. And if you want to, you can help spread those. Icky was actually the first player that kind of broke the resources in the game. He was the one that kind of pioneered the bunk room, laundry room, and shrine synergies. If you know, you might know. And I think he was ultimately one of the reasons why that's still in the game, because of how much fun he had sort of breaking it in that way. So yeah, I guess like a lot of methods and blueprints, I'm positive that the playtester system is far from efficient, like about as far from efficient as you can be. But that's pretty much how I did everything, and it seemed to work out. And most importantly, I had a lot of fun doing it. So I don't think it's going to be useful for everyone, but if you're curious, try it out. I do think that streamers make for the best playtesters, and so that's my conclusion. Play forever.
Thank you so much, Thunder. That was fantastic. And we will absolutely do our best to spread that link for Iggy as far as we can. Everybody in the chat, please share that as, with any communities you're in.
Thank you.
You happy to take a few questions? Everybody's been very good and has asked questions that are all on topic. So
Good. Yes, I'm very secretive about everything else. You can kind of tell what the top. I mean, like for ThinkyCon, you'd think I would do a talk on my puzzle design and stuff, and I'm like, I'm not sure I'm ever going to talk about some of that stuff. I'm going to take a lot of this stuff to my grave. But the logisticals, the technical, the developer process. I'm happy to discuss all that.
I love that, and I also very much appreciate. I mean, I love the Thinky Games database was part of that process, and I love that you highlighted it. So thank you so much for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I just bleed Bumblebee. Like yellow and black is like that is how I find games. Like that's why that's sort of why I agreed to the talk, because like I live. Like thinkygames.com is basically my homepage, because like
yes.
I just use the database to find everything, I just did my first Obra Dinn playthrough.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Yeah. So I just played Lorelei finally. I had basically been hearing 2 years of people comparing our games. So I'm now finally getting in and finally catching up on the canon.
That's amazing. It sounds like you're going through the Thinky Essentials list and finding great games.
I'm doing exactly that.
I mean, that was our hope in building the database. So I'm really glad it's working out.
It literally covers every game I love. But yeah, let's go to questions.
Perfect. Oh my gosh. Okay, all the questions are coming in now. So I'll start with some of the questions we got earlier. So Dom Camus in the chat was asking. Streams are a primary form of marketing for many games now. Were you conscious of that when choosing this approach for playtesting? Do you think this all had positive side effects for marketing? And I was wondering about this as well, and I was thinking about, does that mean those playtesters might not stream your game now? Is that going to have a negative effect? So yeah.
I think it's fundamentally different, because I think when you're marketing, you're going to be looking for streamers of a certain audience size. Whereas I'm looking for streamers of a certain taste. So I kind of ignored audience size completely. Like some of our playtesters had decent size audiences. Most, have smaller audiences and are just in it for the love of the game. But so I think I wasn't really familiar in 2019 when I started. I did not realize as crucial as it is. And of course, if you follow, Blueprints had a really big sort of marketing campaign for streamers. So we did get, Co-Carnage and Pirate Software and Giga and some of the big streamers that actually played and contributed toward marketing. But of course, these are streamers with, hundreds of thousands of followers. And so it's totally different. And so I don't think the marketing component plays any factor into this system specifically.
Right. Fantastic answer. Thank you. I'm trying to keep on top of all the questions that are coming through. So Waika also asked, now that your first game is out and has a devoted following, would you consider that community of players that you brought around the game as your playtesting community for future projects?
Yeah, I think I don't know how similar my games will be to each other as I go forward, but I think that they will be fundamentally Tonda games. So I think that if the playtesters I found and who really grew attached to the game, because not everyone finished the game, I should say probably about 60% of playtesters actually found Room 46, 40% bounced off at various stages. So certainly the ones that finished the game and really connected with it, I would love to carry them on to future projects if they're down.
So you said that they'll be fundamentally Tonda projects. Do you think they'll be fundamentally Thinky? It seems you have a affinity for Thinky types of games.
Yeah, I mean, the big one of the big genres I love. It's adjacent to a lot of Thinky games, but I don't think it's quite in the Thinky category. Is Metroidvanias. So I wouldn't count me out for developing some things that have a little bit more reflex action reflex components. They will probably always have Thinky components in there with them, but to various degrees. I don't want to limit myself yet.
Makes sense, absolutely. Okay, so Vida was asking for some a bit of clarification. Oh, I'm not sure if it was phrased as a question, but I thought of the question as well, which is we were just wondering, did you have to compensate any of these playtesters? Are they all?
Yeah, so this is a huge topic, and one I've given a lot of thought about because, like, I think that the service that playtesters give, they're like the most unsung cogs of the development process, and they're giving us so much time and so much of their love, so much of their insights. So obviously, for indie devs, it's usually not a realistic factor, especially if your game is long, right? It's very easy if your game is, like a short hike, then you can probably figure out a way to compensate people. But if you kind of were listening in terms of like me, how much I focused in on how important it was to me that their experience was a natural playthrough, I think that just like when, being watched changes the fundamentals, paying people to play a game certainly destroys the natural dynamic. So as crazy as it is, it's like it's something that really can't be done. And I was really transparent with people up front, in that, like, you'd be getting in the credits, you get a free copy of the game. And so those were basically the two things that we offered in terms of compensation. And like I said, there was really no expectation on how long they played it. So you just get a free game. If you like it, feel free to keep playing. And hopefully that feels, somewhat fair. I think it's a really interesting topic, and it's probably a topic that deserves a lot of consideration. And certainly I feel like for any AAA game, like, that has actually like deep pockets, then they can play, they can, they like one of my friends was a playtester for Overwatch, and he got paid like $50 a day, like, pretty small potatoes in terms of their budget, but at least someone's playing. If you want to play test games and get paid, there are games.
There are people doing it.
There are games that will pay you.
Absolutely. Okay, so next question over here. I had a bunch of questions myself, but I'll prioritize other people's questions. Samuel Pratt is asking, most developers avoid reusing playtesters for more than one session. Why did you choose to do this, and did it have any specific advantages?
Yeah, so from season to season, I think that's you're diminishing value on what you're getting, right? Like, I really want fresh playtesters to really get, because I'm changing the experience and I want to see how the experience plays. So that at that point, that's just letting playtesters just play for fun, and then I'm not necessarily getting as valuable insights on the experience in the early game. But if they get into new content, then I kind of it catches back up, So like, there was like each season I would add like a lot new, sort of things in the game, mechanics, systems, maybe areas. And then when they encounter those new items, then I would get some cool insights. But it's certainly a lot less valuable than fresh people each season.
Sure.
But obviously these guys are doing full playthroughs, and I don't want to spoil, how long Blueprints is, but this is, in terms of sessions, like they are, I think I had 6 terabytes of videos. So like, it's, they're putting in sessions just on their first playthrough, a lot of footage.
That leads me to another question, which isn't one of the ones that was asked, which is, did you have to watch some of these videos like a higher speed than the actual recording to get through it all?
So it's really compelling to me. I would pretty much put them up on like a second monitor,
right?
And then and then eventually, maybe like season 3, I was so familiar with the game that I could just listen to audio, and I would know what they're doing. And then when they got to like anything like interesting or like something that I was like very curious what the reaction be, I would be like, let me like pull this back up and look at it. So it was a lot of second monitor stuff. Like, after, I think, first season, I just watched straight, and then further on, I got kind of lazier with it. Some people are just compelling. I think if you've ever watched a playthrough, someone else play Blueprints or a streamer, you'll kind of get why it's sort of compelling, even if you've played the entire game yourself. I thought at first I was just biased, like, oh, it's my game. Of course, I love watching people play, but I've kind of I have enough data now to know that it's just kind of it's fun to watch, and it's because everyone's experience is so different, so it's always kind of compelling. And I think after 2,000 hours, I watched about 2,000 hours in just playtesting. I've probably watched another 1,000 hours since the game's released, just watching people play.
Right.
So
I was going to ask about that as well. Are you still using streamers as a way of getting further feedback on the game? Because I think you're planning one more update to the game. Is that correct?
I'm not really looking at too much to balance. So part of my thing was like I wanted to get that right as much as possible before launching.
Right.
There might be very slight tweaks, things that I kind of already knew that were kind of like slightly unbalanced when we launched, that I might try to sneak in for the 1.10, but it's more or less concrete.
Cool, great. So are you okay for time, by the way? Because we've got a few more questions. And
let's do a few more. Sure.
A few more. Cool. So this one you maybe have answered slightly anyway, but I'll ask it just in case anything else comes to mind. So Dario was asking, Blueprints is notably a very long game, especially to get to many of the interesting puzzles. I mean, I guess there are interesting puzzles early as well, but there are some of them are much deeper into the game as well. How long did most of the testers play the game for, and were you able to play test all of the puzzles? That's interesting.
I have two playtesters have quadruple hours in the game.
Oh my gosh!
But obviously, like they're playtesting. So I mean, I don't know if that answers the question, but it certainly paints a scope.
I quite like the second part of this though. Is like, were you able to actually playtest everything that you've put in the game?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, it's all been okay, great. So let's get some of these. Some of these are more jokey questions. That's also a jokey question. Here's a question: have any of the puzzles been changed after playtesting and feedback, or were they set in stone in the design phase? I guess.
Oh yeah. 4 years of tweaks. Like I think a lot changed. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Scroll down. There's a few more here. You had a lot of speedrunners on the testing team. Was that an intentional choice?
Okay, so this is cool. The very first playtester I recruited, and so this was before I kind of figured out all my methodology. His name was Admiral Flapjack, and I found Flapjack actually watching another Riven playthrough for another playtester called Bogey, and he was just in the chat, and I was like, oh, I had seen him come up in the topic before, and I kind of had a chat with him, and I think he mentioned that he played randomizers, and I was like, oh, a Riven speedrunner who also has a love for randomizers. So I kind of got my Venn diagram overlap right there, like the confirmation. It's like, I think if you play a lot of randomizer content, like I don't know if anyone's ever played Zelda 1 randomizer or seen Zelda 1 randomizer.
I've watched playthroughs of it. Yeah,
it's kind of similar to Blueprints in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And so I was like, that's cool. So I invited him to be the very first playtester. He agreed, and then because he was kind of in the Myst and Riven speedrunning scene, he kind of, after he fell in love with the game, he started asking me like, oh, I have someone else that's interested in playtesting, and so it kind of just spiraled from there. And so a lot of the playtesters kind of came from his starting seed, and that made it a lot easier to find a lot of playtesters, is because a lot of playtesters would recruit other playtesters, which I guess is probably a testament to the game itself kind of doing a lot of my work for me.
Absolutely. We'll keep it to just 2 more questions if that's okay, folks.
Cool.
Apologies. So
we got to end ThinkyCon 2025 strong.
Exactly. I mean, that's okay. Let's make sure we get a good question.
It was it was a lot of pressure going last. I was like, okay, I gotta hit him with the play forever.
It's also worth noting we weren't entirely sure whether we'd get a talk from you until only like a couple of weeks ago. So I'm really glad you came through. Very.
I was a little after deadline.
But yeah, I'm very happy that you managed to sneak it in. So there's a question that came right after the previous one about speedrunners, which is exactly the same format, and they've just replaced a couple of words, which is you had a lot of missed players on the testing team. Was that an intentional choice?
I think it's the same crowd. I think it's actually the same crowd. Well, I mean, actually, like most of the people I recruited early on were just found from me watching Riven and Mist playthroughs on Twitch. And so I think a lot of the ones I found just happened to play that, but most of those people were playing for the very first time. So I wouldn't even say they were like necessarily Mist fans.
Right.
Hopefully they became one when they finished Riven. But yeah, so there was a core group that, because they connected so much with the game, that they kind of proliferated themselves into greater numbers than maybe was natural. That I certainly was not using Mist and Riven excessively in my search combinations, solely because in order to cultivate enough options of people to approach, you really need to mix up the numbers, because like you saw Taylor's Principle 2, popular recent game, and Slay the Spire, ultra popular game, that only resulted in 4 results,
right? Yeah.
Of which 3 spoke English. So it's kind of like shifting with a pan in a stream. You're getting a couple specks of gold, but it's very hard to get a lot of nuggets in one pulse. So Mist and Riven, because they were so old at the time, the Riven remake was not out when we were doing this, but I did get to use a little bit of Firmament, of course, Abduction, and all the Mist sequels.
That actually made me wonder. Sorry, I'm now injecting another question, which is: did it turn out that any of the playtesters you found were familiar with Maze, the book that inspired you?
No, I don't think so.
I think so.
A lot of them would talk about stuff that I wasn't familiar with, like Betrayal, which a lot of people bring up. Betrayal. I was not familiar at all with Betrayal.
That's funny because like there is like kind of a similar aesthetic to the room tiles.
I remember the first time someone mentioned it, and I was like, "Let me Google this game," and then I saw the Google image popped up. I go, "Let me not look at that again until after our release." So yeah, a lot of recommendations. The first time I ever heard Outer Wilds was from a playtester. So I actually, before the playtesters were doing some of the Thinky games database work for me in terms of showing me sort of adjacency titles that I would one day get to play.
That's great. I'm going to ask, this is the last question from the chat.
Cool.
And it's because it's an elaboration of a previous question that I think we didn't quite understand it as they were intending it. So they were asking, so as a result of the playtesting, were there any dramatic changes, like puzzles cut entirely or dramatically changed as a result of playtest? Or was it mostly tweaking?
Cool. So the cool thing about blueprints and the way I kind of approach things is because there's really no puzzle that's kind of necessary to reach room 46. I'm fine with them being there being some difficult puzzles that are very hard to crack open, because you can always bypass them. And that a lot of times I would see someone like a playtester come up with like a cool idea or theory to try to solve this in a way that I hadn't anticipated. And if it made logical sense and I thought it was cool, then I might be like, oh, you know what, that should work. I think that should work. So I would be much, rather than like fundamentally change puzzles, because I was kind of fond of a lot of the designs of things. I would probably more err to the side of adding more hints later on in further corners of the game that people could eventually find. So if they were stuck on something, maybe way down the line, they could find something that would finally like clue them into this,
Yeah.
or adding in alternate methods of solving them. But I don't think there was any major changes to any of the individual puzzles in the game.
That's one of the things I love about the game is that you do get even if you have gone completely off track with a puzzle, like there's always going to be some little nudge that comes along a little bit later and says, "Hey, if you should think about that thing again." And he's like, "Oh, okay." There's like
that's my secret tactic. I think the parlor puzzle had a lot of had a lot of changes because I just kept missing logical lines that people would find a contradiction for. So that's the puzzle that I usually say has the most revisions in the entire game. Obviously, there's like over 100 of them, so it's not just one puzzle. It's kind of like a sub game itself. But I certainly was revising those nonstop throughout the 8 years.
Great, thank you. And we will leave that there. That'll be the last question.
Cool.
Thank you for being so generous with your time. We took a lot of questions there. So yeah, thank you so much, Tonda. Fantastic presentation. And
thank you for ThinkyCon 2025. Can't wait for next year.
Thank you so much. Feel free to drop out, and then I'll wrap up with everybody over here.
Okay, I think you'll have to maybe kick me out.
You just close the tab. I'll do it.
Okay.
Just waiting for Tonda to drop out. Tonda's you're not visible anymore, Tonda, but there we go. Awesome. There we go, folks. ThinkyCon 2025 is complete, and what a great way to end. Loved going through all those questions. That was awesome. Thank you for all the hearts. I see them coming through. Thank you for all the comments and the applause. Yay! I hope I got to everybody's questions. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Gosh, now it's the next step, which is get all of those edited and put on YouTube. Fortunately, Kay has already started doing that. Some of them are kind of almost ready. We just need to make some thumbnails. So I think over the next week, you'll start to see those videos popping up on YouTube as like each talk is a separate thing. Now can I rest? Isn't it just from this thing to the next thing? It's like not that long until we need to start organizing the Thinky Awards. It's just one thing then the next thing. It never stops. I can never rest. I never get to stop. Okay. Thanks, folks. Thank you for all the thanks here. One thing that I should absolutely mention right now, as a reminder, is the ThinkyCon Game Jam has now begun. Now that's the end of the event. The jam begins. So if you want a reminder of that, if you head to the ThinkyCon page on the website, go to thinkygames.com/ThinkyCon, and there's a section about the Game Jam. You can click on the button. It'll take you through to the page with more information about the Game Jam. And yeah, so the theme of the jam is to make a game inspired by the talks from ThinkyCon. So if any of these talks give you some interesting ideas or just kind of even philosophical things that you want to explore, then the Game Jam is a great way to do it. Yes, and absolutely, that's totally right, Michael. So you can still watch the streams in their entirety. They're not going away. You'll be able to watch them for eternity, well, as long as YouTube exists, I guess. You'll be able to watch the VOD of this stream if you don't want to wait for the individual videos to go up. But when the individual videos do go up, please, everybody, please share them. We want to get the word out and get all this like Thinky knowledge spread around the world. And yeah, it'd be great. It's currently midnight for me. So it is time to go and sleep. But yeah, please go check out that the Thinky Game Jam and sign up for that. I think is it 9 days long? I think it is. So you get a couple of weekends. You don't have to spend the whole time doing it. There's nothing like that. And we're partnered with the Division of Games at the University of Utah and the University of Minnesota. Because because they're doing some research about how people use the information from ThinkyCon in their Game Jam game. So the information's on the page, so you can get a $40 voucher for taking part in that research. There's more information there. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the lovely comments. Is there anything else I need to say? Thanks for the rest of the team for keeping Thinky Games running while all this is going on, and for folks in who joined in the chat, who are part of the team and we're moderating things. I'm not sure anything came up that needed moderating, but it's great to have those folks there. Yeah, big shout out to video.ninja, VDO.ninja. Luis recommended it to me for last ThinkyCon. It's such a good tool. It's basically what I do all this with. So like basically Video Ninja and OBS combined. They're both amazing tools. Combine those two, you can do anything. It makes it look like it's easy, because it is easy. They make it easy. I just click some buttons and it all works. Yeah, so big shout out to those. So if you want to do a similar thing of your own, similar kind of event, that's all you need. Well, and camera and microphone and stuff, but that's pretty much it. Cool. Thanks, folks. I guess just a last reminder, if anybody here is like new to Thinky Games, please join our Discord, follow us on social media, subscribe to the YouTube. We're on Twitch as well. We do Twitch streams, but we also upload the streams to YouTube afterwards. So you can just subscribe to one or the other. That's totally fine. And tell everybody about Thinky Games, like both Thinky Games capitalized.com, but also Thinky Games, the games themselves. I love how like we're still at the same number of viewers. You're all here for watching this like ramble at the end. What's going on? I expected everybody to just disappear. But no, everybody's around for the ramble. Thank you so much. I think I'll leave it there. I think the ramble is over. Probably. I'll see you all on Discord and everywhere else over the coming weeks and months, and all the time we get to enjoy Thinky Games. So, see you folks. Goodbye.